Chapter 28 of The Adventures of Roderick Random by Tobias SMOLLETT. This recording is in the public domain. The captain, enraged, threatens to put the madman to death with his own hand. Is diverted from that resolution by the arguments and persuasion of the first lieutenant and surgeon. We set sail for St. Helens, join the fleet under the command of Sir C.O., and proceed for the West Indies. Are overtaken by a terrible tempest. My friend Jack Ratlin has his leg broke by a fall from the mainyard. The behaviour of Mr. Mackshane. Jack opposes the amputation of his limb, in which he is seconded by Morgan and me. We undertake the cure, and perform it successfully. The captain was carried into his cabin, so enraged with the treatment he had received, that he ordered the fellow to be brought before him, that he might have the pleasure of pistolling him with his own hand, and would certainly have satisfied his revenge in this manner, had not the first lieutenant remonstrated against it, by observing that, in all appearances, the fellow was not mad, but desperate, that he had been hired by some enemy of the captain's to him, and therefore ought to be kept in irons till he could be brought to a court-martial, which, no doubt, would sift the affair to the bottom, by which means important discoveries might be made, and then sentence the criminal to a death according to his demerits. This suggestion, improbable as it was, had the desired effect upon the captain, being exactly calculated for the meridian of his intellects; more especially as Dr. Mackshane espoused this opinion, in consequence of his previous declaration that the man was not mad. Morgan, finding there was no more damage done, could not help discovering by his countenance the pleasure he enjoyed on this occasion, and, while he bathed the doctor's face with an embrocation, ventured to ask him whether he thought there were more fools or madmen on board. But he would have been wiser in containing this sally, which his patient carefully laid up in his memory, to be taken notice of at a more fit season. Meanwhile we weighed anchor, and, on our way to the Downs, the madman, who was treated as a prisoner, took an opportunity, while the sentinel attending him was at the head, to leap and frustrate the revenge of the captain. We stayed not long at the Downs, but took the benefit of the first easterly wind to go round to Spithead, where, having received provisions on board for 6 months, we sailed from St. Helens in the grand fleet bound for the West Indies, on the ever memorable expedition of Carthagena. It was not without great mortification I saw myself on the point of being transported to such a distant and unhealthy climate, destitute of every convenience that could render such a voyage supportable, and under the dominion of an arbitrary tyrant, whose command was almost intolerable. However, as these complaints were common to a great many on board, I resolved to submit patiently to my fate, and contrived to make myself as easy as the nature of the case would allow. We got out of the channel with a prosperous breeze, which died away, leaving us becalmed about 50 leagues to the westward of the Lizard. But this state of inaction did not last long, for next night our maintopsail was split by the wind, which in the morning increased to a hurricane. I was awakened by a most horrible din, occasioned by the play of the gun carriages upon the decks above, the cracking of cabins, the howling of the wind through the shrouds, the confused noise of the ship's crew, the pipes of the boatswain and his mates, the trumpets of the lieutenants, and the clanking of the chain pumps. Morgan, who had never been at sea before, turned out in a great hurry, crying, "God have mercy and compassion upon us! I believe we have caught upon the confines of Lucifer and the damned," while poor Thompson lay quaking in his hammock, putting up petitions to heaven for our safety. I rose and joined the Welshman, with whom, after having fortified ourselves with brandy, I went above. But if my sense of hearing was startled before, how must my sight have been appalled in beholding the effects of the storm! The sea was swelled into billows mountain high, on the top of which our ship sometimes hung as if it were about to be precipitated to the abyss below. Sometimes we sank between two waves that rose on each side higher than our topmast head, and threatened by dashing together to overwhelm us in a moment. Of all our fleet, consisting of 150 sail, scarce 12 appeared, and these driving under their bare poles at the mercy of the tempest. At length the mast of one of them gave way, and tumbled overboard with a hideous crash. nor was the prospect in our own ship much more agreeable. A number of officers and sailors ran backward and forward with distraction in their looks, halloaing to one another, and undetermined what they should attend to first. Some clung to the yards, endeavouring to unbend the sails that were split into 1,000 pieces, flapping in the wind. Others tried to furl those which were yet whole, while the masts at every pitch bent and quivered like twigs, as if they would have shivered into innumerable splinters. While I considered this scene with equal terror and astonishment, one of the main braces broke, by the shock whereof 2 sailors were flung from the yard's arm into the sea, where they perished, and poor Jack Rattlin thrown down upon the deck at the expense of a broken leg. Morgan and I ran immediately to his assistance, and found a splinter of the shin bone thrust by the violence of the fall through the skin. As this was a case of too great consequence to be treated without the authority of the doctor, I went down to his cabin to inform him of the accident, as well as to bring up dressings, which we always kept ready prepared. I entered his apartment without any ceremony, and, by the glimmering of a lamp, perceived him on his knees before something that very much resembled a crucifix; but this I will not insist upon, that I may not seem too much of a slave to common report, which indeed assisted by conjecture on this occasion, by representing Dr. Mackshane as a member of the Church of Rome. Be this as it will, he got up in a sort of confusion, occasioned, I suppose, by his being disturbed in his devotion, and in a trice snatched the subject of my suspicion from my sight. After making an apology for my intrusion, I acquainted him with the situation of Rattlin, but could by no means prevail upon him to visit him on deck, where he lay. He bade me desire the boatswain to order some of the men to carry him down to the cockpit.
"And in the meantime," said he, "I will direct Thompson to get ready the dressings."
When I signified to the boatswain the doctor's desire, he swore a terrible oath that he could not spare one man from the deck, because he expected the mast would go by the board every minute. This piece of information did not at all contribute to my peace of mind. However, as my friend Rattlin complained very much, with the assistance of Morgan I supported him to the lower deck, whither Mr. Mackshane, after much entreaty, ventured to come, attended by Thompson, with a box full of dressings, and his own servant, who carried a whole set of capital instruments. He examined the fracture and the wound, and, concluding from a livid colour extending itself upon the limb that mortification would ensue, resolved to amputate the leg immediately. This was a dreadful sentence to the patient, who, recruiting himself with a quid of tobacco, pronounced with a woeful countenance,
"What! Is there no remedy, doctor? Must I be docked? Can't you splice it?"
"Assuredly, Dr. Mackshane," said the first mate, "with submission and deference and veneration to your superior abilities and opportunities and stations. Look you, I do apprehend and conjure and aver that there is no occasion nor necessity to smite off this poor man's leg."
"God Almighty bless you, dear Welshman," cried Rattlin. "May you have fair wind and weather wheresoever you're bound, and come to anchor in the road of heaven at last."
Mackshane, very much incensed at his mate's differing in opinion from him, so openly answered that he was not bound to give an account of his practice to him, and in a peremptory tone ordered him to apply the tourniquet. At the sight of which, Jack, starting up, cried,
"Avast, avast! Damn my heart, if you clap your nippers on me till I know wherefore. Mr. Random, won't you lend a hand towards saving my precious limb? Odds heart, if Lieutenant Bowling was here, he would not suffer Jack Rattlin's leg to be chopped off like a piece of old junk."
This pathetic address to me, joined to my inclination to serve my honest friend, and the reasons I had to believe there was no danger in delaying the amputation, induced me to declare myself of the first mate's opinion, and affirm that the preternatural colour of the skin was owing to an inflammation occasioned by a contusion, and common in all such cases, without any indication of an approaching gangrene. Morgan, who had a great opinion of my skill, manifestly exulted in my fellowship, and asked Thompson's sentiments in the matter, in hopes of strengthening our association with him too; but he being of a meek disposition, and either dreading the enmity of the surgeon, or speaking the dictates of his own judgment, in a modest manner espoused the opinion of Mackshane, who by this time, having consulted with himself, determined to act in such a manner as to screen himself from censure, and at the same time revenge himself on us for our arrogance in contradicting him. With this view, he asked if we would undertake to cure the leg at our peril, that is, be answerable for the consequence. To this question Morgan replied that the lives of his creatures are at the hands of Cot alone, and it would be great presumption in him to undertake for an event that was in the power of his Maker, no more than the doctor could promise to cure all the sick to whom he administered his assistance. But if the patient would put himself under our direction, we would do our endeavour to bring his distemper to a favourable issue, to which at present we saw no obstruction. I signified my concurrence, and Rattlin was so overjoyed that, shaking us both by the hands, he swore nobody else should touch him, and, if he died, his blood should be upon his own head. Mr. Mackshane, flattering himself with the prospect of our miscarriage, went away, and left us to manage it as we should think proper. Accordingly, having sawed off part of the splinter that stuck through the skin, we reduced the fracture, dressed the wound, applied the 18-tailed bandage, and put the leg in a box, secundam artem. Everything succeeded according to our wish, and we had the satisfaction of not only preserving the poor fellow's leg, but likewise of rendering the doctor contemptible among the ship's company, who had all their eyes on us during the course of this cure, which was completed in 6 weeks. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Adventures of Roderick Random by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mackshane's malice. I am taken up and imprisoned for a spy. Morgan meets with the same fate. Thompson is tampered with to turn evidence against us. Disdains the proposal and is maltreated for his integrity. Morgan is released to assist the surgeon during an engagement with some French ships of war. I remain fettered on the poop, exposed to the enemy's shot, and grow delirious with fear. Am comforted after the battle by Morgan, who speaks freely of the captain, is overheard by the sentinel, who informs against him, and again imprisoned. Thompson grows desperate, and, notwithstanding the remonstrances of Morgan and me, goes overboard in the night. In the meantime, the storm subsided into a brisk gale, that carried us into the warm latitudes, where the weather became intolerable, and the crew very sickly. The doctor left nothing unattempted towards the completion of his vengeance against the Welshman and me. He went among the sick under pretence of inquiring into their grievances, with a view of picking up complaints to our prejudice; but, finding himself frustrated in that expectation by the goodwill we had procured from the patients by our diligence and humanity, he took the resolution of listening to our conversation, by hiding himself behind the canvas that surrounded our berth. Here too he was detected by the boy of our mess, who acquainted us with this piece of behaviour, and one night, while we were picking a large bone of salt beef, Morgan discerned something stir on the outside of our hangings, which, immediately interpreting to be the doctor, he tipped me the wink, and pointed to the place where I could perceive somebody standing. Upon which I snatched up the bone, and levelled it with all my force at him, saying, "Whoever you are, take that for your curiosity." It had the desired effect, for we heard the listener tumble down, and afterwards crawl to his own cabin. I applauded myself much for this feat, which turned out one of the most unlucky exploits of my life. Mackshane from that time marking me out for destruction. About a week after this exploit, as I was going my rounds among the sick, I was taken prisoner, and carried to the poop by the master-at-arms, where I was loaded with irons and stapled to the deck on pretence that I was a spy on board, and had conspired against the captain's life. How ridiculous soever this imputation was, I did not fail to suffer by it all the rigour that could be shown to the worst of criminals. Being exposed in this miserable condition to the scorching heat of the sun by day, and the unwholesome damps by night, during the space of 12 days, in which I was neither brought to trial, nor examined touching the probability of the charge. I had no sooner recovered the use of my reflection, which had been quite overthrown by this accident, than I sent for Thompson, who, after condoling me on the occasion, hinted that I owed this misfortune to the hatred of the doctor, who had given an information against me to the captain, in consequence of which I was arrested, and all my papers seized. While I was cursing my capricious fate, I saw Morgan ascend the poop, guarded by two corporals, who made him sit down by me, that he might be pinioned in the same machine. Notwithstanding my situation, I could scarce refrain from laughing at the countenance of my fellow prisoner, who, without speaking one word, allowed his feet to be enclosed in the rings provided for that purpose. But when they pretended to fasten him on his back, he grew outrageous, and drawing a large couteau from his side pocket, threatened to rip up the belly of the first man that should approach him, in order to treat him in such an unworthy manner. They were prepared to use him very roughly, when the lieutenant on the quarter-deck called up to them to let him remain as he was. He then crept towards me, and taking me by the hand, bade me "put my trust in Cot," and looking at Thompson, who sat by us trembling with a pale visage, told him there were 2 more rings for his feet, and he should be glad to find him in such good company. But it was not the intention of our adversary to include the second mate in our fate. Him he expected to be his drudge in attending the sick, and, if possible, his evidence against us. With this view he sounded him afar off, but, finding his integrity incorruptible, harassed him so much out of spite, that in a short time this mild creature grew weary of his life. While I and my fellow prisoner comforted each other in our tribulation, the admiral discovered 4 sail to leeward, and made signal for our ship and 4 more to chase. Hereupon everything was cleared for an engagement, and Mackshane, foreseeing he should have occasion for more assistance than one obtained Morgan's liberty, while I was let in this deplorable posture to the chance of battle. It was almost dark when we came up with the sternmost chase, which we hailed, and inquired who they were. They gave us to understand they were French men of war, upon which Captain Oakum commanded them to send their boat on board of him; but they refused, telling him if he had any business with them to come on board of their ship. He then threatened to pour in a broadside upon them, which they promised to retain. Both sides were as good as their word, and the engagement began with great fury. The reader may guess how I passed my time, lying in this helpless situation amidst the terrors of a sea fight, expecting every moment to be cut asunder, or dashed in pieces by the enemy's shot. I endeavoured to compose myself as much as possible, by reflecting that I was not a whit more exposed than those who were stationed about me; but when I beheld them employed without intermission in annoying the foe, and encouraged by the society and behaviour of one another, I could easily perceive a wide difference between their condition and mine. However, I concealed my agitation as well as I could, till the head of the officer of marines who stood near me, being shot off, bounced from the deck athwart my face, leaving me well nigh blinded with brains. I could contain myself no longer, but began to bellow with all the strength of my lungs, when a drummer, coming towards me, asked if I was wounded, and before I could answer, received a great shot in his belly, which tore out his entrails, and he fell flat on my breast. This accident entirely bereft me of all discretion. I redoubled my cries, which were drowned in the noise of the battle, and, finding myself disregarded, lost all patience, and became frantic. I vented my rage in oaths and execrations, till my spirits being quite exhausted, I remained quiet as insensible of the load that oppressed me. The engagement lasted till broad day, when Captain Oakum, finding he was like to gain neither honour nor advantage by the affair, pretended to be undeceived by seeing their colours, and hailing the ship whom he had fought all night, protested he believed them Spaniards, and the guns being silenced on each side, ordered the barge to be hoisted out, and went on board the French commodore. Our loss amounted to 10 killed and 18 wounded, most part of whom afterwards died. My fellow mates had no sooner dispatched their business in the cockpit, than, full of friendly concern, they came to visit me. Morgan, ascending first, and seeing my face almost covered with brains and blood, concluded I was no longer a man for this world. and calling to Thompson with great emotion, bade him come up and take his last farewell of his comrade and countryman, who was posted to a better place, where there were no Mackshanes nor Oakums to asperse and torment him.
"No," said he, taking me by the hand, "you are going to a country where there is more respect shown to unfortunate gentlemen, and where you will have the satisfaction of beholding your adversaries tossing upon pillows of burning brimstone."
Thompson, alarmed at this apostrophe, made haste to the place where I lay, and sitting down by me with tears in his eyes, inquired into the nature of my calamity. By this time I had recollected myself so far as to be able to converse rationally with my friends, whom, to their great satisfaction, I immediately undeceived with regard to their apprehension of my being mortally wounded. After I had got myself disengaged from the carnage in which I wallowed, and partaken of a refreshment which my friends brought along with them, we entered into discourse upon the hardships we sustained, and spoke very freely of the author of our misery. But our discourse being overheard by the sentinel, who guarded me, he was no sooner relieved than he reported to the captain every syllable of our conversation, according to the orders he had received. The effect of this information soon appeared in the arrival of the master at arms, who replaced Morgan in his former station, and gave the second mate a caution to keep a strict guard over his tongue, if he did not choose to accompany us in our confinement. Thompson, foreseeing that the whole slavery of attending the sick and wounded, as well as the cruelty of Mackshane, must now fall upon his shoulders, grew desperate at the prospect, and, though I never heard him swear before, imprecated dreadful curses on the heads of his oppressors, declaring he would rather quit life altogether than be much longer under the power of such barbarians. I was not a little startled at his vivacity, and endeavoured to alleviate his complaints by representing the subject of my own, with as much aggravation as it would bear, by which comparison he might see the balance of misfortune lay on my side, and take an example from me of fortitude and submission, till such time as we could procure redress, which I hoped was not far off, considering that we should probably be in a harbour in less than 3 days, where we should have an opportunity of preferring our complaints to the admiral. The Welshman joined in my remonstrance, and was at great pains to demonstrate that it was every man's duty as well as interest to resign himself to the divine will, and look upon himself as a sentinel upon duty, who is by no means at liberty to leave his post before he is relieved. Thompson listened attentively to what he said, and at last, shedding a flood of tears, shook his hand and left us without making any reply. About 11 at night, he came to see us again with a settled gloom on his countenance, and gave us to understand that he had undergone excessive toil since he saw us, and in recompense had been grossly abused by the doctor, who taxed him with being confederate with us, in a design of taking away his life and that of the captain. After some time spent in mutual exhortation, he got up, and squeezing me by the hand with uncommon fervour, cried, "God bless you both!" and left us to wonder at his singular manner of parting with us, which did not fail to make a deep impression on us both. Next morning, when the hour of visitation came round, the unhappy young man was missing, and after strict search, supposed to have gone overboard in the night. And this was certainly the case. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Adventures of Roderick Random by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We lament the fate of our companion. The captain offers Morgan his liberty, which he refuses to accept. We are brought before him and examined. Morgan is sent back into custody, whither also I am remanded after a curious trial. The news of this event affected my fellow prisoner and me extremely, as our unfortunate companion had justly acquired by his amiable disposition the love and esteem of us both; and the more we regretted his untimely fate, the greater horror we conceived for the villain who was undoubtedly the occasion of it. This abandoned miscreant did not discover the least symptom of concern for Thompson's death, although he must have been conscious to himself of having driven him by ill usage to the fatal resolution, but desired the captain to set Morgan at liberty again to look after the patients. Accordingly, one of the corporals was sent up to unfetter him, but he protested he would not be released until he should know for what he was confined, nor would he be a tennis ball, nor a shuttlecock, nor a trudge, nor a scullion to any captain under the sun. Oakum, finding him obstinate, and fearing it would not be in his power to exercise his tyranny much longer with impunity, was willing to show some appearance of justice, and therefore ordered us both to be brought before him on the quarter-deck, where he sat in state, with his cleric on one side, and his counsellor Mackshane on the other. When we approached, he honoured us with this salutation:
"So, gentlemen, damn my blood, many a captain in the navy would have ordered you both to be tucked up to the yard's arm without either judge or jury for the crimes you have been guilty of. But damn my blood, I have too much good nature in allowing such dogs as you to make defence." "Captain Oakum," said my fellow sufferer, "certainly it is in your power, God help the while, to tack us all up at your will, desire, and pleasures; and perhaps it would be better for some of us to be tucked up than to undergo the miseries to which we have been exposed. So may the farmer hang his kids for his diversion, and amusement, and mirth. But there is such a thing as justice, if not upon earth, surely in heaven, that will punish with fire and brimstone all those who take away the lives of innocent people out of wantonness and barbarity. Look you. In the meantime, I shall be glad to know the crimes laid to my charge, and see the person who accuses me."
"That you shall," said the captain. "Here, doctor, what have you to say?"
Mackshane, stepping forward, hemmed a good while in order to clear his throat, and before he began, Morgan accosted him thus:
"Dr. Mackshane, look in my face, look in the face of an honest man, who abhors a false witness as he abhors the devil, and caught to be judge between you and me."
The doctor, not minding this conjuration, made the following speech, as near as I can remember:
"I'll tell you what, Mr. Morgan, to be sure what you say is just in regard to an honest man, and if so be it appears as how you're an honest man, then it is my opinion that you deserve to be acquitted in relation to that there affair, for I tell you what, Captain Oakum is resolved for to do everybody justice, and as for my own part, all that I have to allege is, that I have been informed you have spoken disrespectful words against your captain, who, to be sure, is the most honourable and generous commander in the king's service, without disparagement or exception of man, woman, or child." Having uttered this elegant harangue, on which he seemed to plume himself, Morgan replied: "I do partly guess and conceive and understand your meaning, which I wish could be more explicit. But however I do suppose, I am not to be condemned upon bare hearsay, or, if I am convicted of speaking disrespectfully of Captain Oakum, I hope there is no treason in my words."
"But there's mutiny, by God, and that's death by the articles of war," cried Oakum. "In the meantime, let the witnesses be called."
Hereupon Mackshane's servant appeared, and the boy of our mess, whom they had seduced and tutored for the purpose. The first declared that Morgan, as he descended the cockpit ladder one day, cursed the captain, and called him a savage beast, saying he ought to be hunted down as an enemy to mankind. "This," said the clerk, "is a strong presumption of a design formed against the captain's life. For why? It presupposes malice aforethought, and a criminal intention a priori."
"Right," said the captain, to this miserable grub, who had been an attorney's boy, "you shall have law enough. Here's Cook and Little John to it."
This evidence was confirmed by the boy, who affirmed, he heard the first mate say, that the captain had no more bowels than a bear, and the surgeon had no more brain than an ass. Then the sentinel, who heard our discourse on the poop, was examined, and informed the court, that the Welshman assured me, Captain Oakum, and Dr. Mackshane would toss upon billows of burning brimstone in hell for their barbarity. The clerk observed, that there was an evident prejudication which confirmed the former suspicion of a conspiracy against the life of Captain Oakum; for, because, How could Morgan so positively pronounce that the captain and surgeon would be damned, unless he had intention to make away with them before they could have time to repent? This sage explanation had great weight with our noble commander, who exclaimed, "What have you to say to this, Taffy? You seem to be taken all aback, brother, ha!" Morgan was too much of a gentleman to disown the text, although he absolutely denied the truth of the comment. Upon which the captain, strutting up to him with a ferocious countenance, said, "So, Mr. Son of a bitch, you confess you honoured me with the names of bear and beast, and pronounced my damnation? Damn my heart, I have a good mind to have you brought to a court-martial and hanged, you dog." Here Mackshane, having occasion for an assistant, and begged the captain to pardon Mr. Morgan with his wonted goodness, upon condition that he, the delinquent, should make such submission as the nature of his misdemeanour demanded. Upon which the Cambro Briton, who on this occasion would have made no submission to the great mogul, surrounded with his guards, thanked the doctor for his mediation, and acknowledged himself in the wrong for calling the image of Cot a piece. "But," he said, "I spoke by metaphor and parable, and comparison and types, as we signify meekness by a lamb, lechery by a goat, and craftiness by a fox, so we liken ignorance to an ass, and brutality to a bear, and fury to a tiger. Therefore I make use of these similes to express my sentiments, look you. And what I said before God, I will not unsay before man nor beast neither." Oakum was so provoked at this insolence, as he termed it, that he ordered him forthwith to be carried to the place of his confinement, and his clerk to proceed on the examination of me. The first question put to me was touching the place of my nativity, which I declared to be the north of Scotland. "The north of Ireland, more like," cried the captain, "but we shall bring you up presently." He then asked what religion I professed, and, when I answered the Protestant, swore I was an arrant Roman as ever went to mass. "Come, come, clerk," continued he, "catechise him a little on this subject." But before I relate the particulars of the clerk's inquiries, it will not be amiss to inform the reader that our commander himself was an Hibernian, and if not shrewdly belied, a Roman Catholic to boot. "You say you are Protestant," said the clerk. "Make the sign of the cross with your finger, so, and swear upon it to that affirmation." When I was about to perform the ceremony, the captain cried with some emotion, "No, no, damn me, I'll have no profanation neither, but go on with your interrogations." "Well then," proceeded my examiner, "how many sacraments are there?" To which I replied, 2. "What are they?" said he, and I answered, "Baptism and the Lord's Supper." "And so you would explode confirmation and marriage altogether?" said Oakum. "I thought this fellow is a rank Roman." The clerk, though he was bred under an attorney, could not refrain from blushing at this blunder, which he endeavoured to conceal by observing that these decoys would not do with me, who seemed to be an old offender. He went on with asking if I believed in transubstantiation; but I treated the notion of real presence with such disrespect, that his patron was scandalised at my impiety, and commanded him to proceed to the plot. Whereupon this miserable pettifogger told me there was great reason to suspect me of being a spy on board, and that I had entered into a conspiracy with Thompson and others, not yet detected, against the life of Captain Oakum, which accusation they pretended to support by the evidence of our boy, who declared he had often heard the deceased Thompson and me whispering together, and could distinguish the words Oakum, rascal, poison, pistol; by which expressions it appeared we did intend to use sinister means to accomplish his destruction. That the death of Thompson seemed to confirm this conjecture, who, either feeling the strings of remorse for being engaged in such a horrid confederacy, or fearing a discovery, by which he must have infallibly suffered an ignominious death, had put a fatal period to his own existence. But what established the truth of the whole was a book in ciphers found among my papers, which exactly tallied with one found in his chest after his disappearance. This, he observed, was a presumption very near positive proof, and would determine any jury in Christendom to find me guilty. In my own defence I alleged that I had been dragged on board at first very much against my inclination, as I could prove by the evidence of some people now in the ship; consequently could have no design of becoming a spy at that time, and ever since had been entirely out of the reach of any correspondence that could justly entail that suspicion upon me. As for conspiring against my captain's life, it could not be supposed that any man in his right wits would harbour the least thought of such an undertaking, which he could not possibly perform without certain infamy and ruin to himself, even if he had all the inclination in the world. That, allowing the boy's evidence to be true, which I affirmed was false and malicious, nothing conclusive could be gathered from a few incoherent words, neither was the fate of Mr. Thompson a circumstance more favourable for the charge; for I had in my pocket a letter which too well explained that mystery, in a very different manner from that which was supposed. With these words I produced the following letter, which Jack Rattlin brought to me the very day after Thompson disappeared, and told me it was committed to his care by the deceased, who made him promise not to deliver it sooner. The clerk, taking it out of my hand, read aloud the contents, which were these: "Dear friend, I am so much oppressed with the fatigue I daily and nightly undergo, and the barbarous usage of Dr. Mackshane, who is bent on your destruction, as well as mine, that I am resolved to free myself from this miserable life, and before you receive this, I shall be no more. I could have wished to die in your good opinion, which I am afraid I shall forfeit by the last act of my life. But if you cannot acquit me, I know you will at least preserve some regard for the memory of an unfortunate young man who loved you. I recommend it to you to beware of Mackshane, whose revenge is implacable, and I wish all prosperity to you and Mr. Morgan, to whom pray offer my last respects, and beg to be remembered as your unhappy friend and countryman, William Thompson." This letter was no sooner read than Mackshane, in a transport of rage, snatched it out of the clerk's hands, and tore it into 1,000 pieces, saying it was a villainous forgery, contrived and executed by myself. The captain and clerk declared themselves of the same opinion, although I insisted of having the remains of it compare with other writings of Thompson, which they had in their possession, and I was ordered to answer the last article of my accusation, namely, the book of ciphers found among my papers. "That is easily done," said I. "What you are pleased to call ciphers are no other than the Greek characters, in which, for my amusement, I keep a diary of everything remarkable that has occurred to my observation since the beginning of the voyage, till the day in which I was put in irons; and the same method was practised by Mr. Thompson, who copied mine."
"A very likely story," cried Mackshane. "What occasion was there for using Greek characters, if you were not afraid of discovering what you had wrote? But what do you talk of Greek characters? Do you think I'm so ignorant of the Greek language as not to distinguish its letters from these, which are no more Greek than Chinese? No, no, I will not give up my knowledge of the Greek for you, nor none that ever came from your country." So saying, with an unparalleled effrontery, he repeated some gibberish, which by the sound seemed to be Irish, and made it pass for Greek with the captain, who, looking at me with a contemptuous sneer, exclaimed, "Aha! Have you caught a Tartar?" I could not help smiling at the consummate assurance of this Hibernian, and offered to refer the dispute to anybody on board who understood the Greek alphabet; upon which Morgan was brought back, and, being made acquainted with the affair, took the book, and read a whole passage in English, without hesitation, deciding the controversy in my favour. The doctor was so far from being out of countenance at this detection, that he affirmed Morgan was in the secret, and repeated from his own invention. Oakum said, "Ay, I see they are both in a story," and dismissed my fellow mate to his cockloft, although I proposed that he and I should read and translate separately any chapter or verse in the Greek Testament in his possession, by which it would appear whether we or the surgeon spoke truth. Not being endued with eloquence enough to convince the captain that there could be no juggle nor confederacy in this expedient, I begged to be examined by some unconcerned person on board who understood Greek. Accordingly, the whole ship's company, officers and all, were called upon deck, among whom it was proclaimed, that if any one of them could speak Greek,
he or they so qualified should ascend the quarter-deck immediately. After some pause, two foremast men came up, and professed their skill in that language, which, they said, they acquired during several voyages to the Levant, among the Greeks of the Morea. The captain exulted much in this declaration, and put my journal book into the hands of one of them, who candidly owns he could neither read nor write. The other acknowledged the same degree of ignorance, but pretended to speak the Greek lingo with any man on board, and, addressing himself to me, pronounced some sentences of a barbarous corrupted language, which I did not understand. I asserted that the modern Greek was different from that spoken and written by the ancients, as the English used now from the old Saxon spoke in the time of Hengist; and, as I had only learned the true original tongue, in which Homer, Pindar, and the Evangelists, and other great men of antiquity wrote, it could not be supposed that I should know anything of an imperfect Gothic dialect that rose on the ruins of the former, and scarce retained any traces of the old expression. But if Dr. Mackshane, who pretended to be master of the Greek language, could maintain a conversation with these seamen, I would retract what I had said, and be content to suffer any punishment he should think proper to inflict. I had no sooner uttered these words, than the surgeon, knowing one of the fellows to be his countryman, accosted him in Irish, and was answered in the same brogue. Then a dialogue ensued between them, which they affirmed to be in Greek, after having secured the secrecy of the other tar, who had his cue in the language of the Morea, from his companion, before they would venture to assert such an intrepid falsehood.
"I thought," said Oakum, "we should discover the imposture at last. Let the rascal be carried back to his confinement. I find he must dangle."
Having nothing further to urge in my own behalf, before a court so prejudiced with spite, and fortified with ignorance against truth, I suffered myself to be reconducted peaceably to my fellow prisoner, who, hearing the particulars of my trial, lifted up his hands and eyes to heaven, and uttered a dreadful groan, and, not daring to disburden his thoughts to me by speech, lest he might be overheard by the sentinel, burst forth into a Welsh song, which he accompanied with 1,000 contortions of face and violent gestures of body. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of the Adventures of Roderick Random, by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I discover a subornation against me, by means of a quarrel between two of the evidences, in consequence of which I am set at liberty, and prevail upon Morgan to accept of his freedom on the same terms. Mackshane's malice. We arrive at Jamaica, from whence in a short time we beat up to Hispaniola, in conjunction with the West India squadron. We take in water, sail again, and arrive at Cartagena. Reflections on our conduct there. Meanwhile, a quarrel happening between the two modern Greeks, the one, to be revenged of the other, came and discovered to us the mystery of Mackshane's dialogue, as I have explained it above. This detection coming to the ears of the doctor, who was sensible that, now we were in sight of Jamaica, we should have an opportunity of clearing ourselves before a court-martial, and, at the same time, of making his malice and ignorance conspicuous, he interceded for us with the captain so effectually, that in a few hours we were set at liberty, and ordered to return to our duty. This was a happy event for me, my whole body being blistered by the sun, and my limbs benumbed by the want of motion. But I could scarce persuade the Welshman to accept of this indulgence. He persisted in his obstinacy to remain in irons, until he should be discharged by a court-martial, which, he believed, would also do him justice on his enemies. At length I represented to him the precarious issue of a trial, the power and interest of his adversaries, and flattered his revenge with the hope of wreaking his resentment with his own hands upon Mackshane after our return to England. This last argument had more weight with him than all the rest, and prevailed upon him to repair with me to the cockpit, which I no sooner entered than the idea of my departed friend presented itself to my remembrance, and filled my eyes with tears. We discharged from our mess the boy who had acted so perfidiously, notwithstanding his tears, entreaties, and of penitence for what he had done, but not before he had confessed that the surgeon had bribed him to give evidence against us, with a pair of stockings and a couple of old check shirts, of which his servant had since plundered him. The keys of our chests and lockers being sent to us by the doctor, we detained the messenger until we had examined the contents; and my fellow mate, finding all his Cheshire cheese consumed to a crust, his brandy exhausted, and his onions gone, was seized with a fit of choler, which he discharged on Mackshane's man in oaths and execrations, threatening to prosecute him as a thief. The fellow swore in his turn that he never had the keys in his possession till that time, when he received them from his master, with orders to deliver them to us.
"As God is my judge," cried Morgan, "and my salvation and my witness, whosoever has pilfered my provisions is a lousy, beggarly, rascally knave; and by the soul of my grandsire, I will impeach and accuse and indict him of robbery, if I did but know who he is."
Had this misfortune happened at sea, where we could not repair the loss, in all probability this descendant of Caractacus would have lost his wits entirely; but when I observed how easy it would be to remedy this paltry mischance, he became more calm, and reconciled himself to the occasion. A little while after this transport, the surgeon came into the berth, under pretence of taking something out of the medicine chest, and, with a smiling aspect, wished us joy of our deliverance, which, he said, he had been at great pains to obtain of the captain, who was very justly incensed at our behaviour; but he, the doctor, had passed his word for our future conduct, and hoped we should give him no cause to repent of his kindness. He expected, no doubt, an acknowledgment from us for this pretended piece of service, as well as a general amnesty of what was past; but he had to do with people who were not quite so apt to forgive injuries as he imagined, or to forget that, if our deliverance was owing to his mediation, our calamity was occasioned by his malice. I therefore sat silent, while my companion answered,
"Ay, ay, 'tis no matter. God knows the heart. There is time for all things. As the wise man saith, there is a time for throwing away stones, and to gather them up."
He seemed to be disconcerted at this reply, and went away in a pet, muttering something about
ingratitude and fellows,
of which we did not think fit to take any notice. Our fleet having joined another that waited for us, lay at anchor about a month in the harbour of Port Royal in Jamaica, during which time something of consequence was certainly transacted, notwithstanding the insinuations of some, who affirmed we had no business at all in that place; that in order to take the advantage of the season proper for our enterprise, the West India squadron, which had previous notice of our coming, ought to have joined us at the west end of Hispaniola, with necessary stores and refreshments, from whence we could have sailed directly for Cartagena, before the enemy could put themselves in a good posture of defence, or, indeed, have an inkling of our design. Be this as it will, we sailed from Jamaica, and in 10 days or a fortnight beat up against the wind as far as the Isle of Vache, with an intention, as was said, to attack the French fleet, then supposed to be lying near that place; but before we arrived they had sailed for Europe, having first dispatched an advice boat to Cartagena, with an account of our being in those seas, as also of our strength and destination. We loitered here some days longer, taking in wood and brackish water, in the use whereof, however, our admiral seemed to consult the health of the men, by restricting each to a quart a day. At length we set sail, and arrived in a bay to the windward of Cartagena, where we came to an anchor, and lay at our ease 10 days longer. Here, again, certain malicious people took occasion to blame the conduct of their superiors, by saying, that in so doing they not only unprofitably wasted time, which was very precious, considering the approach of the rainy season, but also allowed the Spaniards to recollect themselves from a terror occasioned by the approach of an English fleet, at least 3 times as numerous as ever appeared in that part of the world before. But if I might be allowed to give my opinion of the matter, I would ascribe this delay to the generosity of our chiefs, who scorned to take any advantage that fortune might give them over an enemy. At last, however, we weighed, and anchored again somewhat nearer the harbour's mouth, where we made shift to land our marines. who encamped on the beach, in despite of the enemy's shot, which knocked a good many of them on the head. This piece of conduct, in choosing a camp under the walls of an enemy's fortification, which I believe never happened before, was practised, I presume, with a view of accustoming the soldiers to stand fire, who were not as yet much used to discipline, most of them having been taken from the plough-tail a few months before. This expedient, again, has furnished matter for censure against the ministry, for sending a few raw recruits on such an important enterprise, while so many veteran regiments lay inactive at home. But surely our governors had their reasons for so doing, which possibly may be disclosed with other secrets of the deep. Perhaps they were loath to risk their best troops on such desperate service, or the colonel and the field officers of the old corps, who, generally speaking, enjoyed their commissions as sinecures or pensions for some domestic services rendered to the court, refused to embark in such a dangerous and precarious undertaking, for which refusal, no doubt, they are to be much commended. End of Chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Adventures of Roderick Random by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Our land forces being disembarked, erect a fascine battery. Our ship is ordered with 4 more to batter the port of Boca Chica. Mackshane's cowardice. The chaplain's frenzy. Honest Ratlin loses 1 hand. His heroism and reflections on the battle. Crampley's behaviour to me during the heat of the fight. Our forces being landed and stationed as I have already mentioned, set about erecting a fascine battery to cannonade the principal fort of the enemy, and in something more than 3 weeks it was ready to open. That we might do the Spaniards as much honour as possible, it was determined in a council of war that 5 of our largest ships would attack the fort on one side, while the battery, strengthened by 2 mortars and 24 cohorns, should ply it on the other. Accordingly, the signal for our ship to engage, among others, was hoisted, we being advertised, the night before, to make everything clear for that purpose. And in so doing, a difference happened between Captain Oakham and his well-beloved cousin and counsellor Mackshane, which had well nigh terminated in an open rupture. The doctor, who had imagined there was no more danger of being hurt by the enemy's shot in the cockpit than in the centre of the earth, was lately informed that a surgeon's mate had been killed in that part of the ship by a cannon ball from 2 small redoubts that were destroyed before the disembarkation of our soldiers, and therefore insisted upon having a platform raised for the convenience of the sick and wounded in the after-hold, where he deemed himself more secure than on the deck above. The captain, offended at this extraordinary proposal, accused him of pusillanimity, and told him there was no room in the hold for such an occasion, or, if there was, he could not expect to be indulged more than the rest of the surgeons of the navy, who used the cockpit for that purpose. Fear rendering Mackshane obstinate, he persisted in his demand, and showed his instructions, by which it was authorized. The captain swore these instructions were dictated by a parcel of lazy poltroons, who were never at sea. Nevertheless, he was obliged to comply, and sent for the carpenter to give him orders about it. But before any such measure could be taken, our signal was thrown out, and the doctor compelled to trust his carcass in the cockpit, where Morgan and I were busy in putting our instruments and dressings in order. Our ship, with others destined for this service, immediately weighed, and in less than half an hour came to an anchor before the castle of Boca Chica, with a spring upon our cable, and the cannonading, which indeed was dreadful, began. The surgeon, after having crossed himself, fell flat on the deck, and the chaplain and purser, who were stationed with us in quality of assistants, followed his example, while the Welshman and I sat upon a chest, looking at one another with great discomposure, scarce able to refrain from the like prostration. And that the reader may know it was not a common occasion that alarmed us thus, I must inform him of the particulars of this dreadful din that astonished us. The fire of the Spaniards proceeded from 84 great guns, besides a mortar and small arms, in Boca Chica, 36 in Fort St. Joseph, 20 in 2 fascine batteries, and 4 men of war, mounting 64 guns each. This was answered by our land battery mounted with 21 cannon, 2 mortars, and 24 cohorns, and 5 great ships of 70 or 80 guns, that fired without intermission. We had not been many minutes engaged, when one of the sailors brought another on his back to the cockpit, where he tossed him down like a bag of oats, and pulling out his pouch, put a large chew of tobacco in his mouth, without speaking a word. Morgan immediately examined the condition of the wounded man, and cried out, "As I shall answer now, the man is as dead as my great-grandfather."
"Dead?" said his comrade. "He may be dead now, for all I know, but I'll be damned if he was not alive when I took him up."
So saying, he was about to return to his quarters, when I bade him carry the body along with him and throw it overboard.
"Damn the body," said he. "I think 'tis fair enough if I take care of my own."
My fellow mate, snatching up the amputation knife, pursued him halfway up the cockpit ladder, crying,
"You lousy rascal! Is this the churchyard, or the channel house, or the sepulchre, or the Golgotha of the ship?"
but was stopped in his career by one calling,
"Yo-ee! Avast there! Scaldings!"
"Scaldings!" answered Morgan. "Cot knows 'tis hot enough indeed. Who are you?"
"Here's one,"
replied the voice, and I immediately knew it to be that of my honest friend Jack Rattlin, who, coming towards me, told me, with great deliberation, he was come to be docked at last, and discovered the remains of one hand, which had been shattered to pieces with a grape shot. I lamented with unfeigned sorrow his misfortune, which he bore with heroic courage, observing, that every shot had its commission.
"It was well it did not take him in the head; or if it had, what then? He should have died bravely, fighting for his king and country. Death was a debt which every man owed, and must pay, and that now was as well as another time." I was much pleased and edified with the maxims of this sea philosopher, who endured the amputation of his left hand without shrinking, the operation being performed, at his request, by me, after Mackshane, who was with difficulty prevailed to lift his head from the deck, had declared there was a necessity for his losing the limb. While I was employed in dressing the stump, I asked Jack's opinion of the battle, who, shaking his head, frankly told me, he believed we should do no good. "For why? Because, instead of dropping the anchor close under shore, where we should have to deal with one corner of Boca Chica only, we had opened the harbour, and exposed ourselves to the whole fire of the enemy from their shipping and Fort St. Joseph, as well as from the castle we intended to cannonade. That, besides, we lay at too great a distance to damage the walls, and 3 parts in 4 of our shot did not take place, for there was scarce anybody on board who understood the pointing of a gun. Ah, God help us," continued he, "if your kinsman, Lieutenant Bowling, had been here, we should have had other guesswork."
By this time our patients had increased to such a number that we did not know which to begin with, and the first mate plainly told the surgeon, that if he did not get up immediately and perform his duty, he would complain of his behaviour to the admiral, and make application for his warrant. This remonstrance effectually roused Mackshane, who was never deaf to an argument in which he thought his interest was concerned. He therefore rose up, and in order to strengthen his resolution, had recourse more than once to a case bottle of rum, which he freely communicated to the chaplain and purser, who had as much need of such extraordinary inspiration as himself. Being thus supported, he went to work, and arms and legs were hewed down without mercy. The fumes of liquor mounting into the parson's brain conspired, with his former agitation of spirits, to make him quite delirious. He stripped himself to the skin, and, besmearing his body with blood, could scarce be withheld from running upon deck in that condition. Jack Rattlin, scandalized at this deportment, endeavoured to allay his transports with reason, but finding all he said ineffectual, and great confusion occasioned by his frolics, he knocked him down with his right hand, and by threats kept him quiet in that state of humiliation. But it was not in the power of rum to elevate the purser, who sat on the floor wringing his hands, and cursing the hour in which he left his peaceable profession of a brewer in Rochester, to engage in such a life of terror and disquiet. While we diverted ourselves at the expense of this poor devil, a shot happened to take us between wind and water, and, its course being through the purser's storeroom, made a terrible havoc and noise among the jars and bottles in its way, and disconcerted Mackshane so much that he dropped his scalpel, and falling down on his knees, pronounced his paternoster aloud. The purser fell backward, and lay without sense or motion, and the chaplain grew so outrageous that Rattlin with one hand could not keep him under, so that we were obliged to confine him in the surgeon's cabin, where he was no doubt guilty of 1,000 extravagancies. Much about this time, my old antagonist Crampley came down, with express orders, as he said, to bring me up to the quarter-deck to dress a slight wound the captain had received by a splinter. His reason for honouring me in particular with this piece of service being that, in case I should be killed or disabled by the way, my death or mutilation would be of less consequence to the ship's company than that of the doctor or his first mate. At another time, perhaps, I might have disputed this order, to which I was not bound to pay the least regard; but as I thought my reputation depended upon my compliance, I was resolved to convince my rival that I was no more afraid than he of exposing myself to danger. With this view, I provided myself with dressings, and followed him immediately to the quarter-deck, through a most infernal scene of slaughter, fire, smoke, and uproar. Captain Oakum, who leaned against the mizzen-mast, no sooner saw me approach in my shirt, with the sleeves tucked up to my armpits, and my hands dyed with blood, than he signified his displeasure by a frown, and asked why the doctor himself did not come. I told him that Crampley had singled me out, as if by express command, at which reply he seemed surprised, and threatened to punish the midshipman for his presumption, after the engagement. In the meantime, I was sent back to my station, and ordered to tell Mackshane that the captain expected him immediately. I got safe back, and delivered my commission to the doctor, who flatly refused to quit the post assigned to him by his instructions, whereupon Morgan, who, I believe, was jealous of my reputation for courage, undertook the affair, and ascended with great intrepidity. The captain, finding the surgeon obstinate, suffered himself to be dressed, and swore he would confine Mackshane as soon as the service should be over. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Adventures of Roderick Random by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A breach being made in the walls, our soldiers give the assault, and take the place without opposition. Our sailors, at the same time, become masters of all the other strengths near Boca Chica, and take possession of the harbour. The good consequence of this success: we move nearer the town, find 2 forts deserted, and the channel blocked up with sunk vessels, which, however, we find means to clear. Land our soldiers at La Quinta, repulse a body of militia, attack the castle of St. Lazare, and are forced to retreat with great loss. The remains of our army are re-embarked. An effort of the admiral to take the town. The economy of our expedition described. Having cannonaded the fort during the space of 4 hours, we were all ordered to slip our cables and sheer off; but next day the engagement was renewed, and continued from the morning till the afternoon, when the enemy's fire from Boca Chica slackened, and towards evening was quite silenced. A breach being made on the other side by our land battery, large enough to admit a middle-sized baboon, provided he could find means to climb up to it, our general proposed to give the assault that very night, and actually ordered a detachment on that duty. Providence stood our friend upon this occasion, and put it into the hearts of the Spaniards to abandon the fort, which might have been maintained by resolute men till the day of judgment against all the force we could exert in the attack. And while our soldiers took possession of the enemy's ramparts without resistance, the same good luck attended a body of sailors, who made themselves masters of Fort St. Joseph, the Fascine batteries, and 1 Spanish man-of-war, the other 3 being burnt or sunk by the foe, that they might not fall into our hands. The taking of these forts, in the strength of which the Spaniards chiefly confided, made us masters of the outward harbour, and occasioned great joy among us, as we laid our accounts at finding little or no opposition from the town; and indeed, if a few great ships had sailed up immediately, before they had recovered from the confusion and despair that our unexpected success had produced among them, it is not impossible that we might have finished the affair to our satisfaction, without any more bloodshed. But this step our heroes disdained as a barbarous insult over the enemy's distress, and gave them all the respite they could desire, in order to recollect themselves. In the meantime, Mackshane, taking the advantage of this general exultation, waited on our captain, and pleaded his own case so effectually that he was re-established in his good graces. And as for Crampley, there was no more notice taken of his behaviour towards me during the action. But of all the consequences of the victory, none was more grateful than plenty of fresh water, after we had languished 5 weeks on the allowance of a purser's quart per day for each man in the torrid zone, where the sun was vertical, and the expense of bodily fluid so great, that a gallon of liquor could scarce supply the waste of 24 hours, especially as our provision consisted of putrid salt beef, to which the sailors gave the name of Irish horse, salt pork of New England, which, though neither fish nor flesh, savoured of both, bread from the same country, every biscuit whereof, like a piece of clockwork, moved by its own internal impulse, occasioned by the myriads of insects that dwelt within it, and butter served out by the gill, that tasted like train oil thickened with salt. Instead of small beer, each man was allowed 3 half-quarterns of brandy or rum, which were distributed every morning, diluted with a certain quantity of his water, without either sugar or fruit to render it palatable, for which reason this composition was by the sailors not ineptly styled necessity. Nor was this limitation of simple element owing to a scarcity of it on board, for there was at this time water enough in the ship for a voyage of 6 months, at the rate of half a gallon per day to each man. But this fast must, I suppose, have been enjoined by way of penance on the ship's company for their sins, or rather with a view to mortify them into a contempt of life, that they might thereby become more resolute and regardless of danger. How simply then do these people argue, who ascribe the great mortality among us to our bad provision and want of water, and affirm that a great many valuable lives might have been saved, if the useless transports had been employed in fetching fresh stock, turtle, fruit, and other refreshments from Jamaica and other adjacent islands, for the use of the army and fleet. Seeing it is to be hoped that those who died went to a better place, and those who survived were the more easily maintained. After all, a sufficient number remained to fall before the walls of St. Lazare, where they behaved like their own country mastiffs, which shut their eyes, run into the jaws of a bear, and have their heads crushed for their valour. But to return to my narration. After having put garrisons into the forts we had taken, and re-embarked our soldiers and artillery, a piece of service that detained us more than a week, we ventured up to the mouth of the inner harbour, guarded by a large fortification on one side, and a small redoubt on the other, both of which were deserted before our approach, and the entrance of the harbour blocked up by several old galleons, and 2 men of war that the enemy had sunk in the channel. We made shift, however, to open a passage for some ships that favoured a second landing of our troops at a place called La Quinta, not far from the town, where, after a faint resistance from a body of Spaniards, who opposed their disembarkation, they encamped with a design of besieging the castle of St. Lazare, which overlooked and commanded the city. Whether our renowned general had nobody in his army who knew how to approach it in form, or that he trusted entirely to the fame of his arms, I shall not determine; but certain it is, a resolution was taken in a council of war to attack the place with musketry only. This was put in execution, and succeeded accordingly, the enemy giving them such a hearty reception, that the greatest part of their detachment took up their everlasting residence on the spot. Our chief, not relishing this kind of complaisance in the Spaniards, was wise enough to retreat on board with the remains of his army, which, from 8,000 able men landed in the beach near Boca Chica, was now reduced to 1,500 fit for service. The sick and wounded were squeezed into certain vessels, which thence obtained the name of hospital ships, though methinks they scarce deserved such a creditable title, seeing few of them could boast of their surgeon, nurse, or cook, and the space between decks was so confined that the miserable patients had not room to sit upright in their beds. Their wounds and stumps being neglected, contracted filth and putrefaction, and millions of maggots were hatched amidst the corruption of their sores. This inhuman disregard was imputed to the scarcity of surgeons, though it is well known that every great ship in the fleet could have spared one at least for this duty, an expedient which would have been more than sufficient to remove this shocking inconvenience. But perhaps our general was too much of a gentleman to ask a favour of this kind from his fellow chief, who, on the other hand, would not derogate so much from his own dignity as to offer such assistance unasked. For I may venture to affirm, that by this time the demon of discord, with her sooty wings, had breathed her influence upon our councils, and it might be said of these great men, I hope they will pardon the comparison, as of Caesar and Pompey, the one could not brook a superior, and the other was impatient of an equal, so that between the pride of one and insolence of the other, the enterprise miscarried, according to the proverb, between two stools the backside falls to the ground. Not that I would be thought to liken any public concern to that opprobrious part of the human body, though I might with truth assert, if I durst use such a vulgar idiom, that the nation did hang on arse at its disappointment on this occasion. Neither would I presume to compare the capacity of our heroic leaders to any such wooden convenience as a joint stool, or a close stool, but only to signify by this simile the mistake the people committed in trusting to the union of two instruments that were never joined. A day or two after the attempt on St. Lazare, the admiral ordered one of the Spanish men of war we had taken to be mounted with 16 guns, and manned with detachments from our great ships, in order to batter the town. Accordingly, she was towed into the inner harbour in the night, and moored within half a mile of the walls, against which she began to fire at daybreak, and continued about 6 hours exposed to the opposition of at least 30 pieces of cannon, which at length obliged our men to set her on fire, and get off as well as they could in their boats. This piece of conduct afforded matter of speculation to all the wits, either in the army or navy, who were at last fain to acknowledge it a stroke of policy above their comprehension. Some entertained such an irreverent opinion of the admiral's understanding, as to think he expected the town would surrender to his floating battery of 16 guns. Others imagined his sole intention was to try the enemy's strength, by which he should be able to compute the number of great ships that would be necessary to force the town to a capitulation. But this last conjecture soon appeared groundless, inasmuch as no ships of any kind whatever were afterwards employed on that service. A third sort swore, that no other cause could be assigned for this undertaking than that which induced Don Quixote to attack the windmill. A fourth class, and that the most numerous, though without doubt composed of the sanguine and malicious, plainly taxed this commander with want of honesty as well as sense, and alleged that he ought to have sacrificed private pique to the interest of his country; that where the lives of so many brave fellow citizens were concerned, he ought to have concurred with the general without being solicited or even desired towards their preservation and advantage; that, if his arguments could not dissuade him from a desperate enterprise, it was his duty to have rendered it as practical as possible, without running extreme hazard; that this could have been done, with a good prospect of success, by ordering 5 or 6 large ships to batter the town, while the land forces stormed the castle. By these means a considerable diversion would have been made in favour of those troops, who, in their march to the assault and in the retreat, suffered much more from the town than from the castle; that the inhabitants, seeing themselves vigorously attacked on all hands, would have been divided, distracted, and confused, and in all probability unable to resist the assailants. But all these suggestions surely proceeded from ignorance or malevolence, or else the admiral would not have found it such an easy matter, at his return to England, to justify his conduct to a ministry at once so upright and discerning. True it is, that those who undertook to vindicate him on the spot asserted that there was not water enough for our great ships near the town, though this was a little unfortunately urged, because there happened to be pilots in the fleet perfectly well acquainted with the soundings of the harbour, who affirmed there was water enough for 5 80-gun ships to lie abreast almost up to the very walls. The disappointments we suffered occasioned a universal dejection, which was not at all alleviated by the objects that daily and hourly entertained our eyes, nor by the prospect of what must have inevitably happened, had we remained much longer in this place. Such was the economy in some ships that, rather than be at the trouble of interring the dead, their commanders ordered their men to throw their bodies overboard, many without either ballast or winding sheet, so that numbers of human carcasses floated in the harbour until they were devoured by sharks and carrion crows, which afforded no agreeable spectacle to those who survived. At the same time the wet season began, during which a deluge of rain falls, from the rising to the setting sun, without intermission, and that no sooner ceases than it begins to thunder, and lighten with such continued flashing, that one can see to read a very small print by the illumination. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Adventures of Roderick Random by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An epidemic fever rages among us. We abandon our conquests. I am seized with distemper. Write a petition to the captain, which is rejected. I am in danger of suffocation through the malice of Crampley, and relieved by a serjeant. My fever increases. The chaplain wants to confess me. I obtain a favourable crisis. Morgan's affection for me proved. The behaviour of Mackshane and Crampley towards me. Captain Oakham is removed into another ship with his beloved doctor. Our new captain described. An adventure of Morgan. The change of atmosphere occasioned by this phenomenon conspired with the stench that surrounded us, the heat of the climate, our own constitutions, impoverished by bad provisions, and our despair, to introduce the bilious fever among us, which raged with such violence that 3/4 of those whom it invaded died in a deplorable manner, the colour of their skin being, by the extreme putrefaction of the juices, changed into that of soot. Our conductors, finding things in this situation, perceived it was high to relinquish our conquests, and this we did, after having rendered their artillery useless, and blown up their walls with gunpowder. Just as we sailed from Boca Chica, on our return to Jamaica, I found myself threatened with the symptoms of this terrible distemper, and knowing very well that I stood no chance for my life, if I should be obliged to be in the cockpit, which by this time was grown intolerable, even to people in health, by reason of the heat and unwholesome smell of the decayed provision. I wrote a petition to the captain, representing my case, and humbly imploring his permission to be among the soldiers in the middle deck for the benefit of the air. But I might have spared myself the trouble, for this humane commander refused my request, and ordered me to continue in the place allotted for the surgeon's mates, or else be contented to be in the hospital, which, by the bye, was 3 degrees more offensive, and more suffocating than our own berth below. Another, in my condition, perhaps would have submitted to this fate, and died in a pet, but I could not brook the thought of perishing so pitifully after I had weathered so many gales of hard fortune. I therefore, without minding Oakham's injunction, prevailed upon the soldiers, whose goodwill I had acquired, to admit my hammock among them, and actually congratulated myself upon my comfortable situation, which Crampley no sooner understood than he signified to the captain my contempt of his orders, and was invested with power to turn me down again to my proper habitation. This barbarous piece of revenge incensed me so much against the author, that I vowed, with bitter imprecations, to call him to a severe account, if ever it should be in my power; and the agitation of my spirits increased my fever to a violent degree. While I lay gasping for breath in this infernal abode, I was visited by a sergeant, the bones of whose nose I had reduced and set to rights after they had been demolished by a splinter during our last engagement. He, being informed of my condition, offered me the use of his berth in the middle deck, which was enclosed with canvas, and well aired by a porthole that remained open within it. I embraced this proposal with joy, and was immediately conducted to the place, where I was treated, while my illness lasted, with the utmost tenderness and care by this grateful halberdier, who had no other bed for himself than a hen coop during the whole passage. Here I lay and enjoyed the breeze, notwithstanding which my malady gained ground, and at length my life was despaired of, though I never lost hopes of recovery, even when I had the mortification to see, from my cabin window, 6 or 7 thrown overboard every day, who died of the same distemper. This confidence, I am persuaded, conduced a great deal to the preservation of my life, especially when joined to another resolution I took at the beginning, namely to refuse all medicine, which I could not help thinking cooperated with the disease, and, instead of resisting putrefaction, promoted a total degeneracy of the vital fluid. When my friend Morgan, therefore, brought his diaphoretic boluses, I put them into my mouth, 'tis true, but without any intention of swallowing them, and when he went away, spit them out, and washed my mouth with water gruel. I seemingly complied in this matter, that I might not affront the blood of Caractacus by a refusal which might have intimated a diffidence of his physical capacity, for he acted as my physician, Dr. Mackshane never once inquiring about me, or even knowing where I was. When my distemper was at the height, Morgan thought my case desperate, and, after having applied a blister to the nape of my neck, squeezed my hand, bidding me, with a woeful countenance, recommend myself to cot and my reteemer. Then, taking his leave, desired the chaplain to come and administer some spiritual consolation to me; but before he arrived, I made shift to rid myself of the troublesome application the Welshman had bestowed on my back. The person, having felt my pulse, inquired into the nature of my complaints, hemmed a little, and began thus:
Mr. Random, God, out of his infinite mercy, has been pleased to visit you with a dreadful distemper, the issue of which no man knows. You may be permitted to recover and live many days on the face of the earth, and, which is more probable, you may be taken away, and cut off in the flower of your youth. It is incumbent on you, therefore, to prepare for the great change, by repenting sincerely of your sins. Of this there cannot be a greater sign than an ingenuous confession, which I conjure you to make without hesitation or mental reservation; and when I am convinced of your sincerity, I will then give you such comfort as the situation of your soul will admit of. Without doubt, you have been guilty of numberless transgressions to which youth is subject, as swearing, drunkenness, whoredom, and adultery. Tell me, therefore, without reserve, the particulars of each, especially of the last, that I may be acquainted with the true state of your conscience, for no physician will prescribe for his patient until he knows the circumstances of his disease. As I was not under any apprehensions of death, I could not help smiling at the chaplain's inquisitive remonstrance, which I told him savoured more of the Roman than of the Protestant church, in recommending auricular confession, a thing, in my opinion, not at all necessary to salvation, and which, for that reason, I declined. This reply disconcerted him a little. However, he explained away his meaning, in making learned distinctions between what was absolutely necessary and what was only convenient, then proceeded to ask what religion I professed. I answered, that I had not as yet considered the difference of religions, consequently had not fixed on any one in particular, but that I was bred a Presbyterian. At this word the chaplain expressed great astonishment, and said he could not comprehend how a Presbyterian was entitled to any post under the English government. Then he asked if I had ever received the sacrament, or taken the oaths; to which questions I replying in the negative, he held up his hands, assured me he could do me no service, wished I might not be in a state of reprobation, and returned to his messmates, who were making merry in the wardroom, round a table well stored with bumbo (Note 2) and wine. Note 2. Bumbo is a liquor composed of rum, sugar, water, and nutmeg. This insinuation, terrible as it was, had not such an effect upon me as the fever, which, soon after he had left me, grew outrageous. I began to see strange chimeras, and concluded myself upon the point of being delirious. In the meantime, being in great danger of suffocation, I started up in a kind of frantic fit, with an intention to plunge myself into the sea; and as my friend the sergeant was not present,
would certainly have cooled myself to some purpose, had I not perceived a moisture upon my thigh, as I endeavoured to get out of my hammock. The appearance of this revived my hopes, and I had reflection and resolution enough to take the advantage of this favourable symptom, by tearing the shirt from my body, and the sheets from my bed, and wrapping myself in a thick blanket, in which enclosure, for about a quarter of an hour, felt all the pains of hell. But it was not long before I was recompensed for my suffering by a profuse sweat, that, bursting from the whole surface of my skin, in less than 2 hours, relieved me from all my complaints, except that of weakness, and left me as hungry as a kite. I enjoyed a very comfortable nap, after which I was regaling myself with the agreeable reverie of future happiness, when I heard Morgan, on the outside of the curtain, ask the sergeant if I was alive still.
"Alive!" cried the other. "God forbid he should be otherwise. He has lain quiet these 5 hours, and I do not choose to disturb him, for sleep will do him great service."
"Ay," said my fellow mate, "he sleeps so sound, look you, that he will not waken till the great trump ploughs. God be merciful to his soul! He has paid his debt like an honest man, ay, and moreover, he is at rest from all persecutions and troubles and afflictions of which, Cot knows, and I know, he had his own share. Ochree, ochree! He was a promising youth indeed."
So saying, he groaned grievously, and began to whine in such a manner as persuaded me he had a real friendship for me. The sergeant, alarmed at his words, came into the berth, and, while he looked upon me, I smiled, and tipped him the wink. He immediately guessed my meaning, and, remaining silent, Morgan was confirmed in his opinion of my being dead; whereupon he approached, with tears in his eyes, in order to indulge his grief with the sight of the object; and I counterfeited death so well, by fixing my eyes, and dropping my under jaw, that he said,
"There he lies, no better than a lump of clay, Cot help me!"
and observed by the distortion of my face that I must have had a strong struggle. I should not have been able to contain myself much longer, when he began to perform the last duty of a friend, in closing my eyes and my mouth, upon which I suddenly snapped at his fingers, and discomposed him so much, that he started back, turned pale as ashes, and stared like the picture of horror. Although I could not help laughing at his appearance, I was concerned for his situation, and stretched out my hand, telling him I hoped to live and eat some salmagundy of his making in England. It was some time before he could recollect himself so far as to feel my pulse, and inquire into the particulars of my disease; but when he found I had enjoyed a favourable crisis, he congratulated me upon my good fortune, not failing to ascribe it, under Cot, to the blister he had applied to my back at his last visit, which, by the bye, said he, must now be removed and dressed. He was actually going to fetch dressings, when I, feigning astonishment, said, "Bless me! Sure you never applied a blister to me. There is nothing on my back, I assure you." But he could not be convinced till he had examined it, and then endeavoured to conceal his confusion by expressing his surprise in finding the skin untouched, and the plaster missing. In order to excuse myself for paying so little regard to his prescription, I pretended to have been insensible when it was put on, and to have pulled it off afterwards in a fit of delirium. This apology satisfied my friend, who, on this occasion, abated a good deal of his stiffness in regard to punctilio; and, as we were now safely arrived at Jamaica, where I had the benefit of fresh provisions and other refreshments, I recovered strength every day, and in a short time my health and vigour were perfectly re-established. When I got up at first, and was just able to crawl about the deck with a staff in my hand, I met Dr. Mackshane, who passed by me with a disdainful look, and did not vouchsafe to honour me with one word. After him came Crampley, who, strutting up to me with a fierce countenance, pronounced,
"Here's fine discipline on board, when such lazy skulking sons of bitches as you are allowed, on pretence of sickness, to loll pop at your ease, while your betters are kept to hard duty."
The sight and behaviour of this malicious scoundrel enraged me so much, that I could scarce refrain from laying my cudgel across his pate. But when I considered my present feebleness and the enemies I had in the ship, who wanted only a pretence to ruin me, I restrained my passion, and contented myself with telling him I had not forgot his insolence and malice, and that I hoped we should meet one day on shore. At this declaration he grinned, shook his fist, and swore he longed for nothing more than such an opportunity. Meanwhile our ship was ordered to be heaved down, victualled and watered, for her return to England, and our captain, for some reason or other, not thinking it convenient for him to revisit his native country at this time, exchanged with a gentleman who, on the other hand, wished for nothing so much as to be safe without the tropic; all his care and tenderness of himself being insufficient to preserve his complexion from the injuries of the sun and weather. Our tyrant, having left the ship, and carried his favourite Mackshane along with him, to my inexpressible satisfaction, our new commander came on board in a 10-oared barge, overshadowed with a vast umbrella, and appeared in everything the reverse of oakum, being a tall, thin young man, dressed in this manner: a white hat, garnished with a red feather, adorned his head, from whence his hair flowed upon his shoulders in ringlets tied behind with a ribbon. His coat, consisting of pink-coloured silk, lined with white, by the elegance of the cut retired backward, as it were, to discover a white satin waistcoat embroidered with gold, unbuttoned at the upper part to display a brooch set with garnets, that glittered in the breast of his shirt, which was of the finest cambric, edged with right Mechlin. The knees of his crimson velvet breeches scarce descended so low as to meet his silk stockings, which rose without spot or wrinkle on his meagre legs from shoes of blue American, studded with diamond buckles that flamed forth rivals to the sun. A steel-hilted sword, inlaid with gold, and decked with a knot of ribbon which fell down in a rich tassel, equipped his side, and an amber-headed cane hung dangling from his wrist. But the most remarkable parts of his furniture were, a mask on his face, and white gloves on his hands, which did not seem to be put on with an intention to be pulled off occasionally, but were fixed with a curious ring on the little finger of each hand. In this garb Captain Whiffle, for that was his name, took possession of the ship, surrounded with a crowd of attendants, all of whom, in their different degrees, seemed to be of their patron's disposition, and the air was so impregnated with perfumes, that one may venture to affirm the climate of Arabia Felix was not half so sweet-scented. My fellow mate, observing no surgeon among his train, thought he had found an occasion too favourable for himself to be neglected, and, remembering the old proverb, "Spare to speak, and spare to speed," resolved to solicit the new captain's interest immediately, before any other surgeon could be appointed for the ship. With this view, he repaired to the cabin in his ordinary dress, consisting of a check shirt and trousers, a brown linen waistcoat, and a nightcap of the same, neither of them very clean, which, for his further misfortune, happened to smell strong of tobacco. Entering without any ceremony into this sacred place, he found Captain Whiffle reposing upon a couch, with a wrapper of fine chintz about his body, and a muslin cap bordered with lace about his head, and after several low congees, began in this manner:
"Sir, I hope you'll forgive, and excuse, and pardon the presumption of one who has not the honour of being known to you, but who is nevertheless a gentleman born and bred, and moreover has had misfortunes, God help me, in the world."
Here he was interrupted by the captain, who, on seeing him, had started up with great amazement at the novelty of the apparition, and having recollected himself, pronounced with a look and tone signifying disdain, curiosity, and surprise, "Zounds, who art thou?"
"I am surgeon's first mate on board of this ship," replied Morgan, "and I most vehemently desire and beseech you, with all submission, to be pleased to condescend and vouchsafe to inquire into my character, and my behaviour, and my deserts, which, undercaught, I hope, will entitle me to the vacancy of surgeon."
As he proceeded in his speech, he continued advancing towards the captain, whose nostrils were no sooner saluted with the aromatic flavour that exhaled from him, than he cried with great emotion, "Heaven preserve me! I am suffocated! Fellow, away with thee! Curse thee, fellow! Get thee gone! I shall be stunk to death!" At the noise of his outcries, his servants ran into his apartment, and he accosted them thus: "Villains, cutthroats, traitors! I am betrayed, I am sacrificed. Will you not carry that monster away, or must I be stifled with the stench of him? Oh, oh!" With these interjections he sat down upon his settee in a fit. His valet de chambre plied him with a smelling bottle, one footman chafed his temples with Hungary water, another sprinkled the floor with spirits of lavender, a third pushed Morgan out of the cabin, who, coming to the place where I was, sat down with a demure countenance, and, according to his custom, when he received any indignity which he durst not revenge, began to sing a Welsh ditty. I guessed he was under some agitation of spirits, and desired to know the cause; but instead of answering me directly, he asked with great emotion if I thought him a monster and a stinkard? "A monster and a stinkard!" said I, with some surprise. "Did anybody call you so?"
"Cot is my judge," replied he. "Captain Fifle did call me both, ay, and all the waters in the Towy will not wash it out of my remembrance. I do affirm and avouch and maintain, with my soul and my potty and my blood, look you, that I've no smells about me, but such as a Christian ought to have, except the effluvia of tobacco, which is a cephalic, odoriferous, aromatic herb; and he is a son of a mountain goat who says otherwise. As for my being a minister, let that be as it is. I am as Cot was pleased to create me, which, peradventure, is more than I shall ever aver of him who gave me that title, for I will proclaim it before the world, that he is disguised and transfigured and transmogrified with affection and whimsies, and that he is more like a papoon than of the human race."
End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Adventures of Roderick Random by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Captain Whiffle sends for me, his situation described. His surgeon arrives, prescribes for him, and puts him to bed. A bed is put up for Mr. Simper contiguous to the state-room, which, with other parts of the captain's behaviour, gives the ship's company a very unfavourable idea of their commander. I am detained in the West Indies by the admiral, and go on board of the Lizard sloop of war in quality of surgeon's mate, where I make myself known to the surgeon, who treats me very kindly. I go on shore, sell my ticket, purchase necessaries, and, at my return on board, am surprised at the sight of Crampley, who is appointed lieutenant of the sloop. We sail on a cruise, take a prize, in which I arrive at Port Morant under the command of my messmate, with whom I live in great harmony. He was going on with an eulogium upon the captain, when I received a message to clean myself, and go up to the great cabin; and with this command I instantly complied, sweetening myself with rose water from the medicine chest. When I entered the room, I was ordered to stand by the door, until Captain Whiffle had reconnoitred me at a distance with a spy-glass. He, having consulted one sense in this manner, bade me advance gradually, that his nose might have intelligence before it could be much offended. I therefore approached with great caution and success, and he was pleased to say, "Ah, this creature is tolerable." I found him lolling on his couch with a languishing air, his head supported by his valet de chambre, who from time to time applied a smelling bottle to his nose. "Verget," said he in a squeaking tone, "dost think this wretch," meaning me, "will do me no injury? May I venture to submit my arm to him?"
"'Pon my word," replied the valet, "I do think that there be great occasion for your honour losing a small quantity of blood, and the young man have quelque chose of de bonne mine."
"Well then," said his master, "I think I must venture." Then, addressing himself to me, "Hast thou ever blooded anybody but brutes?" but I need not ask thee, for thou wilt tell me a most damnable lie." "Brutes, sir," answered I, pulling down his glove, in order to feel his pulse. "I never meddle with brutes." "What the devil art thou about?" cried he. "Dost thou intend to twist off my hand? Gad's curse, my arm has been numbed up to the very shoulder. Heaven have mercy upon me! Must I perish under the hands of savages? What an unfortunate dog was I to come on board without my own surgeon, Mr. Simper!" I craved pardon for having handled him so roughly, and, with the utmost care and tenderness, tied up his arm with a fillet of silk. While I was feeling for the vein, he desired to know how much blood I intended to take from him, and, when I answered, "Not above 12 ounces," started up with a look full of horror, and bade me be gone, swearing I had a design upon his life. Vergette appeased him with difficulty, and, opening a bureau, took out a pair of scales, in one of which was placed a small cup, and putting them into my hand, told me the captain never lost above 1 ounce and 3 drams at one time. While I prepared for this important evacuation, there came into the cabin a young man gaily dressed, of a very delicate complexion, with a kind of languid smile on his face, which seemed to have been rendered habitual by a long course of affectation. The captain no sooner perceived him, than rising hastily, he flew into his arms, crying, "Oh, dear Simper, I am excessively disordered. I have been betrayed, frighted, murdered, by the negligence of my servants, who suffered a beast, a mule, a bear, to surprise me, and stink me into convulsions with the fumes of tobacco." Simper, who by this time, I found, was obliged to act for the clearness of his complexion, assumed an air of softness and sympathy, and lamented with many tender expressions of sorrow the sad accident that had thrown him into that condition. Then, feeling his patient's pulse on the outside of his glove, gave it as his opinion that his disorder was entirely nervous, and that some drops of tincture of castor and liquid laudanum would be of more service to him than bleeding, by bridling the inordinate sallies of his spirits, and composing the fermentation of his bile. I was therefore sent to prepare this prescription, which was administered in a glass of sack posset, after the captain had been put to bed, and orders sent to the officers on the quarter-deck to let nobody walk on that side under which he lay. While the captain enjoyed his repose, the doctor watched over him, and indeed became so necessary that a cabin was made for him contiguous to the state-room, where Whiffle slept, that he might be at hand in case of accidents in the night. Next day, our commander, being happily recovered, gave orders that none of the lieutenants should appear upon deck without a wig, sword, and ruffles, nor any midshipman or other petty officer be seen with a check shirt or dirty linen. He also prohibited any person whatever, except Simper and his own servants, from coming into the great cabin without first sending in to obtain leave. These singular regulations did not prepossess the ship's company in his favour, but, on the contrary, gave Scandal an opportunity to be very busy with his character, and accuse him of maintaining a correspondence with his surgeon not fit to be named. In a few weeks, our ship being under sailing orders, I was in hope of revisiting my native country, in a very short time, when the admiral surgeon came on board, and, sending for Morgan and me to the quarter-deck, gave us to understand there was a great scarcity of surgeons in the West Indies, that he was commanded to detain 1 mate out of every great ship that was bound for England, and desired us to agree between ourselves, before the next day at that hour, which of us should stay behind. We were thunderstruck at this proposal, and stared at one another some time without speaking. At length the Welshman broke silence, and offered to remain in the West Indies, provided the admiral would give him a surgeon's warrant immediately. But he was told there was no want of chief surgeons, and that he must be contented with the station of mate till he should be further provided for in due course. Whereupon Morgan flatly refused to quit the ship for which the commissioners of the navy had appointed him, and the other told him as plainly, that if we could not determine the affair by ourselves before tomorrow morning, he must cast lots, and abide by his chance. When I recalled to my remembrance the miseries I had undergone in England, where I had not one friend to promote my interest, or favour my advancement in the navy, and the same time reflected on the present dearth of surgeons in the West Indies, and the unhealthiness of the climate, which every day almost reduced the number, I could not help thinking my success would be much more certain and expeditious by my staying where I was, than by returning to Europe. I therefore resolved to comply with a good grace, and next day, when we were ordered to throw dice, told Morgan he needed not trouble himself, for I would voluntarily submit to the admiral's pleasure. This frank declaration was commended by the gentleman, who assured me it should not fare the worse with me for my resignation. Indeed, he was as good as his word, and that very afternoon procured a warrant, appointing me surgeon's mate of the Lizard sloop of war, which put me on a footing with every first mate in the service. My ticket being made out, I put my chest and bedding on board a canoe that lay alongside, and having shook hands with my trusty friend the sergeant, and honest Jack Ratlin, who was bound for Greenwich Hospital, I took my leave of Morgan with many tears, after we had exchanged our sleeve buttons as remembrances of each other. Having presented my new warrant to the captain of the Lizard, I inquired for the doctor, whom I no sooner saw than I recollected him to be one of those young fellows with whom I had been committed to the round house during our frolic with Jackson, as I have related before. He received me with a good deal of courtesy, and, when I put him in mind of our former acquaintance, expressed great joy at seeing me again, and recommended me to an exceeding good mess, composed of the gunner and master's mate. As there was not one sick person in the ship, I got leave to go ashore next day with the gunner, who recommended me to a Jew that bought my ticket at the rate of 40% discount, and, having furnished myself with the necessaries I wanted, returned on board in the evening, and to my surprise found my old antagonist Crampley walking upon deck. Though I did not fear his enmity, I was shocked at his appearance, and communicated my sentiments on that subject to Mr. Tomlins, the surgeon, who told me that Crampley, by dint of some friends about the admiral, had procured a commission, constituting him lieutenant on board the Lizard, and advised me, now he was my superior officer, to behave with some respect towards him, or else he would find 1,000 opportunities of using me ill. This advice was a bitter potion to me, whom pride and resentment had rendered utterly incapable of the least submission to, or even of a reconciliation with, the wretch who had, on many occasions, treated me so inhumanly. However, I was resolved to have as little connection as possible with him, and to ingratiate myself as much as I could with the rest of the officers, whose friendship might be a bulwark to defend me from the attempts of his malice. In less than a week we sailed on a cruise, and having weathered the east end of the island, had the good fortune to take a Spanish barcolongo with her prize, which was an English ship bound for Bristol, that sailed from Jamaica a fortnight before, without convoy. All the prisoners who were well we put on shore on the north side of the island. The prizes were manned with Englishmen, and the command of the barcolongo given to my friend the master's mate, with orders to carry them into Port Morant, and there to remain until the Lizard's cruise should be ended, at which time she would touch at the same place in her way to Port Royal. With him I was sent to attend the wounded Spaniards as well as Englishmen, who amounted to 16, and to take care of them on shore in a house that was to be hired as a hospital. This destination gave me a great deal of pleasure, as I should for some time be freed from the arrogance of Crampley, whose inveteracy against me had already broken out on 2 or 3 occasions since he was become a lieutenant. My messmate, who very much resembled my uncle, both in figure and disposition, treated me on board of the prize with the utmost civility and confidence, and, among other favours, made me a present of a silver-hilted hanger, and a pair of pistols mounted with the same metal, which fell to his share in plundering the enemy. We arrived safely at Morant, and, going on shore, pitched upon an empty storehouse, which we hired for the reception of the wounded, who were brought to it next day, with beds and other necessaries, and 4 of the ship's company appointed to attend them and obey me. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Adventures of Roderick Random by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A strange adventure, in consequence of which I am extremely happy. Crampley does me in offices with the captain, but his malice is defeated by the good nature and friendship of the surgeon. We return to Port Royal. Our captain gets the command of a larger ship, and is succeeded by an old man. Braille is provided for. We receive orders to sail for England. When my patients were all in a fair way, my companion and commander, whose name was Braille, carried me up the country to the house of a rich planter, with whom he was acquainted, where we were sumptuously entertained, and in the evening set out on our return to the ship. When we had walked about a mile by moonlight, we perceived a horseman behind us, who, coming up, wished us good even, and asked which way we went. His voice, which was quite familiar to me, no sooner struck my ear, than in spite of all my resolution and reflection, my hair bristled up, and I was seized with a violent fit of trembling, which Braille misinterpreting, bade me be under no concern. I told him he was mistaken in the cause of my disorder, and, addressing myself to the person on horseback, said, "I could have sworn by your voice that you were a dear friend of mine, if I had not been certain of his death." To this address, after some pause, he replied, "There are many voices as well as faces that resemble one another. But pray, what was your friend's name?" I satisfied him in that particular, and gave a short detail of the melancholy fate of Thompson, not without many sighs and some tears. A silence ensued, which lasted some minutes, and then the conversation turned on different subjects, till we arrived at a house on the road, where the horseman alighted, and begged with so much earnestness that we would go in and drink a bowl of punch with him, that we could not resist. But, if I was alarmed at his voice, what must my amazement be, when I discovered by the light the very person of my lamented friend! Perceiving my confusion, which was extreme, he clasped me in his arms, and bedewed my face with tears. It was some time ere I recovered the use of my reason, overpowered with this event, and longer still before I could speak; so that all I was capable of was to return his embraces, and to mingle the overflowings of my joy with his, whilst honest Braille, affected with the scene, wept as fast as either of us, and signified his participation of our happiness by hugging us both, and capering about the room like a madman. At length I retrieved the use of my tongue, and cried, "Is it possible? Can you be my friend Thompson? No, certainly, alas! He was drowned, and I am now under the deception of a dream." He was at great pains to convince me of his being the individual person whom I regretted, and bidding me sit down and compose myself, promised to explain his sudden disappearance from the Thunder, and to account for his being at present in the land of the living. This task he acquitted himself of, after I had drunk a glass of punch, and recollected my spirits, by informing us, that with a determination to rid himself of a miserable existence, he had gone in the night time to the head, while the ship was on her way, from whence he had slipped down as softly as he could by the bows into the sea, where, after he was heartily ducked, he began to repent of his precipitation, and, as he could swim very well, kept himself above water, in hopes of being taken up by some of the ships astern; that, in this situation, he hailed a large vessel, and begged to be taken in, but was answered that she was a heavy sailer, and therefore they did not choose to lose time by bringing to. However, they threw an old chest overboard for his convenience, and told him, that some of the ships astern would certainly save him; that no other vessel came within sight or cry of him for the space of 3 hours, during which time he had the mortification to find himself in the middle of the ocean alone, without other support or resting place but what a few crazy boards afforded; till at last he discerned a small sloop steering towards him, upon which he set up his throat, and had the good fortune to be heard and rescued from the dreary waste by their boat, which was hoisted out on purpose. "I was no sooner brought on board," continued he, "than I fainted, and when I recovered my senses, found myself in bed, regaled with the most noisome smell of onions and cheese, which made me think at first that it was in my own hammock, alongside of honest Morgan, and that all which had passed was no more than a dream. Upon inquiry, I understood that I was on board a schooner belonging to Rhode Island, bound for Jamaica, with a cargo of geese, pigs, onions, and cheese, and that the master's name was Robertson, by birth a North Briton, whom I knew at first sight to be an old schoolfellow of mine. When I discovered myself to him, he was transported with surprise and joy, and begged to know the occasion of my misfortune, which I did not think fit to disclose, because I knew his notions with regard to religion were very severe and confined; therefore contented myself with telling him I fell overboard by accident, but made no scruple of explaining the nature of my disagreeable station, and of acquainting him with my determined purpose never to return to the Thunder man-of-war. Although he was not of my opinion in that particular, knowing that I must lose my clothes and what pay was due to me, unless I went back to my duty, yet, when I described the circumstances of the hellish life I led under the tyrannic sway of Oakham and Mackshane, and among other grievances, hinted a dissatisfaction at the irreligious deportment of my shipmates, and the want of true Presbyterian gospel doctrine, he changed his sentiments, and conjured me with great vehemence and zeal to lay aside all thought of rising in the navy, and that he might show how much he had my interest at heart, undertook to provide for me in some shape or other before he should leave Jamaica. This promise he performed to my heart's desire, by recommending me to a gentleman of fortune, with whom I have lived ever since in the quality of surgeon and overseer to his plantations. He and his lady are now at Kingston, so that I am, for the present, master of his house, to which from my soul I bid you welcome, and hope you will favour me with your company during the remaining part of the night. I needed not a second invitation, but Mr. Brayl, who was a diligent and excellent officer, could not be persuaded to sleep out of the ship. However, he supped with us, and, after having drank a cheerful glass, set out for the vessel, which was not above 3 miles from the place, escorted by a couple of stout negroes, whom Mr. Thompson ordered to conduct him. Never were two friends more happy in the conversation of each other than we, for the time it lasted. I related to him the particulars of our attempt upon Cartagena, of which he had heard but an imperfect account, and he gratified me with a narration of every little incident of his life since we parted. He assured me it was with the utmost difficulty he could resist his inclination of coming down to Port Royal to see Morgan and me, of whom he had heard no tidings since the day of our separation, but that he was restrained by the fear of being detained as a deserter. He told me that, when he heard my voice in the dark, he was almost as much surprised as I was at seeing him afterwards, and, in the confidence of friendship, disclosed a passion he entertained for the only daughter of the gentleman with whom he lived, who, by his description, was a very amiable young lady, and did not disdain his addresses; that he was very much favoured by her parents, and did not despair of obtaining their consent to the match, which would at once render him independent of the world. I congratulated him on his good fortune, which he protested should never make him forget his friends, and towards morning we betook ourselves to rest. Next day he accompanied me to the ship, where Mr. Brayl entertained him at dinner, and we having spent the afternoon together, he took his leave of us in the evening, after he had forced upon me 10 pistoles as a small token of his affection. In short, while he stayed here, we saw one another every day, and generally ate at the same table, which was plentifully supplied by him with all kinds of poultry, butcher's meat, oranges, limes, lemons, pineapples, Madeira wine, and excellent rum, so that this small interval of 10 days was by far the most agreeable period of my life. At length the Lizard arrived, and my patients being all fit for duty, they and I were ordered on board of her, where I understood from Mr. Tomlins that there was a shyness between the lieutenant and him on my account; the rancorous villain having taken the opportunity of my absence to fill the captain's ears with 1,000 scandalous stories to my prejudice, among other things affirming that I had been once transported for theft, and that when I was in the Thunder man-of-war I had been whipped for the same crime. The surgeon, on the other hand, having heard my whole story from my own mouth, defended me strenuously, and in the course of that good-natured office, recounted all the instances of Crampley's malice against me while I remained on board of that ship; which declaration, while it satisfied the captain of my innocence, made the lieutenant as much my defender's enemy as mine. The infernal behaviour of Crampley with regard to me added such fuel to his former resentment, that at certain times I was quite beside myself with a desire of revenge, and was even tempted to pistol him on the quarter-deck, though an infamous death must inevitably have been my reward. But the surgeon, who was my confidant, argued against such a desperate action so effectually, that I stifled the flame which consumed me for the present, and resolved to wait for a more convenient opportunity. In the meantime, that Mr. Tomlins might be the more convinced of the wrongs I suffered by this fellow's slander, I begged he would go and visit Mr. Thompson, whose wonderful escape I had made him acquainted with, and inquire of him into the particulars of my conduct, while he was my fellow mate. This request the surgeon complied with, more through curiosity to see a person whose fate had been so extraordinary than to confirm his good opinion of me, which he assured me was already firmly established. He therefore set out for the dwelling place of my friend, with a letter of introduction from me, and being received with all the civility and kindness I expected, returned to the ship, not only satisfied with my character beyond the power of doubt or insinuation, but also charmed with the affability and conversation of Thompson, who loaded him and me with presents of fresh stock, liquors, and fruit. As he would not venture to come and see us on board, lest Crampley should know and detain him, when the time of our departure approached, I obtained leave to go and bid him farewell. After we had vowed an everlasting friendship, he pressed upon me a purse, with 4 doubloons, which I refused as long as I could without giving umbrage; and having cordially embraced each other, I returned on board, where I found a small box, with a letter directed for me, to the care of Mr. Tomlins. Knowing the superscription to be of Thompson's handwriting, I opened it with some surprise, and learned that this generous friend, not content with loading me with the presents already mentioned, had sent, for my use and acceptance, 6 fine shirts, and as many linen waistcoats and caps, with 12 pair of new thread stockings. Being thus provided with money and all the necessaries for the comfort of life, I began to look upon myself as a gentleman of some consequence, and felt my pride dilate apace. Next day we sailed for Port Royal, where we arrived safely with our prizes; and, as there was nothing to do on board, I went ashore, and having purchased a laced waistcoat, with some other clothes, at a sale, made a swaggering figure for some days among the taverns, where I ventured to play a little at hazard, and came off with 50 pistoles in my pocket. Meanwhile our captain was promoted to a ship of 20 guns, and the command of the Lizard given to a man turned of 80, who had been lieutenant since the reign of King William, and, notwithstanding his long service, would have probably died in that station, had he not applied some prize money he had lately received to make interest with his superiors. My friend Brayl was also made an officer about the same time, after he had served in quality of a midshipman and mate for 25 years. Soon after these alterations, the admiral pitched upon our ship to carry home dispatches for the ministry, and we set sail for England, having first scrubbed her bottom, and taken in provision and water for the occasion. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Adventures of Roderick Random, by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We depart for Europe. A misunderstanding arises between the captain and the surgeon through the scandalous aspersions of Crampley. The captain dies. Crampley tyrannizes over the surgeon, who falls a victim for his cruelty. I am also ill-used. The ship strikes. The behaviour of Crampley and the seamen on that occasion. I get on shore, challenge the captain to single combat, am treacherously knocked down, wounded, and robbed. Now that I could return to my native country in a creditable way, I felt excessive pleasure in finding myself out of sight of that fatal island, which has been the grave of so many Europeans; and, as I was accommodated with everything to make the passage agreeable, I resolved to enjoy myself as much as the insolence of Crampley would permit. This insidious slanderer had found means already to cause a misunderstanding between the surgeon and captain, who, by his age and infirmities, was rendered intolerably peevish, his disposition having also been soured by a long course of disappointments. He had a particular aversion to all young men, especially to surgeons, whom he considered unnecessary animals on board of a ship; and, in consequence of these sentiments, never consulted the doctor, notwithstanding his being seized with a violent fit of the gout and gravel, but applied to a cask of Holland gin, which was his sovereign prescription against all distempers. Whether he was at this time too sparing, or took an overdose of this cordial, certain it is, he departed in the night, without any ceremony, which indeed was a thing he always despised, and was found stiff next morning, to the no small satisfaction of Crampley, who succeeded to the command of the vessel. For that very reason, Mr. Tomlins and I had no cause to rejoice at this event, fearing that the tyranny of our new commander would now be as unlimited as his power. The first day of his command justified our apprehensions; for, on pretence that the decks were too much crowded, he ordered the surgeon's hen-coops with all his fowls to be thrown overboard, and at the same time prohibited him and me from walking on the quarter-deck. Mr. Tomlins could not help complaining of these injuries, and in the course of his expostulation dropped some hasty words, of which Crampley, taking hold, confined him to his cabin, where in a few days, for want of air, he was attacked by a fever, which soon put an end to his life, after he had made his will, by which he bequeathed all his estate, personal and real, to his sister, and left to me his watch and instruments as memorials of his friendship. I was penetrated with grief on this melancholy occasion, the more because there was nobody on board to whom I could communicate my sorrows, or of whom I could receive the least consolation or advice. Crampley was so far from discovering the least remorse for his barbarity at the news of the surgeon's death, that he insulted his memory in the most abusive manner, and affirmed he had poisoned himself out of pure fear, dreading to be brought to a court-martial for mutiny, for which reason he would not suffer the service of the dead to be read over his body before it was thrown overboard. Nothing but a speedy deliverance could have supported me under the brutal sway of this bashaw, who, to render my life more irksome, signified to my messmates a desire that I should be expelled from their society. This was no sooner hinted than they granted his request, and I was fain to eat in a solitary manner by myself during the rest of the passage, which, however, soon drew to a period. We had been 7 weeks at sea, when the gunner told the captain that, by his reckoning, we must be in soundings, and desired he would order the lead to be heaved. Crampley swore he did not know how to keep the ship's way, for we were not within 100 leagues of soundings, and therefore he would not give himself the trouble to cast the lead. Accordingly, we continued our course all that afternoon and night without shortening sail, although the gunner pretended to discover Sicily light, and next morning protested in form against the captain's conduct, for which he was put in confinement. We discovered no land all that day, and Crampley was still so infatuated as to neglect sounding, but at 3 o'clock in the morning the ship struck and remained fast on a sandbank. This accident alarmed the whole crew. The boat was immediately hoisted out, but as we could not discern which way the shore lay, we were obliged to wait for daylight. In the meantime the wind increased, and the waves beat against the sloop with such violence that we expected she would have gone to pieces. The gunner was released and consulted. He advised the captain to cut away the mast in order to lighten her. This expedient was performed without success. The sailors, seeing things in a desperate situation, according to custom, broke up the chests belonging to the officers, dressed themselves in their clothes, drank their liquors without ceremony, and drunkenness, tumult, and confusion ensued. In the midst of this uproar, I went below to secure my own effects, and found the carpenter's mate hewing down the purser's cabin with his hatchet, whistling all the while with great composure. When I asked his intention in so doing, he replied very calmly, "I only want to taste the purser's rum, that's all, master." At that instant the purser, coming down, and seeing his effects going to wreck, complained bitterly of the injustice done to him, and asked the fellow what occasion he had for liquor when, in all likelihood, he would be in eternity in a few minutes. "All's one for that," said Plunderer. "Let us live while we can." "Miserable wretch that thou art!" cried the purser, "what must be thy lot in another world, if thou diest in the commission of robbery?" "Why, hell, I suppose," replied the other with great deliberation, while the purser fell on his knees, and begged of heaven that we might not all perish for the sake of Jonas. During this dialogue, I clothed myself in bed apparel, girded on my hanger, stuck my pistols, loaded, in my belt, disposed of all my valuable movables about my person, and came upon deck with a resolution of taking the first opportunity to get on shore, which, when the day broke, appeared at the distance of 3 miles ahead. Crampley, finding his efforts to get the ship off ineffectual, determined to consult his own safety, by going into the boat, which he had no sooner done than the ship's company followed so fast, that she would have sunk alongside, had not some one wiser than the rest cut the rope and put off. But before this happened, I had made several attempts to get in, and was always balked by the captain, who was so eager in excluding me, that he did not mind the endeavours of any other body. Enraged at this inhuman partiality, and seeing the rope cut, I pulled one of my pistols from my belt, and cocking it, swore I would shoot any man who would presume to obstruct my entrance. So saying, I leaped with my full exertion, and got on board of the boat, with the loss of the skin of my shins. I chanced in my descent to overturn Crampley, who no sooner got up than he struck at me several times with a cutlass, and ordered the men to throw me overboard; but they were too anxious about their own safety to mind what he said. Though the boat was very deeply loaded, and the sea terribly high, we made shift to get upon dry land in less than an hour after we parted from the sloop. As soon as I set my foot on terra firma, my indignation, which had boiled so long within me, broke out against Crampley, who I immediately challenged to single combat, presenting my pistols that he might take his choice. He took one without hesitation, and before I could cock the other, fired in my face, throwing the pistol after the shot. I felt myself stunned, and imagining the bullet had entered my brain, discharged mine as quick as possible, that I might not die unrevenged. Then, flying upon my antagonist, knocked out several of his foreteeth with the butt end of the piece, and would certainly have made an end of him with that instrument, had he not disengaged himself and seized his cutlass, which he had given to his servant when he received the pistol. Seeing him armed in this manner, I drew my hanger, and having flung my pistol at his head, closed with him in a transport of fury, and thrust my weapon into his mouth, which it enlarged on one side to his ear. Whether the smart of this wound disconcerted him, or the unevenness of the ground made him reel, I know not, but he staggered some paces back. I followed close, and with one stroke cut the tendons of the back of his hand, upon which his cutlass dropped, and he remained defenceless. I know not with what cruelty my rage might have inspired me, if I had not at that instant been felled to the ground by a blow on the back part of my head, which deprived me of all sensation. In this deplorable situation, exposed to the rage of an incensed barbarian, and the rapine of an inhuman crew, I remained for some time, and whether any disputes arose among them during the state of my annihilation I cannot pretend to determine; but in one particular they seem to have been unanimous, and acted with equal dexterity and despatch. For when I recovered the use of my understanding, I found myself alone in a desolate place, stripped of my clothes, money, watch, buckles, and everything but my shoes, stockings, breeches, and shirt. What a discovery must this have been to me, who, but an hour before, was worth 60 guineas in cash! I cursed the hour of my birth, the parents that gave me being, the sea that did not swallow me up, the poniard of the enemy which could not find the way to my heart, the villainy of those who had left me in that miserable condition, and in the ecstasy of despair resolved to be still where I was, and perish.
End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of The Adventures of Roderick Random by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I get up and crawl into a barn, where I am in danger of perishing through the fear of the country people. Their inhumanity. I am succoured by a reputed witch. Her story. Her advice. She recommends me as a valet to a single lady, whose character she explains. But as I lay ruminating, my passion insensibly abated. I considered my situation in quite another light from that in which it appeared to me at first, and the result of my deliberation was to rise if I could, and crawl to the next inhabited place for assistance. With some difficulty I got upon my legs, and having examined my body, found I had received no other injury than 2 large contused wounds, one on the fore, and another on the hinder part of my head, which seemed to be occasioned by the same weapon, namely, the butt end of a pistol. I looked towards the sea, but could discern no remains of the ship, so that I concluded she was gone to pieces, and that those who remained in her had perished. But, as I afterwards learned, the gunner, who had more sagacity than Crampley, observing that it was flood when he left her, and that she would probably float at high water, made no noise about getting on shore, but continued on deck in hopes of bringing her safe into some harbour, after her commander should have deserted her, for which piece of service he expected, no doubt, to be handsomely rewarded. This scheme he accordingly executed, and was promised great things by the Admiralty for saving his Majesty's ship. but I never heard he reaped the fruits of his expectation. As for my own part, I directed my course towards a small cottage I perceived, and in the road picked up a seaman's old jacket, which I supposed the thief who dressed himself in my clothes had thrown away. This was a very comfortable acquisition to me, who was almost stiff with cold. I therefore put it on, and, as my natural heat revived, my wounds, which had left off bleeding, burst out afresh, so that, finding myself excessively exhausted, I was about to lie down in the fields, when I discovered a barn on my left hand, within a few yards of me. Thither I made shift to stagger, and finding the door open, went in, but saw nobody. However, I threw myself upon a truss of straw, hoping to be soon relieved by some person or other. I had not lain here many minutes, when I saw a countryman come in with a pitchfork in his hand, which he was on the point of thrusting into the straw that concealed me, and in all probability would have done my business, had I not uttered a dreadful groan, after having essayed in vain to speak. This melancholy note alarmed the clown, who started back, and discovering a body all besmeared with blood, stood trembling with the pitchfork extended before him, his hair bristling up, his eyes staring, his nostrils dilated, and his mouth wide open. At another time I should have been much diverted by this figure, which preserved the same attitude very near 10 minutes, during which time I made many unsuccessful efforts to implore his compassion and assistance, but my tongue failed me, and my language was only a repetition of groans. At length an old man arrived, who, seeing the other in such a posture, cried,
"Mercy upon un! The liad's bewitched! Why, Dick, beest thou beside thyself?"
Dick, without moving his eyes from the object that terrified him, replied,
"Oh, father, here be the devil or a dead mon, I don't know which o' un, but a groans woundily."
The father, whose eyesight was none of the best, pulled out his spectacles, and having applied them to his nose, reconnoitred me over his son's shoulder. But no sooner did he behold me, than he was seized with a fit of shaking, even more violent than Dick's, and, with a broken accent, addressed me thus:
"In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, I charge you, and you being Satan, to be gone to the Red Zen. But an you be a murdered man, speak, that you may have a Christum burial."
As I was not in a condition to satisfy him in this particular, he repeated his conjuration to no purpose, and they continued a good while in the agonies of fear. At length the father proposed that the son should draw nearer, and take a more distinct view of the apparition; but Dick was of opinion that his father should advance first, he being an old man past his labour, and, if he received any mischief, the loss would be the smaller, whereas he himself might escape, and be useful in his generation. This prudential reason had no effect upon the senior, who still kept Dick between me and him. In the meantime, I endeavoured to raise one hand as a signal of distress, but had only strength sufficient to produce a rustling among the straw, which discomposed the young peasant so much, that he sprang out at the door, and overthrew his father in his flight. The old gentleman would not spend time in getting up, but crawled backwards like a crab, with great speed, till he had got over the threshold, mumbling exorcisms all the way. I was exceedingly mortified to find myself in danger of perishing through the ignorance and cowardice of these clowns, and felt my spirits decay apace, when an old woman entered the barn, followed by the two fugitives, and with great intrepidity advanced to the place where I lay, saying,
"If it be the devil, I fear him not, and for a dead man, I can do us no harm."
When she saw my condition, she cried,
"Here be no devil, but in your enfool's head. Here be a poor miserable wretch bleeding to death, and if a dies, we must be at the charge of burying him. Therefore, Dick, go fetch the old wheelbarrow, and put un in, and carry un to Goodman Hodge's back door. He is more able than we to pay out money upon poor vagrants."
Her advice was taken, and immediately put in execution. I was rolled to the other farmer's door, where I was tumbled out like a heap of dung, and should certainly have fallen a prey to the hogs, if my groans had not disturbed the family, and brought some of them out to view my situation. But Hodge resembled the Jew more than the Good Samaritan, and ordered me to be carried to the house of the parson, whose business it was to practise as well as to preach charity, observing that it was sufficient for him to pay his quota towards the maintenance of the poor belonging to his own parish. When I was set down at the vicar's gate, he fell into a mighty passion, and threatened to excommunicate him who sent, as well as those who brought me, unless they would move me immediately to another place. About this time I fainted with the fatigue I had undergone, and afterwards understood that I was bandied from door to door through a whole village, nobody having humanity enough to administer the least relief to me, until an old woman, who was suspected of witchcraft by the neighbourhood, hearing of my distress, received me into her house, and having dressed my wounds, brought me to myself with cordials of her own preparing. I was treated with great care and tenderness by this grave matron, who, after I had recovered some strength, desired to know the particulars of my last disaster. This piece of satisfaction I could not refuse to one who had saved my life, therefore related all my adventures without exaggeration or reserve. She seemed surprised at the vicissitudes I had undergone, and drew a happy presage of my future life from my past suffering, then launched out into the praise of adversity with so much ardour and good sense, that I concluded she was a person who had seen better days, and conceived a longing desire to hear her story. She perceived my drift by some words I dropped, and smiling, told me there was nothing either entertaining or extraordinary in the course of her fortune, but, however, she would communicate it to me in consideration of the confidence I had reposed in her.
"It is of little consequence," said she, "to tell the names of my parents, who are dead many years ago. Let it suffice to assure you they were wealthy, and had no other child than me, so that I was looked upon as heiress to a considerable estate, and teased with addresses on that account. Among the number of my admirers there was a young gentleman of no fortune, whose sole dependence was on his promotion in the army, in which at that time he bore a lieutenant's commission. I conceived an affection for this amiable officer, which in a short time increased to a violent passion, and without entering into minute circumstances, married him privately. We had not enjoyed one another long in stolen interviews, when he was ordered with his regiment to Flanders; but, before he set out, it was agreed between us that we should declare our marriage to my father by letter, and implore his pardon for the step we had taken without his approbation. This discovery was made while I was abroad visiting, and just as I was about to return home, I received a letter from my father, importing that, since I had acted so undutifully and meanly as to marry a beggar without his privity or consent, to the disgrace of his family as well as the disappointment of his hopes, he renounced me to the miserable fate I entailed upon myself, and charged me never to set foot within his doors again. This rigid sentence was confirmed by my mother, who in a postscript gave me to understand that her sentiments were exactly conformable to those of my father, and that I might save myself the trouble of making any applications, for her resolutions were unalterable. Thunderstruck with my evil fortune, I called a coach, and drove to my husband's lodgings, where I found him waiting the event of his letter. Though he could easily divine by my looks the issue of his declaration, he read with great steadiness the epistle I had received, and with a smile full of tenderness, which I shall never forget, embraced me, saying, "I believe the good lady your mother might have spared herself the trouble of the last part of her postscript. Well, my dear Betty, you must lay aside all thoughts of a coach, till I can procure the command of a regiment." This unconcerned behaviour, while it enabled me to support my reverse of fortune, at the same time endeared him to me the more, by convincing me of his disinterested views in espousing me. I was next day boarded in company with the wife of another officer, who had long been the friend and confidant of my husband, at a village not far from London, where they parted with us in the most melting manner, went to Flanders, and were killed in sight of one another at the Battle of the Wood. Why should I tire you with a description of our unutterable sorrow at the fatal news of this event, the remembrance of which now fills my aged eyes with tears? When our grief subsided a little, and reflection came to our aid, we found ourselves deserted by the whole world, and in danger of perishing by want; whereupon we made application for the pension, and were put upon the list. Then, vowing eternal friendship,
sold our jewels and superfluous clothes, retired to this place, which is in the county of Sussex, bought this little house, where we lived many years in a solitary manner, indulging our mutual sorrow, till it pleased Heaven to call away my companion 2 years ago; since which time I have lingered out an unhappy being, in hopes of a speedy dissolution, when I promised myself the eternal reward of all my cares. In the meantime," continued she, "I must inform you of the character I bear among my neighbours. My conversation being different from that of the inhabitants of the village, my recluse way of life, my skill in curing distempers, which I acquired from books since I settled here, and lastly my age, having made the common people look upon me as something preternatural, and I am actually, at this hour, believed to be a witch. The parson of this parish, whose acquaintance I have not been at much pains to cultivate, taking umbrage at my supposed disrespect, has contributed not a little towards the confirmation of this opinion, by dropping certain hints to my prejudice among the vulgar, who are also very much scandalised at my entertaining this poor tabby cat with the collar about her neck, which was a favourite of my deceased companion." The whole behaviour of this venerable person was so primitive, innocent, sensible, and humane, that I contracted a filial respect for her, and begged her advice with regard to my future conduct, as soon as I was in a condition to act for myself. She dissuaded me from a design I had formed of travelling to Lauder, in hopes of retrieving my clothes and pay, by returning to my ship, which by this time, I read in the newspaper, was safely arrived in the river Thames, "because," said she, "you run the hazard of being treated not only as a deserter in quitting the sloop, but also as a mutineer in assaulting your commanding officer, to the malice of whose revenge you will moreover be exposed." She then promised to recommend me as servant to a single lady of her acquaintance, who lived in the neighbourhood with her nephew, who was a young fox hunter of great fortune, where I might be very happy, provided I could bear with the disposition and manners of my mistress, which were somewhat whimsical and particular; but above all things she counselled me to conceal my story, the knowledge of which would effectually poison my entertainment; for it was a maxim among most people of condition, that no gentleman ought to be admitted into a family as a domestic, lest he become lazy and insolent. I was fain to embrace this humble proposal, because my affairs were desperate, and in a few days was hired by this lady to serve in quality of her footman, having been represented by my hostess as a young man who was bred up to the sea by his relations against his will, and had suffered shipwreck, which had increased his disgust to that way of life so much, that he rather chose to go into service on shore than enter himself on board of any other ship. Before I took possession of my new place, she gave me a sketch of my mistress's character, that I might know better how to regulate my conduct. "Your lady," said she, "is a maiden of 40 years, not so remarkable for her beauty as her learning and taste, which is famous all over the country. Indeed, she is a perfect female virtuoso, and so eager after the pursuit of knowledge, that she neglects her person even to a degree of sluttishness. This negligence, together with her contempt of the male part of the creation, gives her nephew no great concern, as by these means he will probably keep her fortune, which is considerable in the family. He therefore permits her to live in her own way, which is something extraordinary, and gratifies her in all her whimsical desires. Her apartment is at some distance from the other inhabited parts of the house, and consists of a dining room, bedchamber, and study. She keeps a cook-maid, a waiting woman, and footman of her own, and seldom eats or converses with any of the family but her niece, who is a very lovely creature, and humours her aunt often to the prejudice of her own health, by sitting up with her whole nights together; for your mistress is too much of a philosopher to be swayed by the custom of the world, and never sleeps nor eats like other people. Among other odd notions, she professes the principles of Rosicrucius, and believes the earth, air, and sea are inhabited by invisible beings, with whom it is possible for the human species to entertain correspondence and intimacy, on the easy condition of living chaste. As she hopes one day to be admitted into an acquaintance of this kind, she no sooner heard of me and my cat, than she paid me a visit, with a view, as she has since owned, to be introduced to my familiar, and was greatly mortified to find herself disappointed in her expectation. being by this visionary turn of mind abstracted, as it were, from the world, she cannot advert to the common occurrences of life, and therefore is frequently so absent as to commit very strange mistakes and extravagancies, which you will do well to rectify and repair, as your prudence shall suggest.
End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The Adventures of Roderick Random by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. My reception by that lady. I become enamoured of Narcissa. Recount the particulars of my last misfortune. Acquire the good opinion of my mistress. An account of the young squire. I am made acquainted with more particulars of Narcissa's situation. Conceive a mortal hatred against Sir Timothy. Examine my lady's library and performances. Her extravagant behaviour. Fraught with these useful instructions, I repaired to the place of her habitation, and was introduced by the waiting woman to the presence of my lady, who had not before seen me. She sat in her study, with one foot on the ground, and the other upon a high stool at some distance from her seat. Her sandy locks hung down, in a disorder I cannot call beautiful, from her head, which was deprived of its coif, for the benefit of scratching with one hand, while she held the stump of a pen in the other. Her forehead was high and wrinkled, her eyes were large, grey, and prominent, her nose was long and aquiline, her mouth of vast capacity, her visage meagre and freckled, and her chin peaked like a shoemaker's paring knife. Her upper lip contained a large quantity of plain Spanish, which, by continual falling, had embroidered her neck, that was not naturally very white, and the breast of her gown, that flowed loose about her with a negligence that was truly poetic, discovering linen that was very fine, and, to all appearance, never washed but in Castilian streams. Around her lay heaps of books, globes, quadrants, telescopes, and other learned apparatus. Her snuff box stood at her right hand. At her left hand lay her handkerchief, sufficiently used, and a convenience to spit in appeared on one side of her chair. She being in a reverie when we entered, the maid did not think proper to disturb her, so that we waited some minutes unobserved, during which time she bit the quill several times, altered her position, made many wry faces, and at length, with an air of triumph, repeated aloud, "Nor dare the immortal gods my rage oppose." Having committed her success to paper, she turned towards the door, and perceiving us, cried, "What's the matter?"
"Here's the young man," replied my conductress, "whom Mrs. Sagely recommended as a footman to your ladyship." On this information she stared in my face for a considerable time, and then asked my name, which I thought proper to conceal under that of John Brown. After having surveyed me with a curious eye, she broke out into, "Oh, ay, thou wast shipwrecked, I remember. Whether didst thou come on shore on the back of a whale or a dolphin?" To this I answered I had swam ashore without any assistance. Then she demanded to know if I had ever been at the Hellespont, and swam from Sestos to Abydos. I replied in the negative, upon which she bade the maid order a suit of new livery for me, and instruct me in the articles of my duty. So she spit in her snuff box, and wiped her nose with her cap, which lay on the table instead of a handkerchief. We returned to the kitchen, where I was regaled by the maids, who seemed to vie with each other in expressing their regard for me, and from them I understood that my business consisted in cleaning knives and forks, laying the cloth, waiting at table, carrying messages, and attending my lady when she went abroad. There was a very good suit of livery in the house, which had belonged to my predecessor deceased, and it fitted me exactly, so there was no occasion for employing a tailor on my account. I had not been long equipped in this manner, when my lady's bell rung, upon which I ran upstairs, and found her stalking about the room in her shift and under petticoat only. I would immediately have retired as became me, but she bade me come in, and air a clean shift for her. Which operation I having performed with some backwardness, she put it on before me without any ceremony, and I verily believe was ignorant of my sex all the time, as being quite absorbed in contemplation. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I was ordered to lay the cloth, and place 2 covers, which I understood were for my mistress and her niece, whom I had not as yet seen. Though I was not very dexterous at this work, I performed it pretty well for a beginner,
and, when dinner was upon the table, saw my mistress approach, accompanied by the young lady, whose name for the present shall be Narcissa. So much sweetness appeared in the countenance and carriage of this amiable apparition, that my heart was captivated at first, and while dinner lasted, I gazed upon her without intermission. Her age seemed to be 17, her stature tall, her shape unexceptionable, her hair, that fell down upon her ivory neck in ringlets black as jet, her arched eyebrows of the same colour, her eyes piercing, yet tender, her lips of the consistence and hue of cherries, her complexion clear, delicate, and healthy, her aspect noble, ingenuous, and humane, and the whole person so ravishingly delightful, that it was impossible for any creature endued with sensibility to see without admiring, and admire without loving her to excess. I began to curse the servile station that placed me so far beneath the regard of this idol of my adoration; and yet I blessed my fate that enabled me to enjoy daily the sight of so much perfection. When she spoke, I listened with pleasure; but when she spoke to me, my soul was thrilled with an ecstasy of tumultuous joy. I was even so happy as to be the subject of their conversation; for Narcissa, having observed me, said to her aunt, "I see your new footman is come." Then, addressing herself to me, asked with ineffable complacency, if I was the person who had been so cruelly used by robbers. When I had satisfied her in this, she expressed a desire of knowing the other particulars of my fortune, both before and since my being shipwrecked. Hereupon, as Mrs. Sagely had counselled me, I told her that I had been bound apprentice to the master of a ship, contrary to my inclination, which ship had foundered at sea; that I had 4 more, who chanced to be on deck when she went down, made shift to swim to the shore, when my companions, after having overpowered me, stripped me to the shirt, and left me, as they imagined, dead of the wounds I received in my own defence. Then I related the circumstances of being found in a barn, with the inhuman treatment I met from the country people and parson; the description of which, I perceived, drew tears from the charming creature's eyes. When I had finished my recital, my mistress says, "Ma foi, le garçon est bien fait." To which opinion Narcissa assented, with a compliment to my understanding, in the same language, that flattered my vanity extremely. The conversation, among other subjects, turned upon the young squire, whom my lady inquired after under the title of the Savage, and was informed by her niece that he was still in bed, repairing the fatigue of last night's debauch, and recruiting strength and spirits to undergo a fox chase to-morrow morning, in company with Sir Timothy Thicket, Squire Bumper, and a great many other gentlemen of the same stamp, whom he had invited on that occasion; so that by daybreak the whole house would be in an uproar. This was a very disagreeable piece of news to the virtuoso, who protested she would stuff her ears with cotton when she went to bed, and take a dose of opium to make her sleep the more sound, that she might not be disturbed and distracted by the clamour of the brutes. When their dinner was over, I and my fellow servants sat down to ours in the kitchen, where I understood that Sir Timothy Thicket was a wealthy knight in the neighbourhood, between whom and Narcissa a match had been projected by her brother, who promised at the same time to espouse Sir Timothy's sister; by which means, as their fortunes were pretty equal, the young ladies would be provided for, and their brothers be never the poorer; but that the ladies did not concur in the scheme, each of them entertaining a hearty contempt for the person allotted to her for a husband by this agreement. This information begat in me a mortal aversion to Sir Timothy, whom I looked upon as my rival, and cursed in my heart for his presumption. Next morning, by daybreak, being awakened by the noise of the hunters and hounds, I rose to view the cavalcade, and had a sight of my competitor, whose accomplishments, the estate excluded, did not seem brilliant enough to give me much uneasiness with respect to Narcissa, who, I flattered myself, was not to be won by such qualifications as he was master of, either as to person or mind. My mistress, notwithstanding her precaution, was so much disturbed by her nephew's company, that she did not rise till 5 o'clock in the afternoon; so that I had an opportunity of examining her study at leisure, to which examination I was strongly prompted by my curiosity. Here I found 1,000 scraps of her own poetry, consisting of 3, 4, 10, 12, and 20 lines, on an infinity of subjects, which, as whim-inspired, she had begun, without constancy or capacity to bring to any degree of composition; but, what was very extraordinary in a female poet, there was not the least mention made of love in any of her performances. I counted fragments of 5 tragedies, the titles of which were The Stern Philosopher, The Double, The Sacrilegious Traitor, The Fall of Lucifer, and The Last Day; from whence I gathered that her disposition was gloomy, and her imagination delighted with objects of horror. Her library was composed of the best English historians, poets, and philosophers, of all the French critics and poets, and of a few books in Italian, chiefly poetry, at the head of which were Tasso and Ariosto, pretty much used. Besides these, translations of the classics into French, but not one book in Greek or Latin, a circumstance that discovered her ignorance in these languages. After having taken full view of this collection, I retired, and at the usual time was preparing to lay the cloth, when I was told by the maid that her mistress was still in bed, and had been so affected with the notes of the hounds in the morning, that she actually believed herself a hare beset by the hunters, and begged a few greens to munch for breakfast. When I expressed my surprise in this unaccountable imagination, she gave me to understand that her lady was very much subject to whims of this nature, sometimes fancying herself an animal, sometimes a piece of furniture, during which conceited transformations it was very dangerous to come near her, especially when she represented a beast; for that lately, in the character of a cat, she had flown at her, and scratched her face in a terrible manner; that some months ago she prophesied the general conflagration was at hand, and nothing would be able to quench it but her water, which therefore she kept so long that her life was in danger, and she must needs have died of the retention, had they not found an expedient to make her evacuate, by kindling a bonfire under her chamber window, and persuading her that the house was in flames; upon which, with great deliberation, she bade them bring all the tubs and vessels they could find to be filled for the preservation of the house, into one of which she immediately discharged the cause of her distemper. I was also informed that nothing contributed so much to the recovery of her reason as music, which was always administered on those occasions by Narcissa, who played perfectly well on the harpsichord, and to whom she, the maid, was just then going to intimate her aunt's disorder. She was no sooner gone than I was summoned by the bell to my lady's chamber, where I found her sitting squat on her hands on the floor, in the manner of puss when she listens to the outcries of her pursuers. When I appeared, she started up with an alarmed look, and sprang to the other side of the room to avoid me, whom, without doubt, she mistook for a beagle thirsting after her life. Perceiving her extreme confusion, I retired, and on the staircase met the adorable Narcissa coming up, to whom I imparted the situation of my mistress. She said not a word, but smiling with unspeakable grace, went into her aunt's apartment, and in a little time my ears were ravished with the efforts of her skill. She accompanied the instrument with a voice so sweet and melodious, that I did not wonder at the surprising change it produced in the spirits of my mistress, which composed to peace and sober reflection. About 7 o'clock, the hunters arrived with the skins of 2 foxes and 1 badger, carried before them as trophies of their success; and when they were about to sit down to dinner, or supper, Sir Timothy Thicket desired that Narcissa would honour the table with her presence; but this request, notwithstanding her brother's threats and entreaties, she refused, on pretence of attending her aunt, who was indisposed. So I enjoyed the satisfaction of seeing my rival mortified; but this disappointment made no great impression on him, who consoled himself with the bottle, of which the whole company became so enamoured, that, after a most horrid uproar of laughing, singing, swearing, and fighting, they were all carried to bed in a state of utter oblivion. My duty being altogether detached from the squire and his family, I led a pretty easy and comfortable life, drinking daily intoxicating draughts of love from the charms of Narcissa, which brightened on my contemplation every day more and more. Inglorious as my station was, I became blind to my own unworthiness, and even conceived hopes of one day enjoying this amiable creature, whose affability greatly encouraged these presumptuous thoughts. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Adventures of Roderick Random, by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. My mistress is surprised at my learning, communicates her performances to me. I impart some of mine to her. Am mortified at her faint praise. Narcissa approves of my conduct. I gain an involuntary conquest over the cook wench and dairymaid. Their mutual resentment and insinuations. The jealousy of their lovers. During this season of love and tranquillity, my muse, which had lain dormant so long, awoke, and produced several small performances on the subject of my flame. But as it concerned me nearly to remain undiscovered in my character and sentiments, I was under a necessity of mortifying my desire of praise, by confining my works to my own perusal and applause. In the meantime, I strove to insinuate myself into the good opinion of both ladies, and succeeded so well by my diligence and dutiful behaviour, that in a little time I was at least a favourite servant, and frequently enjoyed the satisfaction of hearing myself mentioned in French and Italian with some degree of warmth and surprise by the dear object of all my wishes, as a person who had so much of the gentleman in my appearance and discourse, that she could not for her soul treat me like a common lackey. My prudence and modesty were not long proof against these bewitching compliments. One day, while I waited at dinner, the conversation turned upon a naughty passage of Tasso's Jerusalem, which, it seems, had puzzled them both. After a great many unsatisfactory conjectures, my mistress, taking the book out of her pocket, turned up the place in question, and read the sentence over and over without success. At length, despairing of finding the author's meaning, she turned to me, saying, "Come hither, Bruno, let us see what fortune will do for us. I will interpret to thee what goes before, and what follows this obscure paragraph, the particular words of which I will also explain, that thou mayest, by comparing one with another, guess the sense of that which perplexes us." I was too vain to let slip this opportunity of displaying my talents, therefore, without hesitation, read and explained the whole of that which had disconcerted them, to the utter astonishment of both. Narcissa's face and lovely neck were overspread with blushes, from which I drew a favourable opinion; while her aunt, after having stared at me a good while with a look of amazement, exclaimed, "In the name of heaven, who art thou?" I told her I had picked up a smattering of Italian during a voyage up the Straits. At this explanation she shook her head, and observed that no smatterer could read as I had done. She then desired to know if I understood French, to which question I answered in the affirmative. She asked if I was acquainted with the Latin and Greek. I replied, "A little." "Oh ho!" continued she, "and with philosophy and mathematics, I suppose?" I owned I knew something of each. Then she repeated her stare and interrogation. I began to repent of my vanity, and, in order to repair the fault I committed, said, it was not to be wondered at if I had a tolerable education, for learning was so cheap in my country, that every peasant was a scholar. But I hoped her ladyship would think my understanding no exception to my character. "No, no, God forbid!" But during the rest of time they sat at table, they behaved with remarkable reserve. This alteration gave me great uneasiness, and I passed the night without sleep, and melancholy reflections on the vanity of young men, which prompts them to commit so many foolish actions, contrary to their own sober judgment. Next day, however, instead of profiting by this self-condemnation, I yielded still more to the dictates of the principle I had endeavoured to chastise, and if fortune had not befriended me more than prudence could expect, I should have been treated with the contempt it deserved. After breakfast, my lady, who was a true author, bade me follow her into the study, where she expressed herself thus: "Since you are so learned, you cannot be void of taste. Therefore, I am to desire your opinion of a small performance in poetry, which I lately composed. You must know that I have planned a tragedy, the subject of which shall be murder of a prince before the altar, where he is busy at his devotions. After the deed is perpetrated, the regicide will harangue the people with bloody dagger in his hand, and I have already composed a speech, which I think will suit the character extremely. Here it is." Then, taking up a scrap of paper, she read, with violent emphasis and gesture, as follows: "Thus I have sent the simple king to hell, without or coffin, shroud, or passing bell. To me what are divine and human laws? I court no sanction but my own applause. Rapes, robberies, treasons, yield my soul delight, and human carnage gratifies my sight. I drag the parent by the hoary hair, and toss the sprawling infant on the spear, while the fond mother's cries regale my ear. I fight, I vanquish, murder friends and foes, nor dare the immortal gods my rage oppose." Though I did great violence to my understanding in praising this unnatural rhapsody, I nevertheless extolled it as a production that of itself deserved immortal fame, and besought her ladyship to bless the world with the fruits of those uncommon talents Heaven had bestowed upon her. She smiled with a look of self-complacency, and, encouraged by the incense I had offered, communicated all her poetical works, which I applauded one by one with as little candour as I had shown at first. Satiated with my flattery, which I hoped my situation justified, she could not in conscience refuse me an opportunity of shining in my turn, and therefore, after a compliment to my nice discernment and taste, observed that doubtless I must have produced something in that way myself, which she desired to see. This was temptation I could by no means resist. I owned that, while I was at college, I wrote some detached pieces, at the desire of a friend who was in love, and at her request repeated the following verses, which indeed my love for Narcissa had inspired. On Celia. Playing on the harpsichord and singing, when Sappho struck the quivering wire, the throbbing breast was all on fire, and when she raised the vocal lay, the captive soul was charmed away. But had the nymph possessed with these thy softer, chaster power to please, thy beauteous air of sprightly youth, thy native smiles of artless truth, the worm of grief had never preyed on the forsaken love-sick maid, nor had she mourned a hapless flame, nor dashed on rocks her tender frame. My mistress paid me a cold compliment on the versification, which, she said, was elegant enough, but the subject beneath the pen of a true poet. I was extremely nettled at her indifference, and looked at Narcissa, who by this time had joined us, for her approbation; but she declined giving her opinion, protesting she was no judge of these matters, so that I was forced to retire very much balked at my expectation, which was generally a little too sanguine. In the afternoon, however, the waiting maid assured me that Narcissa had expressed her approbation of my performance with great warmth, and desired her to procure a copy of it as for herself, that she, Narcissa, might have an opportunity to peruse it at pleasure. I was elated to an extravagant pitch at this intelligence, and immediately transcribed a fair copy of my ode, which was carried to the dear charmer, together with another on the same subject, as follows: Thy fatal shaft unerring move, I bow before thine altar, love. I feel thou soft resistless flame glide swift through all my vital frame, for while I gaze my bosom glows, my blood in tides impetuous flows, hope, fear, and joy alternate roll, and floods of transports whelm my soul. My faltering tongue attempts in vain in soothing murmurs to complain, my tongue some secret magic ties, my murmurs sink in broken sighs. Condemned to nurse eternal care, and ever drop the silent tear, unheard I mourn, unknown I sigh, unfriended live, unpitied die. Whether or not Narcissa discovered my passion, I could not learn from her behaviour, which, though always benevolent to me, was henceforth more reserved and less cheerful. While my thoughts aspired to a sphere so far above me, I had unwittingly made a conquest of the cook-wench and dairy-maid, who became so jealous of each other, that if their sentiments had been refined by education, it is probable one or other of them would have had recourse to poison or steel to be avenged of her rival. But, as their minds were happily adapted to their humble station, their mutual enmity was confined to scolding and fistcuffs, in which exercise they were both well skilled. My good fortune did not long remain a secret, for it was disclosed by the frequent broils of these heroines, who kept no decorum in their encounters. The coachman and gardener, who paid their devoirs to my admirers, each to his respective choice, alarmed at my success, laid their heads together, in order to concert a plan of revenge, and the former, having been educated at the academy at Tottenham Court, undertook to challenge me to single combat. He accordingly, with many opprobrious invectives, bade me defiance, and offered to box me for 20 guineas. I told him that, although I believed myself a match for him, even at that work I would not descend so far below the dignity of a gentleman as to fight like a porter; but if he had anything to say to me, I was his man at blunderbuss, musket, pistol, sword, hatchet, spit, cleaver, fork, or needle. Nay, I swore, that should he give his tongue any more saucy liberties at my expense, I would crop his ears without any ceremony. This rhodomontade, delivered with a stern countenance and resolute tone, had the desired effect upon my antagonist, who, with some confusion, sneaked off, and gave his friend an account of his reception. The story, taking air among the servants, procured for me the title of Gentleman John, with which I was sometimes honoured, even by my mistress and Narcissa, who had been informed of the whole affair by the chambermaid. In the meantime, the rival queens expressed their passion by all the ways in their power. The cook entertained me with choice bits, the dairymaid with strokings. The first would often encourage me to declare myself, by complimenting me upon my courage and learning, and observing, that if she had a husband like me, to maintain order and keep accounts, she could make a great deal of money by setting up an eating house in London for gentlemen's servants on board wages. The other courted my affection by showing her own importance, and telling me that many a substantial farmer in the neighbourhood would be glad to marry her, but she was resolved to please her eye, if she should plague her heart. Then she would launch out into the praise of my proper person, and say, she was sure I would make a good husband, for I was very good-natured. I began to be uneasy at the importunities of these inamoratas, whom, at another time perhaps, I might have pleased without the disagreeable sauce of matrimony, but at present my whole soul was engrossed by Narcissa, and I could not bear the thoughts of doing anything derogatory to the passion I entertained for her. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of the Adventures of Roderick Random by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Narcissa, being in danger from the brutality of Sir Timothy, is rescued by me, who revenge myself on my rival. I declare my passion, and retreat to the seaside. Am surrounded by smugglers, and carried to Boulogne. I find my uncle Lieutenant Bowling in great distress, and relieve him. Our conversation. At certain intervals my ambition would revive. I would despise myself for my tame resignation to my sordid fate, and revolve 100 schemes for assuming the character of a gentleman, to which I thought myself entitled by birth and education. In these fruitless suggestions, time stole away unperceived, and I had already remained 8 months in the station of a footman, when an accident happened that put an end to my servitude, and, for the present, banished all hopes of succeeding in my love. Narcissa went one day to visit Miss Thicket, who lived with her brother within less than a mile of our house, and was persuaded to walk home in the cool of the evening, accompanied by Sir Timothy, who, having a good deal of the brute in him, was instigated to use some unbecoming familiarities with her, encouraged by the solitariness of a field through which they passed. The lovely creature was incensed at his rude behaviour, for which she reproached him in such a manner that he lost all regard to decency, and actually offered violence to this pattern of innocence and beauty. But Heaven would not suffer so much goodness to be violated, and sent me, who, passing by accident near the place, was alarmed with her cries, for her succour. What were the emotions of my soul, when I beheld Narcissa almost sinking beneath the brutal force of this satyr! I flew like lightning to her rescue, and he, perceiving me, quitted his prey, and drew his hanger to chastise my presumption. My indignation was too high to admit one thought of fear, so that, rushing upon him, I struck his weapon out of his hand, and used my cudgel so successfully that he fell to the ground, and lay, to all appearance, without sense. Then I turned to Narcissa, who had swooned, and sitting down by her, gently raised her head, and supported it on my bosom, while, with my hand around her waist, I kept her in that position. My soul was thrilled with tumultuous joy at feeling the object of my dearest wishes within my arms, and, while she lay insensible, I could not refrain from applying my cheeks to hers, and ravishing a kiss. In a little time the blood began to revisit her face. She opened her enchanting eyes, and, having recollected her late situation, said, with a look full of tender acknowledgment, "Dear John, I am eternally obliged to you." So saying, she made an effort to rise, in which I assisted her, and she proceeded to the house, leaning upon me all the way. I was 1,000 times tempted by this opportunity to declare my passion, but the dread of disobliging her restrained my tongue. We had not moved 100 paces from the scene of her distress, when I perceived Sir Timothy rise and walk homeward, a circumstance which, though it gave me some satisfaction, inasmuch as I thereby knew I had not killed him, filled me with a just apprehension of his resentment, which I found myself in no condition to withstand, especially when I considered his intimacy with our squire, to whom I knew he could justify himself for what he had done, by imputing it to his love, and desiring his brother Bruin to take the same liberty with his sister, without any fear of offence. When we arrived at the house, Narcissa assured me she would exert all her influence in protecting me from the revenge of Thicket, and likewise engaged her aunt in my favour. At the same time, pulling out her purse, offered it as a small consideration for the service I had done her; but I stood too much upon the punctilios of love to incur the least suspicion of being mercenary, and refused the present, by saying I had merited nothing by barely doing my duty. She seemed astonished at my disinterestedness, and blushed. I felt the same suffusion, and, with a downcast eye and broken accent, told her I had one request to make, which, if her generosity would grant, I should think myself fully recompensed for an age of misery. She changed colour at this preamble, and, with great confusion, replied, she hoped my good sense would hinder me from asking anything she was bound in honour to refuse, and therefore bade me signify my desire. Upon which I kneeled, and engaged to kiss her hand. She immediately, with an averted look, stretched it out. I imprinted on it an ardent kiss, and, bathing it with my tears, cried, "Dear madam, I am an unfortunate gentleman, and love you to distraction, but would have died 1,000 deaths rather than make this declaration under such a servile appearance, were I not determined to yield to the rigour of my fate, to fly from your bewitching presence, and bury my presumptuous passion in eternal silence." With these words I rose, and went away before she could recover her spirits so far as to make any reply. My first care was to go and consult Mrs. Sagely, with whom I had entertained a friendly correspondence ever since I left her house. When she understood my situation, the good woman, with real concern, condoled with me on my unhappy fate, and approved of my resolution to leave the country, as being perfectly well acquainted with the barbarous disposition of my rival,
"who by this time," said she, "has no doubt meditated a scheme of revenge. Indeed, I cannot see how you will be able to elude his vengeance, being himself in the commission. He will immediately grant warrants for apprehending you, and, as almost all the people in this country are dependent on him or his friend, it will be impossible for you to find shelter among them. If you should be apprehended, he will commit you to jail, where you may possibly in great misery languish to the next assizes, and then be transported for assaulting a magistrate." While she thus warned me of my danger, we heard a knocking at the door, which threw us both into great consternation, as in all probability it was occasioned by my pursuers; whereupon this generous old lady, putting 2 guineas into my hand, with tears in her eyes, bade me, for God's sake, get out at the back door, and consult my safety as Providence should direct me. There was no time for deliberation. I followed her advice, and escaped by the benefit of a dark night to the seaside, where, while I ruminated on my next excursion, was all of a sudden surrounded by armed men, who, having bound my hands and feet, bade me make no noise on pain of being shot, and carried me on board of a vessel, which I soon perceived to be a smuggling cutter. This discovery gave me some satisfaction at first, because I concluded myself safe from the resentment of Sir Timothy; but, when I found myself in the hands of ruffians, who threatened to execute me for a spy, I would have thought myself happily quit for a year's imprisonment, or even transportation. It was in vain for me to protest my innocence. I could not persuade them that I had taken a solitary walk to their haunt, at such an hour, merely for my own amusement; and I did not think it in my interest to disclose the true cause of my retreat, because I was afraid they would have made their peace with justice by surrendering me to the penalty of the law. What confirmed their suspicion was, the appearance of a custom house yacht, which gave them chase, and had well nigh made a prize of their vessel,
when they were delivered from their fears by a thick fog, which effectually screened them, and favoured their arrival at Boulogne. But before they got out of sight of their pursuer, they held a council of war about me, and some of the most ferocious among them would have thrown me overboard as a traitor who had betrayed them to their enemies. But others, more considerate, alleged that if they put me to death, and should afterwards be taken, they could expect no mercy from the legislature, which would never pardon outlawry aggravated by murder. It was therefore determined by a plurality of votes that I should be set on shore in France, and left to find my way back to England as I should think proper, this being punishment sufficient for the bare suspicion of a crime in itself not capital. Although this favourable determination gave me great pleasure, the apprehension of being robbed would not suffer me to be perfectly at ease. To prevent this calamity, as soon as I was untied, in consequence of the aforesaid decision, I tore a small hole in one of my stockings, into which I dropped 6 guineas, reserving half a piece and some silver in my pocket, that, finding something, they might not be tempted to make any further inquiry. This was a very necessary precaution, for, when we came within sight of the French shore, one of the smugglers told me I must pay for my passage. To this declaration I replied that my passage was none of my own seeking, therefore they could not expect a reward from me for transporting me into a strange country by force.
"Damn me," said the outlaw, "none of your palaver, but let me see what money you have got."
So saying, he thrust his hand into my pocket without any ceremony, and emptied it of the contents. Then, casting an eye at my hat and wig, which captivated his fancy, he took them off, clapping his own on my head, declared that a fair exchange was no robbery. I was fain to put up with his bargain, which was by no means favourable to me, and a little while after we went all on shore together. I resolved to take my leave of those desperadoes without much ceremony, when one of them cautioned me against appearing to their prejudice if I ever returned to England, unless I had a mind to be murdered; for which service, he assured me, the gang never wanted agents. I promised to observe this advice, and departed for the upper town, where I inquired for a cabaret or public house into which I went, with an intention of taking some refreshment. In the kitchen 5 Dutch sailors sat at breakfast with a large loaf, a firkin of butter, and a keg of brandy, the bung of which they often applied to their mouths with great perseverance and satisfaction. At some distance from them I perceived another person in the same garb, sitting in a pensive solitary manner entertaining himself with a whiff of tobacco, from the stump of a pipe as black as jet. The appearance of distress never failed to attract my regard and compassion. I approached this forlorn tar with a view to offer him my assistance, and, notwithstanding the alteration of dress and disguise of a long beard, I discovered in him my long lost and lamented uncle and benefactor, Lieutenant Bowling. Good heaven! What were the agitations of my soul between the joy of finding again such a valuable friend, and the sorrow of seeing him in such a low condition! The tears gushed down my cheeks. I stood motionless and silent for some time. At length recovering the use of my speech, I exclaimed, "Gracious God! Mr. Bowling!" My uncle no sooner heard his name mentioned, than he started up, crying with some surprise, "Hola!" and after having looked at me steadfastly, without being able to recollect me, said, "Did you call me, brother?" I told him I had something extraordinary to communicate, and desired him to give me the hearing for a few minutes in another room; but he would by no means consent to this proposal, saying, "Avast there, friend, none of your tricks upon travellers. If you have anything to say to me, do it above board. You need not be afraid of being overheard. There are none who understand our lingo." Though I was loath to discover myself before company, I could no longer refrain from telling him I was his own nephew, Roderick Random. On this information he considered me with great earnestness and astonishment, and recalling my features, which, though enlarged, were not entirely altered since he had seen me, came up and shook me by the hand very cordially, protesting he was glad to see me well. After some pause, he went on thus: "And yet, my lad, I am sorry to see you under such colours, the more so as it is not in my power at present to change them for the better, times being very hard with me." With these words I could perceive a tear trickle down his furrowed cheek, which affected me so much that I wept bitterly. Imagining my sorrow was the effect of my own misfortunes, he comforted me with observing that life was a voyage in which we must expect to meet with all weathers, sometimes was calm, sometimes rough, that a fair gale often succeeded a storm, that the wind did not always sit one way, and that despair signified nothing, that resolution and skill were better than a stout vessel. For why? Because they require no carpenter, and grow stronger the more labour they undergo. I dried up my tears, which I assured him were not shed for my own distress, but for his, and begged leave to accompany him into another room, where we could converse more at our ease. There I recounted to him the ungenerous usage I had met with from Potion, at which relation he started up, stalked across the room 3 or 4 times in a great hurry, and, grasping his cudgel, cried, "I would I were alongside of him, that's all. I would I were alongside of him." I then gave him a detail of my adventures and sufferings, which affected him more than I could have imagined, and concluded with telling him that Captain Oakum was still alive, and that he might return to England when he would, to solicit his affairs, without danger or molestation. He was wonderfully pleased with this piece of information, of which, however, he said he could not at present avail himself, for want of money to pay for his passage to London. This objection I soon removed, by putting 5 guineas into his hand, and telling him I thought myself extremely happy in having an opportunity of manifesting my gratitude to him in his necessity. But it was with the utmost difficulty I could prevail upon him to accept of 2, which he affirmed were more than sufficient to defray the necessary expense. After this friendly contest was over, he proposed we should have a mess of something. "For," said he, "it has been banyan day with me a great while. You must know I was shipwrecked 5 days ago near a place called LIII, in company with those Dutchmen who are now drinking below; and having but little money, when I came ashore I was soon spent, because I let them have share and share while it lasted. Howsomever, I should have remembered the old saying, every hog his own apple; for when they found my hold unstowed, they went all hands to shoeling and begging, and because I would not take a spell at the same duty, refused to give me the least assistance, so that I have not broke bread these 2 days." I was shocked at the extremity of his distress, and ordered some bread, cheese, and wine to be brought immediately, to allay his hunger, until a fricassee of chickens could be prepared. When he had recruited his spirits with this homely fare, I desired to know the particulars of his peregrinations since the accident at Cape Tiburon, which were briefly these. The money he had about him being all spent at Port Louis, the civility and hospitality of the French cooled to such a degree, that he was obliged to list on board one of their king's ships as a common foremast man, to prevent himself from starving on shore. In this situation he continued 2 years, during which time he had acquired some knowledge of their language, and the reputation of a good seaman. The ship he belonged to was ordered home to France, where she was laid up as unfit for service, and he was received on board one of Monsieur Dantin's squadron, in quality of quartermaster, which office he performed in a voyage to the West Indies, where he engaged with our ship, as before related. But his conscience upbraiding him for serving the one enemies of his country, he quitted the ship at the same place where he first listed, and got to Curacao in a Dutch vessel. There he bargained with a skipper bound to Europe to work for his passage to Holland, from whence he was in hopes of hearing from his friends in England, but was cast away, as he mentioned before, on the French coast, and must have been reduced to the necessity of travelling on foot to Holland, and begging for his subsistence on the road, or of entering on board of another French man of war, at the hazard of being treated as a deserter, if Providence had not sent me to his succour. "And now, my lad," continued he, "I think I shall steer course directly to London, where I do not doubt of being replaced and having the R taken off me by the Lords of the Admiralty, to whom I intend to write a petition, setting forth my case. If I succeed, I shall have wherewithal to give you some assistance, because, when I left the ship, I had 2 years' pay due to me. Therefore I desire to know whither you are bound, and besides, perhaps I may have interest enough to procure a warrant appointing you surgeon's mate of the ship to which I shall belong; for the beadle of the Admiralty is my good friend, and he and one of the under clerks are sworn brothers, and that under clerk has a good deal to say with one of the upper clerks,
who is very well known to the under secretary, who, upon his recommendation, I hope, will recommend my affair to the first secretary, and he again will speak to one of the lords in my behalf, so that, you see, I do not want friends to assist me on occasion. As for the fellow Crampley, though I know him not, I am sure he is neither seaman nor officer, by what you have told me, or else he could never be so much mistaken in his reckoning as to run the ship on shore on the coast of Sussex before he believed himself in soundings. Neither, when that accident happened, would he have left the ship until she had been stove to pieces, especially when the tide was making. Wherefore, by this time, I do suppose he has been tried by a court-martial, and executed for his cowardice and misconduct."
I could not help smiling at the description of my uncle's ladder, by which he proposed to climb to the attention of the Board of Admiralty; and, though I knew the world too well to confide in such dependence myself, I would not discourage him with doubts, but asked if he had no friend in London, who would advance a small sum of money to enable him to appear as he ought, and make a small present to the under secretary, who might possibly dispatch his business the sooner on that account. He scratched his head, and after some recollection replied,
"Why, yes, I believe Daniel Whipcord, the ship chandler in Wapping, would not refuse me such a small matter. I know I can have what credit I want for lodging, liquor, and clothes, but as to money, I won't be positive. Had honest Block been living, I should not have been at loss."
I was heartily sorry to find a worthy man so destitute of friends, when he had such need of them, and looked upon my own situation as less miserable than his, because I was better acquainted with the selfishness and roguery of mankind, consequently less liable to disappointment and imposition. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Adventures of Roderick Random by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He takes his passage in a cutter for Deal. We are accosted by a priest who proves to be a Scotchman. His profession on friendship. He is affronted by the lieutenant, who afterwards appeases him by submission. My uncle embarks. I am introduced by a priest to a Capuchin, in whose company I set out for Paris. The character of my fellow traveller. An adventure on the road. I am shocked at his behaviour. When our repast was ended, we walked down to the harbour, where we found a cutter that was to sail for Deal in the evening, and Mr. Bowling agreed for his passage. In the meantime, we sauntered about the town to satisfy our curiosity, our conversation turning on the subject of my designs, which were not as yet fixed. Neither can it be supposed that my mind was at ease, when I found myself reduced almost to extreme poverty in the midst of foreigners, among whom I had not one acquaintance to advise or befriend me. My uncle was sensible of my forlorn condition, and pressed me to accompany him to England, where he did not doubt of finding some sort of provision for me; but, besides the other reasons I had for avoiding that kingdom, I looked upon it at this time as the worst country in the universe for a poor honest man to live in, and therefore determined to remain in France at all events. I was confirmed in this resolution by a reverend priest, who, passing by at this time, and overhearing us speak English, accosted us in the same language, telling us he was our countryman, and wishing it might be in his power to do us any service. We thanked this grave person for his courteous offer, and invited him to drink a glass with us, which he did not think proper to refuse, and we went all together into a tavern of his recommending. After having drunk to our healths in a bumper of good Burgundy, he began to inquire into our situation, particularly the place of our nativity, which we no sooner named than he started up, and, wringing our hands with great fervour, shed a flood of tears, crying, "I come from the same part of the country. Perhaps you are my own relations." I was on my guard against his caresses, which I suspected very much, when I remembered the adventure of the money dropper; but, without any appearance of diffidence, observed, that, as he was born in that part of the country, he must certainly know our families, which, howsoever mean our present appearance might be, were none of the most obscure or inconsiderable. Then I discovered our names, to which I found he was no stranger. He had known my grandfather personally, and, notwithstanding an absence of 50 years from Scotland,
recounted so many particulars of the families in the neighbourhood, that my scruples were entirely removed, and I thought myself happy in his acquaintance. In the course of our conversation, I disclosed my condition without reserve, and displayed my talents to such advantage, that the old father looked upon me with admiration, and assured me, that, if I stayed in France, and listened to reason, I could not fail of making my fortune, to which he would contribute all in his power. My uncle began to be jealous of the priest's insinuation, and very abruptly declared, that if ever I should renounce my religion, he would break off all connection and correspondence with me, for it was his opinion, that no honest man would swerve from his principles in which he was bred, whether Turkish, Protestant, or Roman. The father, affronted at this declaration, with great vehemence began a long discourse setting forth the danger of obstinacy, and shutting one's eyes against the light. He said, that ignorance would be no plea towards justification, when we had opportunities of being better informed, and that, if the minds of people had not been open to conviction, the Christian religion could not have been propagated in the world, and we should now be in a state of pagan darkness and barbarity. He endeavoured to prove, by some texts of Scripture and many quotations from the Fathers, that the Pope was the successor of St. Peter, and vicar of Jesus Christ; that the Church of Rome was the true, holy, Catholic Church; and that the Protestant faith was an impious heresy and damnable schism, by which many millions of souls would suffer everlasting perdition. When he had finished his sermon, which I thought he pronounced with more zeal than discretion, he addressed himself to my uncle, desired to know his objections to what had been said. The lieutenant, whose attention had been wholly engrossed by his own affairs, took the pipe out of his mouth, and replied,
"As for me, friend, d'ye see I have no objection to what you say. It may be either truth or false for what I know. I meddle with nobody's affairs but my own. The gunner to his linstock, and the steersman to the helm, as the saying is. I trust to no creed but the compass, and do unto every man as I would be done by, so that I defy the Pope, the devil, and the Pretender, and hope to be saved as well as another." This association of persons gave great offence to the friar, who protested in a mighty passion, that if Mr. Bowling had not been his countryman, he would have caused him to be imprisoned for his insolence. I ventured to disapprove of my uncle's rashness, and appeased the old gentleman, by assuring him there was no offence intended by my kinsman, who, by this time sensible of his error, shook the injured party by the hand, and asked pardon for the freedom he had taken. Matters being amicably compromised, he invited us to come and see him in the afternoon at the convent to which he belonged, and took his leave for the present; when my uncle recommended it strongly to me to persevere in the religion of my forefathers, whatever advantages might propose to myself by a change, which could not fail of disgracing myself and dishonouring my family. I assured him no consideration would induce me to forfeit his friendship and good opinion on that score, at which assurance he discovered great satisfaction, and put me in mind of dinner, which we immediately bespoke, and when it was ready, ate together. I imagined my acquaintance with the Scottish priest, if properly managed, might turn out to my advantage, and therefore resolved to cultivate it as much as I could. With this view, we visited him at his convent, according to his invitation, where he treated us with wine and sweetmeats, and showed us everything that was remarkable in the monastery. Having been thus entertained, we took our leave, though not before I had promised to see him next day, and the time fixed for my uncle's embarking being come, I accompanied him to the harbour, and saw him on board. We parted not without tears, after we had embraced and wished one another all manner of prosperity; and he entreated me to write him often, directing to Lieutenant Bowling, at the sign of the Union flag, near the Hermitage, London. I returned to the house in which we had met, where I passed the night in a very solitary manner, reflecting on the severity of my fate, and endeavouring to project some likely scheme of life for the future. But my invention failed me. I saw nothing but insurmountable difficulties in my way, and was ready to despair at the miserable prospect. That I might not, however, neglect any probable reason, I got up in the morning, and went directly to the father, whose advice and assistance I implored. He received me very kindly, and gave me to understand that there was one way of life in which a person of my talents could not fail of making a great figure. I guessed his meaning, and told him, once for all, I was fully determined against any alteration in point of religion.
Therefore, if his proposal regarded the church, he might save himself the trouble of explaining it. He shook his head and sighed, saying,
"Ah, son, son, what a glorious prospect is here spoiled by your stubborn prejudice! Suffer yourself to be persuaded by reason, and consult your temporal welfare as well as the concerns of your eternal soul. I can, by my interest, procure your admission as a novitiate to this convent, where I will superintend and direct you with a truly paternal affection."
Then he launched out into the praises of a monastic life, which no noise disturbs, no cares molest, and no danger invades, where the heart is weaned from carnal attachments, the grosser appetite subdued and chastised, and the soul wafted to divine regions of philosophy and truth on the wing of studious contemplation. But his eloquence was lost upon me, whom two considerations enabled to withstand his temptation, namely, my promise to my uncle, and my aversion to an ecclesiastical life; for as to the difference of religion, I looked upon it as a thing of too small moment to come in competition with a man's fortune. Finding me immovable on this head, he told me he was more sorry than offended at my non-compliance, and still ready to employ his good offices in my behalf.
"The same erroneous maxims," said he, "that obstruct your promotion in the church, will infallibly prevent your advancement in the army. But if you can brook the condition of a servant, I am acquainted with some people of rank at Versailles, to whom I can give you letters of recommendation, that you may be entertained by some of them in quality of maitre d'hotel, and I do not doubt that your qualifications will soon entitle you to a better provision."
I embraced his offer with great eagerness, and he appointed me to come back in the afternoon, when he would not only give me letters, but likewise introduce me to a Capuchin of his acquaintance, who intended to set out for Paris next morning, in whose company I might travel, without being at the expense of 1 livre during the whole journey. This piece of good news gave me infinite pleasure. I acknowledged my obligation to the benevolent father in the most grateful expressions, and he performed his promise to a tittle, in delivering the letters, and making me acquainted with the Capuchin, with whom I departed next morning by break of day. It was not long before I discovered my fellow traveller to be a merry facetious fellow, who, notwithstanding his profession and appearance of mortification, loved good eating and drinking better than his rosary, and paid more adoration to a pretty girl than to the Virgin Mary or Saint Genevieve. He was a thick brawny young man, with red eyebrows, a hook nose, a face covered with freckles, and his name was Frere Balthazar. His order did not permit him to wear linen, so that, having little occasion to undress himself, he was none of the cleanliest animals in the world; and his constitution was naturally so strongly scented, that I always thought it convenient to keep to the windward of him in our march. As he was perfectly well known on the road, we fared sumptuously without any cost, and the fatigue of our journey was much alleviated by the good humour of my companion, who sang an infinite number of catches on the subjects of love and wine. We took up our lodging the first night at a peasant's house not far from Abbeville, where we were entertained with an excellent ragout, cooked by our landlord's daughters, one of whom was very handsome. After having eaten heartily, and drank a sufficient quantity of small wine, we were conducted to a barn, where we found a couple of carpets spread upon clean straw for our reception. We had not lain in this situation above half an hour, when we heard somebody knock softly at the door, upon which Balthazar got up, and let in our host's 2 daughters, who wanted to have some private conversation with him in the dark. When they had whispered together some time, the Capuchin came to me, and asked if I was insensible to love, and so hard-hearted as to refuse a share of my bed to a pretty maid who had a tendre for me. I must own, to my shame, that I suffered myself to be overcome by my passion, and with great eagerness seized the occasion, when I understood that the amiable Nanette was to be my bedfellow. In vain did my reason suggest the respect that I owned to my dear mistress Narcissa. The idea of that lovely charmer rather increased than allayed the ferment of my spirits, and the young paysanne had no reason to complain of my remembrance. Early in the morning, the kind creatures left us to our repose, which lasted till 8 o'clock, when we got up, and were treated at breakfast with chocolate and l'eau de vie by our paramours, of whom we took a tender leave, after my companion had confessed and given them absolution. While we proceeded on our journey, the conversation turned upon the night's adventure, being introduced by the Capuchin, who asked me how I liked my lodging. I declared my satisfaction, and talked in rapture of the agreeable Nanette, at which he shook his head, and smiling said she was a morceau pour la bonne bouche. "I never valued myself," continued he, "upon anything so much as the conquest of Nanette, and, vanity apart, I have been pretty fortunate in my amours." This information shocked me not a little, as I was well convinced of his intimacy with her sister, and though I did not care to tax him with downright incest, I professed my astonishment at his last night's choice, when, I supposed, the other was at his devotion. To this hint he answered that, besides his natural complaisance to the sex, he had another reason to distribute his favours equally between them, namely, to preserve peace in the family, which could not otherwise be maintained. That, moreover, Nanette had conceived an affection for me, and he loved her too well to balk her inclination, more especially when he had an opportunity of obliging his friend at the same time. I thanked him for this instance of his friendship, though I was extremely disgusted at his want of delicacy, and cursed the occasion that threw me in his way. Libertine as I was, I could not bear to see a man behave so wide of the character he assumed. I looked upon him as a person of very little worth or honesty, and should even have kept a wary eye upon my pocket, if I had thought he could have had any temptation to steal. But I could not conceive the use of money to a Capuchin, who was obliged, by the rules of his order, to appear like a beggar, and enjoy all other necessaries of life gratis. Besides, my fellow travellers seemed to be of a complexion too careless and sanguine to give me any apprehension on that score; so that I proceeded with great confidence, in expectation of being soon at my journey's end. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Adventures of Roderick Random, by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We lodge at a house near Amiens, where I am robbed by the Capuchin, who escapes while I am asleep. I go to Noyon in search of him, but without success. Make my condition known to several people, but find no relief. Grow desperate. Find a company of soldiers. Enlist in the regiment of Picardy. We are ordered into Germany. I find the fatigues of the march almost intolerable. Quarrel with my comrade in a dispute about politics. He challenges me to the field. Wounds and disarms me. The third night of our pilgrimage we passed at a house near Amiens, where, being unknown, we supped upon indifferent fare and sour wine, and were fain to be in a garret upon an old mattress, which I believe had been in the possession of 10,000 myriads of fleas time out of mind. We did not invade their territory with impunity. In less than a minute we were attacked by stings innumerable, in spite of which, however, I fell fast asleep, being excessively fatigued with our day's march, and did not wake till 9 next morning, when, seeing myself alone, I started up in a terrible fright, and, examining my pockets, found my presaging fear too true. My companion had made free with my cash, and left me to seek my way to Paris by myself. I ran downstairs immediately, and, with a look full of grief and amazement, inquired for the mendicant, who, they gave me to understand, had set out 4 hours before, after having told them I was a little indisposed, and desired I might not be disturbed, but be informed when I should wake, that he had taken the road to Noyon, where he would wait for my coming, at the Coq d'Or. I spoke not a word, but with a heavy heart directed my course to that place, at which I arrived in the afternoon, fainting with weariness and hunger, but learned to my utter confusion that no such person had been there. It was happy for me that I had a good deal of resentment in my constitution, which animated me on such occasions against the villainy of mankind, and enabled me to bear misfortunes otherwise intolerable. Boiling with indignation, I discovered to the host my deplorable condition, and inveighed with great bitterness against the treachery of Balthazar; at which he shrugged up his shoulders, and, with a peculiar grimace on his countenance, said he was sorry for my misfortune, but there was no remedy like patience. At that instant some guests arrived, to whom he hastened to offer his service, leaving me mortified at his indifference, and fully persuaded that an innkeeper is the same sordid animal all the world over. While I stood in the porch, forlorn and undetermined, venting ejaculations of curses against the thief who had robbed me, and the old priest who recommended him to my friendship, a young gentleman, richly dressed, attended by a valet de chambre and two servants in livery, arrived at the inn. I thought I perceived a great deal of sweetness and good nature in his countenance. Therefore, he had no sooner alighted than I accosted him, and, in a few words, explained my situation. He listened with great politeness, and, when I made an end of my story, said, "Well, monsieur, what would you have me do?" I was effectually abashed at this interrogation, which I believe no man of common sense or generosity could make, and made no other compliment than a low bow. He returned the compliment still lower, and tripped into an apartment, while the landlord let me know that my standing there to interrupt company gave offence, and might do him infinite prejudice. He had no occasion to repeat his insinuation. I moved from the place immediately, and was so much transported with grief, anger, and disdain, that a torrent of blood gushed from my nostrils. In this ecstasy I quitted Noyon, and betook myself to the fields, where I wandered about like one distracted till my spirits were quite exhausted, and I was obliged to throw myself down at the root of a tree to rest my wearied limbs. Here my rage forsook me. I began to feel the importunate cravings of nature, and relapsed into silent sorrow and melancholy reflection. I revolved all the crimes I had been guilty of, and found them too few and venial, that I could not comprehend the justice of that Providence, which, after having exposed me to so much wretchedness and danger, left me a prey to famine at last in a foreign country, where I had not one friend or acquaintance to close my eyes, and do the last offices of humanity to my miserable carcass. 1,000 times I wished myself a bear, that I might retreat to woods and deserts far from the inhospitable haunts of man, where I could live by my own talents, independent of treacherous friends and supercilious scorn. As I lay in this manner, groaning over my hapless fate, I heard the sound of a violin, and, raising my head, perceived a company of men and women dancing on the grass at some distance from me. I looked upon this to be a favourable season for distress to attract compassion, when every selfish thought is banished, and the heart dilated with mirth and social joy. Wherefore I got up, and approached those happy people, whom I soon discovered to be a party of soldiers with their wives and children, unbending and diverting themselves at this rate, after the fatigue of a march. I had never before seen such a parcel of scarecrows together, neither could I reconcile their meagre and gaunt looks, their squalid and ragged attire, and every other external symptom of extreme woe, with this appearance of festivity. I saluted them, however, and was received with great politeness, after which they formed a ring, and danced around me. This jollity had a wonderful effect upon my spirits. I was infected with their gaiety, and, in spite of my dismal situation, forgot my cares, and joined in their extravagance. When we had recreated ourselves a good while at this diversion, the ladies spread their manteaus on the ground, upon which they emptied their knapsacks of some onions, coarse bread, and a few flasks of poor wine. Being invited to share of the banquet, I sat down with the rest, and in the whole course of my life never made a more comfortable meal. When our repast was ended, we got up again to dance, and now that I found myself refreshed, I behaved to the admiration of everybody. I was loaded with 1,000 compliments and professions of friendship. The men commended my person and agility, and the women were loud in the praise of my bonne grâce. The sergeant, in particular, expressed so much regard for me, and described the pleasures of a soldier's life to me with so much art, that I began to listen to his proposal of enlisting me in the service; and the more I considered my own condition, the more I was convinced of the necessity I was under to come to a speedy determination. Having therefore maturely weighed the circumstances pro and con, I signified my consent, and was admitted into the regiment of Picardy, said to be the oldest corps in Europe. The company to which this commander belonged was quartered at a village not far off, whither we marched next day, and I was presented to my captain, who seemed very well pleased with my appearance, gave me a crown to drink, and ordered me to be accommodated with clothes, arms, and accoutrements. Then I sold my livery suit, purchased linen, and, as I was at great pains to learn the exercise, in a very short time became a complete soldier. It was not long before we received orders to join several more regiments, and march with all expedition into Germany, in order to reinforce Marschall Duke de Noailles, who was then encamped with his army on the side of the river Maine, to watch the motions of the English, Hanoverians, Austrians, and Hessians, under the command of the Earl of Stair. We began our march accordingly, and then I became acquainted with that part of a soldier's life to which I had been hitherto a stranger. It is impossible to describe the hunger and thirst I sustained, and the fatigue I underwent in a march of so many hundred miles, during which I was so much chafed with the heat and motion of my limbs, that in a very short time the inside of my thighs and legs were deprived of skin, and I proceeded in the utmost torture. This misfortune I owed to the plumpness of my constitution, which I cursed, and envied the withered condition of my comrades, whose bodies could not spare juice enough to supply a common issue, and were indeed proof against all manner of friction. The continual pain I felt made me fretful, and my peevishness was increased by the mortification of my pride in seeing those miserable wretches, whom a hard gale of wind would have scattered through the air like chaff, bear those toils with alacrity under which I was ready to sink. One day, while we enjoyed a halt, and the soldiers with their wives had gone out to dance, according to custom, my comrade stayed at home with me on pretence of friendship, and insulted me with his pity and consolation. He told me that, though I was young and tender at present, I should soon be seasoned to the service, and he did not doubt but I should have the honour to contribute in some measure to the glory of the king. "Have courage, therefore, my child," said he, "and pray to the good God that you may be as happy as I am, who have had the honour of serving Louis the Great, and of receiving many wounds in helping to establish his glory." When I looked upon the contemptible object that pronounced these words, I was amazed at the infatuation that possessed him, and could not help expressing my astonishment at the absurdity of a rational who thinks himself highly honoured, in being permitted to encounter abject poverty, oppression, famine, disease, mutilation, and evident death, merely to gratify the vicious ambition of a prince, by whom his sufferings were disregarded, and his name utterly unknown. I observed that, if his situation were the consequence of compulsion, I would praise his patience and fortitude in bearing his lot. If he had taken up arms in defence of his injured country, he was to be applauded for his patriotism; or if he had fled to this way of life as a refuge from a greater evil, he was justifiable in his own conscience, though I could have no notion of misery more extreme than he suffered. But to put his condition on the footing of conducing to the glory of his prince, was no more than professing himself a desperate slave, who voluntarily underwent the utmost wretchedness and peril, and committed the most flagrant crimes, to soothe the barbarous pride of a fellow creature, his superior in nothing but the power he derived from the submission of such wretches as him. The soldier was very much affronted at the liberty I took with his king, which he said nothing but my ignorance could excuse. He affirmed that the characters of princes were sacred, and ought not to be profaned by the censure of their subjects, who were bound by their allegiance to obey their commands, of what nature soever, without scruple or repining; and advised me to correct the rebellious principles I had imbibed among the English, who, for their insolence to their kings, were notorious all over the world, even to a proverb. In vindication of my countrymen, I repeated all the arguments commonly used to prove that every man has a natural right to liberty, that allegiance and protection are reciprocal, that, when the mutual tie is broken by the tyranny of the king, he is accountable to the people for his breach of contract, and subject to the penalties of the law, and that those insurrections of the English, which are branded with the name of rebellion by the slaves of arbitrary power, were no other than glorious efforts to rescue that independence which was their birthright from the ravenous claws of usurping ambition. The Frenchman, provoked at the little deference I paid to the kingly name, lost all patience, and reproached me in such a manner that my temper forsook me. I clenched my fist with an intention to give him a hearty box on the ear. Perceiving my design, he started back and demanded a parley, upon which I checked my indignation, and he gave me to understand that a Frenchman never forgave a blow; therefore, if I were not weary of my life, I would do well to spare him that mortification, and do him the honour of measuring his sword with mine, like a gentleman. I took his advice and followed him to a field hard by, where indeed I was ashamed at the pitiful figure of my antagonist, who was a poor little shivering creature, decrepit with age, and blind of one eye. But I soon found the folly of judging from appearances, being at the second pass wounded in the sword hand, and immediately disarmed with such a jerk, that I thought the joint was dislocated. I was no less confounded than enraged at this event, especially as my adversary did not bear his success with all the moderation that might have been expected; for he insisted upon my asking pardon for affronting his king and him. This proposal I would by no means comply with, but told him, it was a mean condescension, which no gentleman in his circumstances ought to propose, nor any in my situation ought to perform; and that, if he persisted in his ungenerous demand, I would in my turn claim satisfaction with my musket, when we should be more upon a par than with the sword, of which he seemed so much master. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Adventures of Roderick Random by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In order to be revenged, I learn the science of defence. We join Marshal Duke de Noailles, are engaged with the allies of Dettingen, and put to flight. The behaviour of the French soldiers on that occasion. I industriously seek another combat with the old Gascon, and vanquish him in my turn. Our regiment is put into winter quarters at Rheims, where I find my friend Strap. Our recognition. He supplies me with money, and procures my discharge. We take a trip to Paris, from whence, by the way of Flanders, we set out for London, where we safely arrive. He was disconcerted at this declaration, to which he made no reply, but repaired to the dancers, among whom he recounted his victory with many exaggerations and gasconades, while I, taking up my sword, went to my quarters, and examined my wound, which I found was of no consequence. The same day an Irish drummer, having heard of my misfortune, visited me, and, after having condoled me on the chance of war, gave me to understand that he was master of the sword, and would in a very short time instruct me so thoroughly in that noble science, that I should be able to chastise the old Gascon for his insolent boasting at my expense. This friendly office he proffered on pretence of the regard he had for his countrymen; but I afterwards learned that the true motive was no other than a jealousy he entertained of a correspondence between the Frenchman and his wife, which he did not think proper to resent in person. Be this as it will, I accepted his offer, and practised his lessons with such application, that I soon believed myself a match for my conqueror. In the meantime we continued our march, and arrived at the camp of Marshal Noailles, the night before the battle at Dettingen. Notwithstanding the fatigue we had undergone, our regiment was one of those that were ordered next day to cross the river, under the command of the Duke de Gramont, to take possession of a narrow defile, through which the allies must of necessity have passed at a great disadvantage, or remain where they were, and perish for want of provision, if they would not condescend to surrender at discretion. How they suffered themselves to be pent up in this manner it is not my province to relate. I shall only observe that, when we had taken possession of our ground, I heard an old officer in conversation with another express a surprise at the conduct of Lord Stair, who had the reputation of a good general. But it seems at this time that nobleman was overruled, and only acted in an inferior character, so that no part of the blame could be imputed to him, who declared his disapprobation of the step, in consequence of which the whole army was in the utmost danger. But Providence or Destiny acted miracles in their behalf, by disposing the Duke de Gramont to quit his advantageous post, pass the defile, and attack the English, who were drawn up in order of battle on the plain, and who handled us so roughly, that, after having lost a great number of men, we turned our backs without ceremony, and fled with such precipitation, that many hundreds perished in the river through pure fear and confusion; for the enemy were so generous that they did not pursue us 1 inch of ground, and, if our consternation would have permitted, we might have retreated with great order and deliberation. But notwithstanding the royal clemency of the King of Great Britain, who headed the allies in person, and, no doubt, put a stop to the carnage, our loss amounted to 5,000 men, among whom were many officers of distinction. Our miscarriage opened a passage for the foe to Hainault, whither they immediately marched, leaving their sick and wounded to the care of the French, who next day took possession of the field of battle, buried the dead, and treated the living with humanity. This circumstance was a great consolation to us, who thence took occasion to claim the victory, and the genius of the French nation never appeared more conspicuous than now, in the rhodomontades they uttered on the subject of their generosity and courage. Every man, by his own account, performed feats that eclipsed all the heroes of antiquity. One compared himself to a lion retiring at leisure from his cowardly pursuers, who keep at a wary distance, and gall him with their darts. Another likened himself to a bear that retreats with his face to the enemy, who dare not assail him; and the third assumed the character of a desperate stag, that turns upon the hounds and keeps them at bay. There was not a private soldier engaged, who had not by the prowess of his single arm demolished a whole platoon, or put a squadron of horse to flight; and, among others, the meagre Gascon extolled his exploits above those of Hercules or Charlemagne. As I still retained my resentment for the disgrace I suffered in my last rencontre with him, and, now that I thought myself qualified, longed for an opportunity to retrieve my honour, I magnified the valour of the English with all the hyperboles I could imagine, and described the pusillanimity of the French in the same style, comparing them to hares flying before greyhounds, or mice pursued by cats, and passed an ironical compliment on the speed he exerted in his flight, which, considering his age and infirmities, I said was surprising. He was stung to the quick by this sarcasm, and, with an air of threatening disdain, bade me know myself better, and remember the correction I had already received from him for my insolence; for he might not always be in the humour of sparing a wretch who abused his goodness. To this innuendo I made no reply, but by a kick on the breech, which overturned him in an instant. He started up with wonderful agility, and drawing his sword attacked me with great fury. Several people interposed, but, when he informed them of its being an affair of honour, they retired, and left us to decide the battle by ourselves. I sustained his onset with little damage, having only received a small scratch on my right shoulder, and, seeing his breath and vigour almost exhausted, assaulted him in my turn, closed with him, and wrested his sword out of his hand in the struggle. Having thus acquired the victory, I desired him to beg his life, to which demand he made no answer, but shrugged up his shoulders to his ears, expanded his hands, elevated the skin on his forehead and eyebrows, and depressed the corners of his mouth in such a manner that I could scarce refrain from laughing aloud at his grotesque appearance. That I might, however, mortify his vanity, which triumphed without bounds over my misfortune, I thrust his sword up to the hilt in something, it was not a tansy, that lay smoking on the plain, and joined the rest of the soldiers with an air of tranquillity and indifference. There was nothing more of moment attempted by either of the armies during the remaining part of the campaign, which being ended, the English marched back to the Netherlands, part of our army was detached to French Flanders, and our regiment ordered into winter quarters in Champagne. It was the fate of the Grenadier Company, to which I now belonged, to lie at Rheims, where I found myself in the utmost want of everything, my pay, which amounted to 5 sols a day, far from supplying me with necessaries, being scarce sufficient to provide a wretched subsistence to keep soul and body together; so that I was, by hunger and hard duty, brought down to the meagre condition of my fellow soldiers, and my linen reduced from 3 tolerable shirts to 2 pair of sleeves and necks, the bodies having been long ago converted into spatterdatches. And after all, I was better provided than any private man in the regiment. In this urgency of my affairs, I wrote to my uncle in England, though my hopes from that quarter were not at all sanguine, for the reasons I have already explained, and in the meantime had recourse to my old remedy, patience, consoling myself with the flattering suggestions of a lively imagination that never abandoned me in my distress. One day, while I stood sentinel at the gate of a general officer, a certain nobleman came to the door, followed by a gentleman in mourning, to whom, at parting, I heard him say, "You may depend upon my good offices." This assurance was answered by a low bow of the person in black, who, turning to go away, discovered to me the individual countenance of my old friend and adherent, Strap. I was so much astonished at the sight, that I lost the power of utterance, and before I could recollect myself, he was gone, without taking any notice of me. Indeed, had he stayed, I scarcely should have ventured to accost him, because, though I was perfectly well acquainted with the features of his face, I could not be positively certain as to the rest of his person, which was very much altered for the better since he left me at London. Neither could I conceive by which means he was enabled to appear in the sphere of a gentleman, to which, while I knew him, he had not even the ambition to aspire. But I was too much concerned in the affair to neglect further information, and therefore took the first opportunity of asking the porter if he knew the gentleman to whom the Marquis spoke. The Swiss told me his name was Monsieur d'Estrapes, that he had been valet de chambre to an English gentleman lately deceased, and that he was very much regarded by the Marquis for his fidelity to his master, between whom and that nobleman a very intimate friendship had subsisted. Nothing could be more agreeable to me than this piece of intelligence, which banished all doubt of its being my friend, who had found means to Frenchify his name as well as his behaviour since we parted. As soon, therefore, as I was relieved, I went to his lodging, according to a direction given me by the Swiss, and had the good fortune to find him at home. That I might surprise him the more, I concealed my name and business, and only desired the servant of the house to tell Monsieur d'Estrapes that I begged the honour of a half an hour's conversation with him. He was confounded and dismayed at this message, when he understood it was sent by a soldier. Though he was conscious to himself of no crime, all that he had heard of the Bastille appeared to his imagination with aggravated horror, but it was not before I had waited a considerable time that he had resolution enough to bid the servant show me upstairs. When I entered his chamber, he returned my bow with great civility, and endeavoured, with forced complaisance, to disguise his fear, which appeared in the paleness of his face, the wildness of his looks, and the shaking of his limbs. I was diverted at his consternation, which redoubled, when I told him in French I had business for his private ear, and demanded a particular audience. The valet being withdrawn, I asked in the same language if his name was d'Estrapes, to which he answered with a faltering tongue, "The same at your service." "Are you a Frenchman?" said I. "I have not the honour of being a Frenchman born," replied he, "but I have an infinite veneration for the country." I then desired he would do me the honour to look at me, which he no sooner did than, struck with my appearance, he started back, and cried in English, "Oh, Jesus, sure it can't! No, 'tis impossible!" I smiled at his interjection, saying, "I suppose you are too much of a gentleman to own your friend in adversity." When he heard me pronounce these words in our own language, he leaped upon me in a transport of joy, hung about my neck, kissed me from ear to ear, and blubbered like a great schoolboy who had been whipped. Then, observing my dress, he set up his throat, crying, "O Lord, that ever I shall live to see my dearest friend reduced to the condition of a foot soldier in the French service! Why did you consent to my leaving you? But I know the reason. You thought you had got more creditable friends, and grew ashamed of my acquaintance. Ah, Lord help us! Though I was a little short-sighted, I was not altogether blind, and though I did not complain, I was not the less sensible of your unkindness, which was indeed the only thing that induced me to ramble abroad, the Lord knows whither. But I must own it has been a lucky ramble for me, and so I forgive you, and may God forgive you. O Lord, is it come to this?" I was nettled at the charge, which, though just, I could not help thinking unseasonable, and told him with some tartness, that, whether his suspicions were well or ill grounded, he might have chosen a more convenient opportunity of introducing them; and that the question now was whether or no he found himself disposed to lend me any assistance.
disposed!" replied he with great emotion. "I thought you had known me so well as to assure yourself without asking that I, and all that belongs to me, are at your command. In the meantime you shall dine with me, and I will tell you something that perhaps will not be displeasing unto you."
Then, wringing my hand, he said,
"It makes my heart bleed to see you in that garb."
I thanked him for his invitation, which, I observed, could not be unwelcome to a person who had not eaten a comfortable meal these 7 months. But I had another request to make, which I begged he would grant before dinner, and that was the loan of a shirt; for although my back had been many weeks a stranger to any comfort of that kind, my skin was not yet familiarized to the want of it. He stared in my face with a woeful countenance at this declaration, which he could scarce believe, until I explained it by unbuttoning my coat and disclosing my naked body, a circumstance which shocked the tender-hearted Strap, who, with tears in his eyes, ran to a chest of drawers, and taking out some linen, presented to me a very fine ruffled Holland shirt and cambric neckcloth, assuring me he had 3 dozen of the same kind at my service. I was ravished at this piece of good news, and, having accommodated myself in a moment, hugged my benefactor for his generous offer, saying I was overjoyed to find him undebauched by prosperity, which seldom fails to corrupt the heart. He bespoke for dinner some soup and bouilli, a couple of pullets roasted, and a dish of asparagus, and in the interim entertained me with a biscuit and burgundy, after which repast he entreated me to gratify his longing desire of knowing every circumstance of my fortune since his departure from London. This request I complied with, beginning at the adventure of Gawky, and relating every particular event in which I had been concerned from that day to the present hour. During the recital my friend was strongly affected, according to the various situations described. He stared with surprise, glowed with indignation, gaped with curiosity, smiled with pleasure, trembled with fear, and wept with sorrow, as the vicissitudes of my life inspired these different passions; and, when my story was ended, signified his amazement on the whole, by lifting up his eyes and hands, and protesting that, though I was a young man, had suffered more than all the blessed martyrs. After dinner, I desired in my turn to know the particulars of his peregrination, and he satisfied me in a few words, by giving me to understand that he had lived a year at Paris with his master, who, in that time having acquired the language, as well as the fashionable exercises to perfection, made a tour of France and Holland, during which excursion he was so unfortunate as to meet with 3 of his own countrymen on their travels, in whose company he committed such excesses that his constitution failed, and he fell into a consumption; that by the advice of physicians he went to Montpellier for the benefit of good air, and recovered so well in 6 weeks, that he returned to Rheims seemingly in good health, where he had not continued above a month, when he was seized with a looseness that carried him off in 10 days, to the unspeakable sorrow of all who knew him, and especially of Strap, who had been very happy in his service, and given such satisfaction, that his master, on his deathbed, recommended him to several persons of distinction for his diligence, sobriety, and affection, and left him by will his wearing apparel, gold watch, sword, rings, ready money, and all the movables he had in France, to the value of 300 pounds, "which I now," said he, "in the sight of God and man, surrender to your absolute disposal. Here are my keys, take them, I beseech you, and God give you joy of the possession." My brain was almost turned by this sudden change of fortune, which I could scarce believe real. However, I positively refused this extravagant proffer of my friend, and put him in mind of my being a soldier, at which hint he started crying, "Odd so, that's true. We must procure your discharge. I have some interest with a nobleman who is able to do me that favour." We consulted about this affair, and it was determined that Monsieur d'Estrapes should wait upon the Marquis in the morning, and tell him he had by accident found his brother, whom he had not seen for many years before, a private soldier in the regiment of Picardy, and implore that nobleman's interest for his discharge. In the meantime, we enjoyed ourselves over a bottle of good Burgundy, and spent the evening in concerting schemes for our future conduct, in case I should be so lucky as to get rid of the army. The business was to make ourselves easy for life by means of his legacy, a task very difficult, and,
in the usual methods of laying out money, altogether impracticable, so that after much canvassing we could come to no resolution that night, but when we parted, recommended the matter to the serious attention of each other. As for my own part, I puzzled my imagination to no purpose. When I thought of turning merchant, the smallness of our stock, and the risk of seas, enemies, and markets, deterred me from that scheme. If I should settle as a surgeon in my own country, I would find the business already overstocked; or, if I pretended to set up in England, must labour under want of friends and powerful opposition, obstacles insurmountable by the most shining merit. Neither should I succeed in my endeavours to rise in the state, inasmuch as I could neither flatter nor pimp for courtiers, nor prostitute my pen in defence of a wicked and contemptible administration. Before I could form any feasible project, I fell asleep, and my fancy was blessed with the image of the dear Narcissa, who seemed to smile upon my passion, and offer her hand as a reward for all my toils. Early in the morning I went to the lodgings of my friend, whom I found exulting over his happy invention; for I no sooner entered his apartment than he addressed himself to me in these words, with a smile of self-applause:
"Well, Mr. Random, a lucky thought may come into a fool's head sometimes. I've hit it. I'll hold you a button my plan is better than yours, for all your learning; but you shall have the preference in this, as in all other things. Therefore proceed, and let us know the effects of your meditation, and then I will impart my own simple excogitations."
I told him that not one thought had occurred to me which deserved the least notice, and signified my impatience to be acquainted with the fruits of his reflection.
"As we have not," said he, "money sufficient to maintain us during a tedious expectation, it is my opinion that a bold push must be made, and I see none so likely to succeed as your appearing in the character of a gentleman, which is your due, and making your address to some lady of fortune, who can render you independent at once. Nay, don't stare, I affirm that this scheme is both prudent and honourable, for I would not have you throw yourself away upon an old toothless wheezing dame, whose breath would stink you into a consumption in less than 3 months. Neither would I advise you to assume the character of a wealthy squire, as your common fortune hunters do, by which means many a poor lady is cheated into matrimony, and instead of enjoying the pomp and grandeur that was promised, sees her dowry seized by her husband's rapacious creditors, and herself reduced to misery and despair. No, I know you have a soul that disdains such imposition, and are master of qualifications, both of mind and body, which alone entitle you to a match that will set you above the world. I have clothes in my possession that a duke need not be ashamed to wear. I believe they will fit you as they are. If not, there are plenty of tailors in France. Let us take a short trip to Paris, and provide ourselves with all other necessaries, then set out for England, where I intend to do myself the honour of attending you in quality of a valet. This expedient will save you the expense of a servant, shaving and dressing, and I doubt not but by the blessing of God we shall bring matters to a speedy and fortunate issue."
Extravagant as this proposal was, I listened to it with pleasure, because it flattered my vanity, and indulged a ridiculous hope I began to entertain of inspiring Narcissa with a mutual flame. After breakfast, Monsieur d'Estrapes went to pay his devoirs to the Marquis, and was so successful in his application, that I obtained a discharge in a few days, upon which we set out for Paris. Here I had time to reflect and congratulate myself upon this sudden transition of fate, which to bear with moderation required some degree of philosophy and self-denial. This truth will be more obvious if I give a detail of the particulars, to the quiet possession of which I was raised in an instant from the most abject misery and contempt. My wardrobe consisted of 5 fashionable coats full mounted, 2 of which were plain, one of cut velvet, one trimmed with gold, and another with silver lace, 2 frocks, one of white drab with large plate buttons, the other of blue with gold binding, one waistcoat of gold brocade, one of blue satin, embroidered with silver, one of green silk, trimmed with figured broad gold lace, one of black silk, with fringes, one of white satin, one of black cloth, and one of scarlet,
6 pair of cloth breeches, 1 pair of crimson, and another of black velvet, 12 pair of white silk stockings, as many of black silk, and the same number of white cotton, 1 hat laced with gold point d'Espagne, another with silver lace scalloped, a third with gold binding, and a fourth plain. 3 dozen of fine ruffled shirts, as many neckcloths, 1 dozen of cambric handkerchiefs, and the like number of silk. The other movables which I possessed by the generosity and friendship of Strap were a gold watch with a chased case, 2 valuable diamond rings, 2 mourning swords, 1 with a silver handle, and a 4th cut steel inlaid with gold, a diamond stock buckle, and a set of stone buckles for the knees and shoes, a pair of silver-mounted pistols with rich housings, a gold-headed cane, and a snuff-box of tortoise-shell, mounted with gold, having the picture of a lady in the top. The gentleman left many other things of value, which my friend had converted into cash before I met with him, so that, over and above these particulars, our stock in ready money amounted to something more than £200. Thus equipped, I put on the gentleman of figure, and, attended by my honest friend, who was contented with the station of my valet, visited the Louvre, examining the gallery of Luxembourg, and appeared at Versailles, where I had the honour of seeing his most Christian Majesty eat a considerable quantity of olives. During the month I spent at Paris, I went several times to court, the Italian comedy, opera, and playhouse, danced at a masquerade, and, in short, saw everything remarkable in and about that capital. Then we set out for England, by way of Flanders, passed through Brussels, Ghent, and Bruges, and took shipping at Ostend, from whence in 14 hours we arrived at Deal, hired a post-chaise, and in 12 hours more got safe to London, having disposed of our heavy baggage in the waggon. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Adventures of Roderick Random by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I inquire for my uncle and understand he has gone to sea. Take lodgings at Charing Cross. Go to the play where I meet with an adventure. Dine at an ordinary. The guests described. Become acquainted with Medlar and Dr. Wagtail. As soon as we alighted at the inn, I dispatched Strap to inquire for my uncle at the Union Flag, in Wapping, and he returned in a little time with an account of Mr. Bowling's having gone to sea, mate of a merchant ship, after a long and unsuccessful application attendance at the Admiralty, where, it seems, the interest he depended upon was not sufficient to reinstate him, or recover the pay that was due to him when he quitted the Thunder. Next day I hired very handsome lodgings not far from Charing Cross, and in the evening dressed myself in a plain suit of the true Paris cut, and appeared in a front box at the play, where I saw a good deal of company, and was vain enough to believe that I was observed with an uncommon degree of attention and applause. This silly conceit intoxicated me so much, that I was guilty of 1,000 ridiculous coquetries; and I dare say, how favourable soever the thoughts of the company might be at my first appearance, they were soon changed by my absurd behaviour into pity or contempt. I rose and sat down, covered and uncovered my head 20 times between the acts, pulled out my watch, clapped it to my ear, wound it up, set it, gave it the hearing again, displayed my snuff box, affected to take snuff, that I might have all opportunity of showing my brilliant, and wiped my nose with perfumed handkerchief, then dangled my cane, and adjusted my sword knot, and acted many more fooleries of the same kind, in hopes of obtaining the character of a pretty fellow, in the acquiring of which I found 2 considerable obstructions in my disposition, namely, a natural reserve and jealous sensibility. Fain would I have entered into conversation with the people around me, but I was restrained by the fear of being censured for my assurance, as well as by reflecting that I was more entitled to a compliment of this kind from them than they to such condescension from a stranger like me. How often did I redden at the frequent whispers and loud laughter of my fellow beaux, which I imagined were excited by me, and how often did I envy the happy indifference of those choice spirits
who behold the distress of the scene without discovering the least symptom of approbation or concern. My attention was engaged in spite of myself, and I could not help weeping with the heroine of the stage, though I practised a great many shifts to conceal this piece of unpolite weakness. When the play was ended, I sat waiting for an opportunity of handing some lady to her coach, but every one was attended by such a number of officious gallants, that for a long time I was balked in my expectation. At length, however, I perceived a very handsome creature, genteelly dressed, sitting by herself in a box, at some distance from me, upon which I went up to her, and offered my service. She seemed to be in some confusion, thanked me for my complaisance, and with a tender look declined giving me the trouble, looking at her watch, and testifying her surprise at the negligence of her footman, whom she had ordered to have a chair ready for her at that hour. I repeated my entreaty with all the eloquence and compliment I was master of, and, in the event, she was prevailed upon to accept of a proposal I made, to send my servant for a chair or coach. Accordingly, Strap was detached for that purpose, and returned without success. By this time the playhouse was quite empty, and we were obliged to retire. As I led her through the passage, I observed 5 or 6 young fellows of fashion standing in a corner, one of whom, as I thought, tipped my charmer the wink, and when we were past, I heard a loud laugh. This note aroused my attention, and I was resolved to be fully satisfied of this lady's character before I should have any nearer connection with her. As no convenience appeared, I proposed to conduct her to a tavern, where we might stay a few minutes until my servant could fetch a coach from the Strand. She seemed particularly shy of trusting herself in a tavern with a stranger, but at last yielded to my pathetic remonstrances, rather than endanger her health by remaining in a cold damp thoroughfare. Having thus far succeeded, I begged to know what wine she would be pleased to drink a glass of, but she professed the greatest aversion to all sorts of strong liquors, and it was with much difficulty that I could persuade her to eat a jelly. In the meantime, I endeavoured to alleviate the uneasiness she discovered, by saying all the agreeable things I could think of, at which she would often sigh, and regard me with a languishing look, that seemed, however, too near akin to the lewd leer of a courtesan. This discovery added to my former suspicion, while it put me upon my guard against her arts, divested me of reserve, and enabled me to entertain her with gaiety and freedom. In the course of our conversation, I pressed her to allow me the honour of waiting upon her next day at her lodgings, a request which she, with many apologies, refused, lest it should give umbrage to Sir John, who was of a disposition apt to be fretted with trifles. This information, by which I was to understand that her husband was a knight, did not check my addresses, which became more and more importunate, and I was even hardy enough to ravish a kiss. But, oh heavens! Instead of banqueting on the ambrosial flavour that her delicacy of complexion promised, I was almost suffocated with the steams of Geneva. An exhalation of this kind, from a mouth which had just before declared an utter abhorrence of all spirituous liquors, not only changed my doubts into certainty, but my raptures into loathing, and it would have been impossible for me to have preserved common complaisance 5 minutes longer, when my servant returned with a coach. I took the advantage of this occasion, and presented my hand to the lady, who put in practice against me the whole artillery of her charms, ogling, languishing, sighing, and squeezing, with so little reserve, that Strap perceived her tenderness, and rubbed his hands with joy as he followed us to the door. But I was proof against all her endearments, and handed her into the coach with an intention to take my leave immediately. She guessed my design, and invited me to her house, whispering, that now Sir John was gone to bed, she could have the pleasure of my conversation for half an hour, without interruption. I told her there was no mortification I would not undergo, rather than endanger the repose of her ladyship, and, bidding the coachman drive on, wished her a good night. She lost all temper at my indifference, and stopping the coach at the distance of about 20 yards from me, popped out her head, and howled with the lungs of a fishwoman,
"Damn you, you dog! Won't you pay the coach hire?"
As I made no answer, she held forth against me with an eloquence peculiar to herself, calling me pitiful fellow, scoundrel, and 100 such appellations, concluding with an oath, that, for all my appearance, she believed I had got no money in my pocket. Having thus vented her indignation, she ordered her coachman to proceed, and I returned to the tavern, where I bespoke something for supper, very well pleased at the issue of this adventure. I dispensed with the attendance of the waiter at table, on pretence that my own servant was present, and, when we were alone, said to Strap, "Well, Monsieur de Strap, what d'ye think of this lady?" My friend, who had not opened his mouth since her departure, could make no other reply than the monosyllable "Thank!" which he pronounced with a note of fear and astonishment. Surprised at this emphasis, I surveyed my valet, and perceiving a wildness in his looks, asked if he had seen his grandfather's ghost. "Ghost!" said he, "I am sure I have seen a devil incarnate. Who would have thought that so much devilish malice and billingsgate could lurk under so much sweetness of countenance and modesty of behaviour? Ah, God help us! Fronte nulla fides, nimium ne crede colori. But we ought to down on our knees, and bless God for delivering us from the jaws of that painted sepulchre." I was pretty much of Strap's opinion, and, though I did not believe myself in any danger from the allurements of that sisterhood, I determined to act with great circumspection for the future, and shun all commerce of that kind, as equally prejudicial to my purse and constitution. My next care was to introduce myself into a set of good acquaintance, for which purpose I frequented a certain coffee house, noted for the resort of good company, English as well as foreigners, where my appearance procured all the civilities and advances I could desire; and there was an ordinary in the same house. I went upstairs to dinner with the other guests, and found myself at a table with 13 people, the greatest part of whom were better dressed than myself. The conversation, which was mostly carried on in French, turned chiefly on politics, and I soon found the whole company were in the French interest, myself excepted; and a testy old gentleman, who contradicted everything that was advanced in favour of his most Christian majesty, with a surliness truly English. But this trusty patriot, who had never been out of his own country, and drew all his maxims and notions from prejudice and hearsay, was very unequal to his antagonists, who were superior to him in learning and experience, and often took the liberty of travellers in asserting things which were not strictly true, because they thought themselves in no danger of being detected by him. The claim of the Queen of Spain to the Austrian dominions in Italy was fully explained and vindicated by a person who sat opposite to me, and, by the solemnity of his manner and the richness of his apparel, seemed to be a foreign ambassador. This dissertation produced another on the pragmatic sanction, handled with great warmth by a young gentleman at my right hand, dressed in a green frock, trimmed with gold, who justified the French king for his breach of that contract, and affirmed that he could not have observed it without injuring his own glory. Although I was not at all convinced by this gentleman's arguments, I could not help admiring his vivacity, which I imagined must be the effect of his illustrious birth and noble education, and accordingly rated him, in my conjecture, as a young prince on his travels. The discourse was afterwards shifted by an old gentleman of a very martial appearance, to the last campaign, when the battle of Dettingen was fought over again, with so many circumstances to the honour of the French and disadvantages of the allies, that I began to entertain some doubts of my having been there in person, and took the liberty to mention some objections to what he advanced. This freedom introduced a dispute, which lasted a good while, to the mortification of all present, and was at last referred to the determination of a grave person, whom they styled Doctor, and who, under a show of great moderation, decided it against me, with so little regard to truth, that I taxed him with partiality in pretty severe terms, to the no small entertainment of the true English politician, who rejoiced at my defence of a cause he had so often espoused without success. My opponent, pleased with the victory he had gained, affected a great deal of candour, and told me he should not have been so positive, if he had not been at great pains to inform himself of each particular. "Indeed," said he, "I am convinced that the previous steps considered, things could not happen otherwise; for we generals who have seen service, though we may not be on the spot ourselves, know by the least sketch of the disposition what must be the event." He then censured, with great freedom, every circumstance of the conduct of those who commanded the allies; from thence made a transition to the ministry, which he honoured with many invectives for employing people who had neither experience nor capacity, to the prejudice of old officers, who had been distinguished for both; dropped many hints of his own importance, and concluded with observing, that the French and Spaniards knew better how to value generals of merit, the good effects of which are seen in the conquests they gain, and the discipline of their troops, which are at the same time better clothed and paid than any soldiers in the universe. These remarks furnished the Green Knight with an opportunity of launching out in the praise of the French government in general, civil as well as military, on which occasion he made many odious comparisons to the disadvantage of the English. Everybody, almost, assented to the observations he made, and the doctor gave his sanction, by saying, the people of France were undoubtedly the happiest subjects in the world. I was so much astonished and confounded at their infatuation and effrontery, that I had not power to utter one word in opposition to their assertions; but my morose associate could not put up with the indignity that was offered to Old England, and therefore, with a satirical grin, addressed himself to the general in these words:
Sir, I have often heard it said, she's a villainous bird that befouls her own nest. As for what those people who are foreigners say, I don't mind it. They know no better. But you, who are bred and born, and have got your bread under the English government, should have more regard to gratitude as well as truth in censuring your native country. If the ministry have thought fit to lay you aside, I suppose they have their own reasons for so doing, and you ought to remember that you still live on the bounty of this nation. As for these gentlemen, meaning the prince and ambassador, who make so free with our constitution, laws, and genius of our people, I think they might show a little more respect for their benefactors, who, I must own, are to blame in harbouring and protecting and encouraging such ungrateful vagrants as they are."
At these words, the chevalier in green started up in a great passion, and laying his hand on the hilt of his hanger, exclaimed, "Ah, foutre!" The Englishman, on the other hand, grasping his cane, cried,
"Don't foutre me, sirrah, or by God I'll knock you down."
The company interposed, the Frenchman sat down again, and his antagonist proceeded:
"Look'ee, monsieur, you know very well that had you dared to speak so freely of the administration of your own country in Paris, as you have done in ours in London, you would have been sent to the Bastille without ceremony, where you might have rotted in a dungeon, and never seen the light of the sun again. Now, sir, take my word for it, although our constitution screens us from such oppression, we want not laws to chastise the authors of seditious discourse; and if I hear another syllable out of your mouth in contempt or prejudice of this kingdom, I will give you a convincing proof of what I advance, and have you laid by the heels for your presumption." This declaration had an effect on the company as sudden as surprising. The young prince became as supple as a spaniel, the ambassador trembled, the general sat silent and abashed, and the doctor, who, it seems, had felt the rod of power, grew pale as death, and assured us all that he had no intention to affront any person or people. "Your principles, doctor," resumed the old gentleman, "are no secret. I have nothing to say upon that head; but I am very much surprised that a man who despises us so much should, notwithstanding, live among us, when he has no visible motive for so doing. Why don't you take up your habitation in your beloved France, where you may rail at England without censure?"
To this remonstrance the doctor thought proper to make no reply, and an unsocial silence ensued, which I perceiving, took notice that it was pity such idle disputes, maintained very often through whim or diversion, should create any misunderstanding among gentlemen of good sense, and proposed to drink down all animosity in another bottle. This motion was applauded by the whole company. The wine was brought, and the English champion, declaring he had no spleen against any man for differing opinion from him, any more than for difference of complexion, drank to the good health of all present. The compliment was returned, and the conversation once more became unreserved, though more general than before. Among other topics, the subject of war was introduced, on which the general declaimed with great eloquence, recounting many of his own exploits by way of illustration. In the course of his harangue, he happened to mention the word epaulement, upon which the testy gentleman asked the meaning of that term.
"I'll tell you what an epaulement is," replied he. "I never saw an epaulement but once, and that was at the siege of Namur, in a council of war. Monsieur Cohorn, the famous engineer, affirmed that the place could not be taken. 'Yes,' said the Prince of Vandemont, 'it may be taken by an epaulement.' This was immediately put into execution, and in 24 hours Marsical Boufflers was fain to capitulate." Here he made a full stop, and the old gentleman repeated the question, "But pray what is an epaulement?" To this interrogation the officer made no immediate reply, but rang the bell, and called for the bill, which being brought, he threw down his portion of the reckoning, and telling the company he would show them an epaulement when his majesty should think fit to entrust him with the command of our army abroad, strutted away with great dignity. I could not imagine why he was so shy of explaining one of the most simple terms of fortification, which I forthwith described as a side work composed of earth, gabions, or fascines. But I was very much surprised when I afterwards understood that his reserve proceeded from his ignorance. Having paid our bill, we adjourned to the coffee room, where my fellow labourer insisted on treating me with a dish, giving me to understand at the same time that I had acquired his good opinion, both with respect to my principles and understanding. I thanked him for his compliment, and professing myself an utter stranger in this part of the world, begged he would have the goodness to inform me of the quality and characters of the people who dined above. This request was a real favour to one of his disposition, which was no less communicative than curious. He therefore complied with great satisfaction, and told me, to my extreme astonishment, that the supposed young prince was a dancer at one of the theatres, and the ambassador no other than a fiddler belonging to the opera. "The doctor," said he, "is a Roman Catholic priest, who sometimes appears in the character of an officer, and assumes the name of captain, but more generally takes the garb, title, and behaviour of a physician, in which capacity he wheedles himself into the confidence of weak-minded people, and by arguments no less specious than false, converts them from their religion and allegiance. He has been in the hands of justice more than once for such practices, but he is a sly dog, and manages matters with so much craft, that hitherto he has escaped for a short imprisonment. As for the general, you may see he has owed his promotion more to his interest than his capacity, and now that the eyes of the ministry are opened, his friends dead or become inconsiderable, he is struck off the list, and obliged to put up with a yearly pension. In consequence of this reduction, he has become malcontent, and inveighs against the government in all companies, with so little discretion, that I am surprised at the lenity of the administration, in overlooking his insolence. But the truth of the matter is, he owes his safety to his weakness and want of importance. He has seen a little, and but a little, service, and yet, if you will take his word for it, there has not been a great action performed in the field since the Revolution in which he was not principally concerned. When a story is told of any great general, he immediately matches it with one of himself, though he is often unhappy in his invention, and commits such gross blunders in the detail, that everybody is in pain for him. Caesar, Pompey, and Alexander the Great are continually in his mouth, and, as he reads a good deal without any judgment to digest it, his ideas are confused, and his harangues as unintelligible as infinite; for, if once he begin, there is no chance of his leaving off speaking while one person remains to yield attention. Therefore, the only expedient I know for putting a stop to his loquacity is to lay hold of some incongruity he has uttered, and demand an explanation, or ask the meaning of some difficult term that he knows by name. This method will effectually put him to silence, if not to flight, as it happened when I inquired about an epaulement. Had he been acquainted with the signification of that word, his triumph would have been intolerable, and we must have quitted the field first, or been worried with impertinence." Having thus gratified my curiosity, the old gentleman began to discover his own, in questions relating to myself, to which I thought proper to return ambiguous answers. "I presume, sir," said he, "you have travelled?" I answered, "Yes." "I dare say you have found it very expensive," said he. I replied, "To be sure, one cannot travel without money." "That I know by experience," said he,
for I myself take a trip to Bath or Tunbridge every season, and one must pay sauce for what one has on the road, as well in other countries as in this. That's a pretty stone in your ring. Give me leave, sir. The French have attained to a wonderful skill in making compositions of this kind. Why, now, this looks almost as well as a diamond." "Almost as well, sir," said I. "Why, not altogether. I am sure if you understand anything of jewels, you must perceive at first sight that this stone is a real diamond, and that of a very fine water. Take it in your hand and examine it." He did so with some confusion, and returned it, saying, "I ask your pardon, I see it is a true brilliant of immense value." I imagined his respect to me increased after this inquiry; therefore, to captivate his esteem the more, I told him I would show him a seal of composition, engraved after a very valuable antique, upon which I pulled out my watch with a rich gold chain, adorned with 3 seals set in gold, and an opal ring. He viewed each of them with great eagerness, handled the chain, admired the chased case, and observed that the whole must have cost me a vast sum of money. I affected indifference, and replied in a careless manner, "Some trifle of 60 or 70 guineas." He stared in my face for some time, and then asked if I was an Englishman. I answered in the negative. "You are from Ireland then, sir, I presume?" said he. I made the same reply. "Oh, perhaps," said he, "you were born in one of our settlements abroad?" I still answered no. He seemed very much surprised, and said he was sure I was not a foreigner. I made no reply, but left him upon the tender hooks of impatient uncertainty. He could not contain his anxiety, but asked pardon for the liberties he had taken, and, to encourage me the more to disclose my situation, displayed his own without reserve. "I am," said he, "a single man, have a considerable annuity, on which I live according to my inclination, and make the ends of the year meet very comfortably. As I have no estate to leave behind, I am not troubled with the importunate officiousness of relations or legacy hunters. I consider the world as made for me, not me for the world. It is my maxim, therefore, to enjoy it while I can, and let futurity shift for itself." While he thus indulged his own talkative vein, and at the same time, no doubt, expected retaliation from me, a young man entered, dressed in black velvet and an enormous tie-wig, with an air in which natural levity and affected solemnity were so jumbled together, that on the whole he appeared a burlesque on all decorum. This ridiculous oddity danced up to the table at which we sat, and after 1,000 grimaces, asked my friend by the name of Mr. Medlar, if we were not engaged upon business. My companion put on a surly countenance, and replied, "No great business, doctor, but however—" "Oh, then," cried the physician, "I must beg your indulgence a little. Pray pardon me, gentlemen." "Sir," said he, addressing himself to me, "your most humble servant. I hope you will forgive me, sir. I must beg the favour to sit. Sir, I have something of consequence to impart to my friend Mr. Medlar. Sir, I hope you will excuse my freedom in whispering, sir." Before I had time to give this complacent person my permission, Mr. Medlar cried, "I'll have no whispering. If you have anything to say to me, speak with an audible voice." The doctor seemed a little disconcerted at this exclamation, and turning again to me, made 1,000 apologies for pretending to make a mystery of anything, a piece of caution which he said was owing to his ignorance of my connection with Mr. Medlar. But now he understood I was a friend, and would communicate what he had to say in my hearing. He then began, after 2 or 3 hems, in this manner: "You must know, sir, I am just come from dinner at my Lady Flarite's." Then addressing himself to me, "A lady of quality, sir, at whose table I have the honour of dining sometimes. There was a Lady Stately, and my Lady Larum, and Mrs. Dainty, and Miss Biddy Giggler, upon my word a very good-natured young lady, with a very pretty fortune, sir. There was also my Lord Straddle, Sir John Shrug, and Master Billy Chatter, who was actually a very facetious young gentleman. So, sir, her ladyship seeing me excessively fatigued, for she was the last of 15 patients, people of distinction, sir, whom I had visited this forenoon, insisted upon my staying dinner, though upon my word I protest I had no appetite. However, in compliance with her ladyship's request, sir, I sat down, and the conversation turning on different subjects, among other things, Mr. Chatter asked very earnestly when I saw Mr. Medlar. I told him I had not the pleasure of seeing you these 19 hours and a half, for you may remember, sir, it was nearly about that time, I won't be positive as to a minute. No, says he, then I desire you will go to his lodgings immediately after dinner, and see what's the matter with him, for he must certainly be very bad from having eaten last night such a vast quantity of raw oysters. The crusty gentleman, who from the solemnity of his delivery expected something extraordinary, no sooner heard this conclusion than he started up in a testy humour, crying, "Pshaw! Pshaw! Damn your oysters!" and walked away after a short compliment of "Your servant, sir," to me. The doctor got up also, saying, "I vow and protest, upon my word, I am actually amazed," and followed Mr. Medlar to the bar, which was hard by, where he was paying for his coffee. There he whispered so loud that I could overhear, "Pray, who is this gentleman?" His friend replied hastily, "I might have known that before, if it had been not for your impertinent intrusion," and walked off very much disappointed. The ceremonious physician returned immediately, and sat down by me, asking 1,000 pardons for leaving me alone, and giving me to understand that what he had communicated to Mr. Medlar at the bar was an affair of the last importance, that would admit of no delay. He then called for some coffee, and launched out into the virtues of that berry, which he said, in cold phlegmatic constitutions like his, dried up the superfluous moisture, and braced the relaxed nerves. He told me it was utterly unknown to the ancients, and derived its name from an Arabian word, which I might easily perceive by the sound and termination. From this topic he transferred his disquisitions to the verb drink, which he affirmed was improperly applied to the taking of coffee, inasmuch as people did not drink, but sip or sipple that liquor; that the genuine meaning of drinking is to quench one's thirst, or commit a debauch by swallowing wine; that the Latin word which conveyed the same idea was biberi or potari; and that of the Greeks pinene or potine; though he was apt to believe they were differently used on different occasions. For example, to drink a vast quantity, or, as the vulgar express it, to drink an ocean of liquor, was in Latin potari, and in Greek potein; and, on the other hand, to use it moderately was biberi and pinene. That this was only a conjecture of his, which, however, seemed to be supported by the word bibulus, which in particularly applied to the pores of the skin, and can only drink a very small quantity of the circumambient moisture, by reason of the smallness of their diameters; whereas from the verb potein is derived the substantive potamos, which signifies a river or vast quantity of liquor. I could not help smiling at this learned and important investigation, and, to recommend myself the more to my new acquaintance, whose disposition I was by this time well informed of, I observed that what he alleged did not, to the best of my remembrance, appear in the writings of the ancients; for Horace uses the words poto and bibo indifferently for the same purpose, as in the 20th ode of his first book. Vile potabis modicis sebinum cantharis, et prelo domitam caleno tu bibes uvam. That I had never heard of the verb potein, but that potamos, potima, and potos were derived from pino, poso, pepoca, in consequence of which the Greek poets never used any other word for festal drinking. Homer describes Nestor at his cups in these words: Nestora doc elathen iaca pinonta perempes; and Anacreon mentions it on the same occasion always in every page: Pinonte de oinon hidon, otan pino ton oinon, oplis ego de pino; and in 1,000 other places. The doctor, who doubtless intended by his criticism to give me a high idea of his erudition, was infinitely surprised to find himself schooled by one of my appearance, and after a considerable pause cried,
Upon my word, you are in the right, sir. I find I have not considered this affair with my usual accuracy." Then, accosting me in Latin, which he spoke very well, the conversation was maintained full 2 hours, on a variety of subjects in that language; and indeed he spoke so judiciously, that I was convinced, notwithstanding his whimsical appearance and attention to trifles, that he was a man of extensive knowledge, especially in books. He looked upon me, as I afterwards understood from Mr. Medlar, as a prodigy in learning, and proposed that very night, if I were not engaged, to introduce me to several young gentlemen of fortune and fashion, with whom I had an appointment at the Bedford Coffee House. Chapter 45. Chapter 46 of the Adventures of Roderick Random, by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wagtail introduces me to a set of fine gentlemen with whom I spend the evening at a tavern. Our conversation. The characters of my new companions. The doctor is roasted. Our issue of our debauch. I accepted his offer with pleasure, and we went thither in a hackney coach, where I saw a great number of gay figures fluttering about, most of whom spoke to the doctor with great familiarity. Among the rest stood a group of them around the fire, whom I immediately knew to be the very persons who had the night before, by their laughing, alarmed my suspicion of the lady who had put herself under my protection. They no sooner perceived me enter with Dr. Wagtail, for that was my companion's name, than they tittered and whispered one to another, and I was not a little surprised to find that they were the gentlemen to whose acquaintance he designed to recommend me; for, when he observed them together, he told me who they were, and desired to know by what name he should introduce me. I satisfied him in that particular, and he advanced with great gravity, saying, "Gentlemen, your most obedient servant. Give me leave to introduce my friend, Mr. Random, to your society." Then, turning to me, "Mr. Random, this is Mr. Bragwell, Mr. Banter, sir, Mr. Chatter, my friend, Mr. Slyboot, and Mr. Rentner, sir." I saluted each of them in order, and when I came to take Mr. Slyboot by the hand, I perceived him thrust his tongue in his cheek, to the no small entertainment of the company. But I did not think proper to take any notice of it on this occasion. Mr. Ranter too, who I afterwards learned was a player, displayed his talents, by mimicking my air, features, and voice, while he returned my compliment. This feat I should not have been so sensible of, had I not seen him behave in the same manner to my friend Wagtail, when he made up to them at first. But for once I let him enjoy the fruits of his dexterity, without question or control; resolved, however, to chastise his insolence at a more convenient opportunity. Mr. Slyboot, guessing I was a stranger, asked if I had been lately in France, and when I answered in the affirmative, inquired if I had seen the Luxembourg Gallery. I told him I had considered it more than once with great attention. Upon this a conversion ensued, in which I discovered him to be a painter. While we were discoursing upon the particulars of this famous performance, I overheard Banter ask Dr. Wagtail where he had picked up this Mr. Random; to which question the physician answered, "Upon my word, a mighty pretty sort of gentleman, a man of fortune, sir. He has made the grand tour, and seen the best company in Europe, sir." "What he told you, I suppose?" said the other. "I take him to be neither more nor less than a French valet de chambre." "Oh, barbarous, barbarous!" cried the doctor. "This is actually, upon my word, altogether unaccountable. I know all his family perfectly well, sir. He is of the Randoms of the North, a very ancient house, sir, and a distant relation of mine." I was extremely nettled at the conjecture of Mr. Banter, and began to entertain a very indifferent opinion of my company in general; but as I might possibly by their means acquire a more extensive and agreeable acquaintance, I determined to bear these little mortifications as long as I could without injuring the dignity of my character. After having talked for some time on the weather, plays, politics, and other coffee house subjects, it was proposed that we should spend the evening at a noted tavern in the neighbourhood, whither we repaired in a body.
Having taken possession of a room, called for French wine and bespoke supper, the glass went about pretty freely, and the characters of my associates opened upon me more and more. It soon appeared that the doctor was entertained as butt for the painter and player to exercise their wit upon, for the diversion of the company. Mr. Ranter began the game by asking him what was good for a hoarseness, lowness of spirits, and indigestion, for he was troubled with all these complaints to a very great degree. Wagtail immediately undertook to explain the nature of his case, and in a very prolix manner harangued upon prognostics, diagnostics, symptomatics, therapeutics, inanition, and repletion, then calculated the force of the stomach and lungs in their respective operations, ascribed the player's malady to a disorder in these organs, proceeding from hard drinking and vociferations, and prescribed a course of stomach-aches, with abstinence from venery wine, loud speaking, laughing, singing, coughing, sneezing, or hallooing.
"Pah, pah!" cried Ranter, interrupting him, "the remedy is worse than the disease. I wish I knew where to find some tinder water."
"Tinder water!" said the doctor. "Upon my word, I don't apprehend you, Mr. Ranter."
"Water extracted from tinder," replied the other, "a universal specific for all distempers incident to man. It was invented by a learned German monk, who, for a valuable consideration, imparted the secret to Paracelsus."
"Pardon me," cried the painter, "it was first used by Solomon, as appears by a Greek manuscript in his civil handwriting, lately found at the foot of Mount Lebanon, by a peasant who was digging for potatoes."
"Well," said Wagtail, "in all my vast reading, I never met with such a preparation; neither did I know till this minute that Solomon understood Greek, or that potatoes grew in Palestine."
Here Banter interposed, saying he was surprised that Dr. Wagtail should make the least doubt of Solomon's understanding Greek, when he is represented to us as the wisest and best educated prince in the world; and as for potatoes, they were transplanted thither from Ireland, in the time of the Crusade, by some knights of that country.
"I profess," said the doctor, "there is nothing more likely. I would actually give a vast sum for a sight of that manuscript, which must be inestimable, and, if I understood the process, would set about it immediately."
The player assured him the process was very simple; that he must cram 100 weight of dry tinder into a glass retort, and distilling it by the force of animal heat, it would yield half a scruple of insipid water, 1 drop of which is a full dose.
"Upon my integrity," exclaimed the incredulous doctor, "this is very amazing and extraordinary, that a caput mortuum should yield any water at all. I must own I have always been an enemy to specifics, which I thought inconsistent with the nature of animal economy, but certainly the authority of Solomon is not to be questioned. I wonder where I shall find a glass retort large enough to contain such a vast quantity of tinder, the consumption of which must, undoubtedly, raise the price of paper, or where shall I find animal heat sufficient even to warm such a mass?"
Slyboot informed him that he might have a retort blown for him as big as a church, and that the easiest method of raising the vapour by animal heat would be to place it in the middle of an infirmary for feverish patients, who might be upon mattresses around and in contact with it. He had no sooner pronounced these words, than Wagtail exclaimed in a rapture,
"An admirable expedient, as I hope to be saved! I will positively put it in practice."
This simplicity of the physician furnished excellent diversion for the company, who in their turn sneered at him in ironical compliments, which his vanity swallowed as the genuine sentiments of their hearts. Mr. Chatter, impatient of so long a silence, now broke out and entertained us with a catalogue of all the people who danced at the last Hampstead assembly, with a most circumstantial account of the dress and ornaments of each, from the lappets of the ladies to the shoe buckles of the men, concluding with telling Bragwell that his mistress Melinda was there, and seemed to miss him, and soliciting his company at the next occasion of that kind.
"No, damme," said Bragwell, "I have something else to mind than dangling after a parcel of giddy-headed girls. Besides, you know my temper is so unruly, that I am apt to involve myself in scrapes when a woman is concerned. The last time I was there, I had an affair with Tom Trippet." "Oh, I remember that," cried Banter.
You lugged out before the ladies, and I commend you for so doing, because you had an opportunity of showing your manhood without running any risk."
"Risk!" said the other, with a fierce countenance.
"Damn my blood, I fear no risks. I ain't afraid of lugging out against any man that wears a head. Damn me! 'Tis well known that I've drawn blood more than once, and lost some too. But what does that signify?"
The player begged this champion to employ him as his second the next time he intended to kill, for he wanted to see a man die of a stab, that he might know how to act such an art the more naturally on the stage.
"Die!" replied the hero. "No, by God, I know better things than to incur the verdict of a Middlesex jury. I should look upon my fencing master to be an ignorant son of a bitch, if he had not taught me to prick any of my antagonist's body that I please to disable."
"Oh!" cried Slyboot, "if that be the case, I have a favour to ask. You must know I am employed to paint a Jesus on the cross, and my purpose is to represent him at that point of time when the spear is thrust into his side. Now I should be glad if you would, in my presence, pink some impertinent fellow into convulsions, without endangering his life, that I might have an opportunity of taking a good clever agony from nature. The doctor will direct you where to enter, and how far to go, but pray let it be as near to the left side as possible."
Wagtail, who took this proposal seriously, observed that it would be a very difficult matter to penetrate into the left side of the thorax without hurting the heart, and in consequence killing the patient; but he believed it was possible for a man of a very nice hand and exact knowledge of anatomy to wound the diaphragma somewhere about the skirts, which might induce a singultus, without being attended with death; that he was ready to demonstrate the insertion of that muscle to Mr. Bragwell, but desired to have no concern with the experiment, which might essentially prejudice his reputation, in case of a miscarriage. Bragwell was as much imposed upon by the painter's waggery as the doctor, and declined engaging in the affair, saying he held a very great regard for Mr. Slyboot, but had laid it down as a maxim, never to fight except when his honour was engaged. 1,000 jokes of this kind were uttered, the wine circulated, supper was served in, we ate heartily, returned to the bottle, Bragwell became noisy and troublesome, banter grew more and more severe, ranter rehearsed, Slyboot made faces at the whole company, I sang French catches, and Chatter kissed me with great affection, while the doctor, with a woeful countenance, sat silent like a disciple of Pythagoras. At length it was proposed by Bragwell that we should scour the hundreds, sweat the constable, maul the watch, and then reel soberly to bed. While we deliberated upon this expedition, the waiter came into the room, and asked for Dr. Wagtail. When he understood he was present, he told him there was a lady below to inquire for him; at which message the physician started from his melancholy contemplation, and with a look of extreme confusion, assured the company he could not possibly be the person wanted, for he had no connection with any lady whatever, and bade the drawer tell her so.
"For shame!" cried Banter. "Would you be so impolite as to refuse a lady a hearing? Perhaps she comes for a consultation. It must be some extraordinary affair that brings a lady to a tavern at this time of night. Mr. Ranter, pray do the doctor's base mains to the lady, and squire her hither."
The player immediately staggered out, and returned, leading in with much ceremony a tall strapping wench, whose appearance proclaimed her occupation. We received her with the utmost solemnity, and with a good deal of entreaty she was persuaded to sit, when a profound silence ensued, during which she fixed her eyes with a disconsolate look upon the doctor, who was utterly confounded at her behaviour, and returned her melancholy fourfold. At length, after a good many piteous sighs, she wiped her eyes and accosted him thus:
"What! Not one word of comfort? Will nothing soften that stony heart of thine? Not all my tears, not all my affliction? Not the inevitable ruin thou hast brought upon me? Where are thy vows, thou faithless perjured man? Hast thou no honour, no conscience, no remorse for the perfidious conduct towards me? Answer me, wilt thou at last do me justice, or must I have recourse to heaven or hell for my revenge?"
If poor Wagtail was amazed before she spoke, what must his confusion be on hearing this address! His natural paleness changed to a ghastly clay colour, his eyes rolled up, his lip trembled, and he answered in an accent not to be described, "Upon my word, honour, and salvation, madam, you're actually mistaken in my person. I have a most particular veneration for your sex, and am actually incapable of injuring any lady in the smallest degree, madam. Besides, madam, to the best of my recollection, I never had the honour of seeing you before, as I hope to be saved, madam."
"O traitor!" cried she, "dost thou disown me then? Mistaken! No, too well I know that fair bewitching face, too well I know that false enchanting tongue. Alas, gentlemen, since the villain compels me by his unkindness to expose myself and him, know that this betrayer, under the specious pretence of honourable addresses, won my heart, and taking advantage of his conquest, robbed me of my virgin treasure, and afterwards abandoned me to my fate. I am now 4 months gone with child by him, turned out of doors by my relations, and left a prey to misery and want. Yes, thou barbarian," she said, turning to Wagtail, "thou tiger, thou succubus, too well thou knowest my situation, but I will tear out thy faithless heart, and deliver the world from such a monster." So saying, she sprang forward at the doctor, who, with incredible agility, jumped over the table, and ran behind Bragwell, while the rest of us endeavoured to appease the furious heroine. Although everybody in the company affected the utmost surprise, I could easily perceive it was a scheme concerted among them to produce diversion at the doctor's expense; and being under no concern about the consequence, I entered into the confederacy, and enjoyed the distress of Wagtail, who, with tears in his eyes, begged the protection of the company, declaring himself as innocent of the crime laid to his charge as the fetus in utero, and hinting at the same time that nature had not put it in his power to be guilty of such a trespass. "Nature!" cried the lady, "there was no nature in the case. He abused me by the help of charms and spells, else how is it possible that any woman could have listened to the addresses of such a scarecrow? Were these owlish eyes made for ogling? That carrion complexion to be admired, or that mouth like a horseshoe to be kissed? No, no, you owe your success to your philtres, to your drugs and incantations, and not to your natural talents, which are in every respect mean and contemptible."
The doctor thought he had got an opportunity of vindicating himself effectually, and desired the complainant to compose herself but for half an hour, in which she undertook to prove the absurdity of believing in the power of incantations, which were only idle dreams of ignorance and superstition. He accordingly pronounced a very learned discourse upon the nature of ideas, the power and independence of the mind, the properties of stimulating medicines, the difference between a proneness to venery, which many simples would create, and a passion limited to one object, which can only be the result of sense and reflection, and concluded with pathetic remonstrance, setting forth his unhappiness in being persecuted with the resentment of a lady whom he had never injured, nor even seen before that occasion, and whose faculties were, in all likelihood, so much impaired by her misfortunes, that an innocent person was in danger of being ruined by her disorder. He had no sooner finished his harangue than the forlorn princess renewed her lamentations, and cautioned the company against his eloquence, which she said was able to bias the most impartial bench in Christendom. Ranter advised him to espouse her immediately, as the only means to save his reputation, and offered to accompany him to the Fleet for that purpose. But Slyboot proposed that a father should be purchased for the child, and a comfortable alimony settled on the mother. Ranter promised to adopt the infant gratis. Wagtail was ready to worship him for his generosity, and though he persisted in protesting his innocence, condescended to everything rather than his unblemished character should be called into question. The lady rejected the proposal, and insisted on matrimony. Bragwell took up the cudgels for the doctor, and undertook to rid him of her importunity for half a guinea, upon which Wagtail, with great eagerness, pulled out his purse, and put it into the hand of his friend, who, taking half a piece out of it, gave it to the plaintiff, and bade her thank God for her good fortune. When she had received this bounty, she affected to weep, and begged, since the physician had renounced her, he would at least vouchsafe her a parting kiss. This he was prevailed upon to grant with great reluctance, and went up with his usual solemnity to salute her, when she laid hold of his cheek with her teeth and held fast, while he roared with anguish, to the unspeakable diversion of all present. When she thought proper to release him, she dropped a low curtsey to the company, and quitted the room, leaving the doctor in the utmost horror, not so much on account of the pain, as the apprehension of the consequence of the bite, for by this time he was convinced of her being mad. Banter prescribed the actual cautery, and put the poker in the fire to be heated, in order to sear the place. The player was of opinion that Bragwell should scoop out the part affected with the point of his sword, but the painter prevented both these dreadful operations by recommending a balsam he had in his pocket, which never failed to cure the bite of a mad dog. So saying, he pulled out a small bladder of black paint, with which he instantly anointed not only the sore, but the greatest part of the patient's face, and left it in a frightful condition. In short, the poor creature was so harassed with fear and vexation, that I pitied him extremely, and sent him home in a chair, contrary to the inclination of everybody present. This freedom of mine gave umbrage to Bragwell, who testified his displeasure by swearing a few threats, without making any application, which being perceived by Slyboot, who sat by me, he, with a view of promoting a quarrel, whispered to me that he thought Bragwell used me very ill, but every man was the best judge of his own affairs. I answered aloud, that I would neither suffer Mr. Bragwell nor him to use me ill with impunity, and that I stood in no need of his counsel in regard to the regulation of my conduct. He thought proper to ask 1,000 pardons, and assured me he meant no offence, while Bragwell feigned himself asleep, that he might not be obliged to take notice of what passed. But the player, who had more animal spirits and less discretion than Slyboot, unwilling to let the affair rest where he had dropped it, jogged Mr. Bragwell, and told him softly that I had called him names, and threatened to cudgel him. This particular I understood by his starting up, and crying, "Blood and wounds! You lie! No man durst treat me so ignominiously. Mr. Random, did you call me names, and threaten to drub me?" I denied the imputation, and proposed to punish the scoundrel who endeavoured to foment disturbance in the company. Bragwell signified his approbation, and drew his sword. I did the same, and accosted the actor in these words: "Lookee, Mr. Ranter, I know you possess all the mimicry and mischievous qualities of an ape, because I have observed you put them all in practice more than once to-night, on me and others. Now I want to see if you resemble one in nimbleness also. Therefore I desire you leap over this sword without hesitation." So saying, I held it parallel to the horizon, at the distance of about 3 feet from the floor, and called, "Once, twice, thrice, and away!" But instead of complying with my demand, he snatched his hat and hanger, and assuming the looks, swagger, and phrase of pistol, burst out into the following exclamation: "Ha! Must I then perform inglorious prank of sylvan ape in mountain forest caught? Death rock me asleep, abridge my doleful days, and lay my head in Fury's lap. Have we not Hiren here?" This buffoonery did not answer his expectation, for by this time the company was bent on seeing him in a new character. Mr. Banter desired me to hold my sword a foot or two higher, that he might have the better opportunity of exerting himself. The painter told him, if he performed well, he would recommend him as a vaulter to the proprietors of Sadler's Wells; and Bragwell, crying, "Leap for the king," applied the point of his sword to the player's posteriors, with such success, that he sprang over in a trice, and finding the door unguarded, vanished in a twinkling, glad, no doubt, of having paid his share of the reckoning so easily. It being now near 2 o'clock in the morning, we discharged the bill, and sallied out into the street. The painter slunk away without taking his leave. Billy Chatter, being unable to speak or stand, was sent to a bagnio, and Banter and I accompanied Bragwell to Moll King's coffee house, where, after he had kicked 6 hungry whores, we left him asleep on a bench, and directed our course towards Charing Cross, near which place both he and I lodged. The natural dryness of my companion being overcome by liquor, he honoured me by the way with many compliments and professions of friendship, for which I made suitable acknowledgments, and told him I thought myself happy in having, by my behaviour, removed the unfavourable opinion he entertained of me at first sight. He was surprised at this declaration, and begged me to explain myself, Upon which I mentioned what I had overheard him say of me to Wagtail in the coffee house. He laughed, and made an apology for his freedom, assuring me that my appearance had very much prepossessed him in my favour, and what he said was only intended as a joke on the doctor's solemnity. I was highly pleased at being undeceived in this particular, and not a little proud of the good opinion of this wit, who shook me by the hand at parting, and promised to meet me the next day at the ordinary. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of The Adventures of Roderick Random by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Strap communicates to me a conquest he had made of a chandler's widow. Finds himself miserably mistaken. I go to the opera. Admire Melinda. Am cautioned by Banter. Go to the assembly at Hampstead. Dance with that young lady. Receive an insolent message from Bragwell, whose mettle is soon cooled. Am in favour with my mistress, whom I visit next day, and am bubbled out of 18 guineas at cards. Strap triumphs at my success, but is astonished at my expense. Banter comes to my lodging, is very sarcastic at my expense, and borrows 5 guineas from me, as a proof of his friendship. In the morning before I got up, Strap came into my chamber, and finding me awake, hemmed several times, scratched his head, cast his eyes upon the ground, and with a very foolish kind of simper upon his face, gave me to understand he had something to communicate. "By your countenance," said I expect to hear good tidings." "Indifferently," replied he, tittering; "that is, hereafter as it shall be. You must know, I have some thoughts of altering my condition." "What!" cried I, astonished, "a matrimonial scheme? Oh, rare Strap, thou hast got the heels of me at last." "No less, I assure you," said he, bursting into a laugh of self-approbation. "A tallow chandler's widow, that lives hard by, has taken a liking to me. A fine jolly dame, as plump as a partridge. She has a well-furnished house, a brisk trade, and a good deal of the ready. I may have her for the asking. She told a friend of mine, a brother footman, that she would take me out of a stinking clout, but I refused to give my final answer, till I knew your opinion of the matter." I congratulated Monsieur de Strap upon his conquest, and approved of the scheme, provided he could be assured of those circumstances of her fortune, but advised him to do nothing rashly, and give me an opportunity of seeing the lady before matters should be brought to a conclusion. He assured me he would do nothing without my consent and approbation, and that very morning, while I was at breakfast, introduce his inamorata to my acquaintance. She was a short thick woman, about the age of 36, had a particular prominence of belly, which I perceived at first sight, not without some suspicion of foul play. I desired her, however, to sit, and treated her with a dish of tea, the discourse turning on the good qualities of Strap, whom I represented as a prodigy of sobriety, industry, and virtue. When she took her leave, he followed her to the door, and returned licking his lips, and asking if I did not think she was a luscious creature. I made no mystery of my apprehension, but declared my sentiments of her without reserve, at which he was not surprised, telling me he had observed the same symptom, but was informed by his friend that she was only liver grown, and would in a few months be as small in the waist as ever. "Yes," said I, "in a few weeks, I believe, will do the business. In short, Strap, it is my opinion that you are egregiously imposed upon, and that this friend is no other than a rascal who wants to palm his trull upon you for a wife, that he may at once deliver himself from the importunities of the mother and the expense of her bantling, for which reason I would not have you trust implicitly to the report he makes of her wealth, which is inconsistent with his behaviour, nor run your head precipitately into a noose, that you may afterwards wish exchanged for the hangman's." He seemed very much startled at my insinuation, and promised to look twice before he leaped, saying with some heat, "Odds, if I find his intention is to betray me, I shall see which of us is the better man." My prediction was verified. In less than a fortnight, her great belly producing an infant, to the unspeakable amazement of Strap, who was before this happened inclinable to believe I had refined a little too much in my penetration. His false friend disappeared, and a few days after an execution was issued against her goods and household furniture, which were seized by the creditors. Meanwhile, I met my friend Banter at the ordinary, and in the evening went to the opera with him and Mr. Chatter, who pointed out Melinda in one of the boxes, and offered to introduce me to her, observing at the same time that she was a reigning toast worth £10,000. This piece of information made my heart bound with joy, and I discovered great eagerness to accept the proposal; upon which he assured me I should dance with her at the next assembly, if he had any influence in that quarter. So saying, he went round, spoke to her some minutes, and, as I imagined, pointed at me; then returning, told me, to my inexpressible pleasure, that I might depend upon what he had promised, for she was now engaged as my partner. Banter, in a whisper, gave me to understand that she was an incorrigible coquette, who would grant the same favour to any young fellow in England of a tolerable appearance, merely to engage him among the herd of her admirers, that she might have the pleasure of seeing them daily increase; that she was of a cold insensible disposition, dead to every passion but vanity, and so blind to merit, that he would lay any wager the wealthiest fool would carry her at last. I attributed a good deal of this intelligence to the satirical turn of my friend, or resentment for having himself suffered a rebuff from the lady in question, and, at any rate, trusted so much to my own accomplishments as to believe no woman could resist the ardour of my addresses. Full of this confidence, I repaired to Hampstead, in company with Billy Chatter, my Lord Hobble, and Dr. Wagtail. There I saw a very brilliant assembly, before whom I had the honour to walk a minuet with Melinda, who charmed me with her frank manner and easiness of behaviour. Before the country dances began, I received a message by a person I did not know from Bragwell, who was present, importing that nobody who knew him presumed to dance with Melinda while he was there in person; that I would do well to relinquish her without noise, because he had a mind to lead up a country dance with her. This extraordinary intimation, which was delivered in the lady's hearing, did not at all discompose me, who, by this time, was pretty well acquainted with the character of my rival. I therefore, without the least symptom of concern, bade the gentleman tell Mr. Bragwell that, since I was so happy as to obtain the lady's consent, I should not be solicitous about his, and desired the bearer himself to bring me no such impertinent messages for the future. Melinda affected a sort of confusion, and pretended to wonder that Mr. Bragwell should give himself such liberties with regard to her, who had no manner of connection with the fellow. I laid hold of this opportunity to display my valour, and offered to call him to an account for his insolence, a proposal which she absolutely refused, under pretence of consulting my safety, though I could perceive by the sparkling of her eyes that she would not have thought herself affronted by being the subject of a duel. I was by no means pleased with this discovery of her thoughts, which not only argued the most unjustifiable vanity, but likewise the most barbarous indifference. However, I was allured by her fortune, and resolved to gratify her pride, in making her the occasion of a public quarrel between me and Bragwell, who, I was pretty certain, would never drive matters to a dangerous extremity. While we danced together, I observed this formidable rival at one end of the room, encircled with a cluster of beaux, to whom he talked with great vehemence, casting many big looks at me from time to time. I guessed the subject of his discourse, and as soon as I had handed my partner to her seat, strutted up to the place where he stood, and cocking my hat in his face, demanded aloud if he had anything to say to me. He answered with a sullen tone, "Nothing at present, sir," and turned about upon his heel. "Well," said I, "you know where I am to be found at any time." His companions stared at one another, and I returned to the lady, whose features brightened at my approach, and immediately a whisper ran through the whole room, after which so many eyes were turned upon me that I was ready to sink with confusion. When the ball broke up, I led her to her coach, and, like a true French gallant, would have got up behind it in order to protect her from violence on the road, but she absolutely refused my offer, and expressed her concern that there was not an empty seat for me within the vehicle. Next day, in the afternoon, I waited on her at her lodgings by permission, in company with Chatter, and was very civilly received by her mother, with whom she lived. There were a good many fashionable people present, chiefly young fellows, and immediately after tea, a couple of card tables were set, at one of which I had the honour to play with Melinda, who in less than 3 hours made shift to plunder me of 8 guineas. I was well enough content to lose a little money with a good grace, that I might have an opportunity in the meantime to say soft things, which are still most welcome when attended with good luck. But I was by no means satisfied of her fair play, a circumstance that shocked me not a little, and greatly impaired my opinion of her disinterestedness and delicacy. However, I was resolved to profit by this behaviour, and treat her in my turn with less ceremony. Accordingly, I laid close siege to her, and, finding her not at all disgusted with the gross incense I offered, that very night made a declaration of love in plain terms. She received my addresses with great gaiety, and pretended to laugh them off, but at the same time treated me with such particular complacency, that I was persuaded I had made a conquest of her heart, and concluded myself the happiest man alive. Elevated with these flattering ideas, I sat down again to cards after supper, and with great cheerfulness suffered myself to be cheated of 10 guineas more. It was late before I took my leave, after being favoured with a general invitation, and when I got into bed, the adventures of the day hindered me from sleeping. Sometimes I pleased myself with the hopes of possessing a fine woman with 10,000 pounds. Then I would ruminate on the character I had heard of her from Banter, and compare it with the circumstances of her conduct towards me, which seemed to bear too great a resemblance to the picture he had drawn. This introduced a melancholy reflection on the expense I had undergone, and the smallness of my funds to support it, which, by the by, were none of my own. In short, I found myself involved in doubts and perplexities that kept me awake the greatest part of the night. In the morning, Strap, with whom I had not conversed for 2 days, presented himself with the utensils for shaving me, upon which I asked his opinion of the lady he had seen me conduct to her coach at Hampstead. "Odds! She's a delicious creature," cried he, "and as I am informed, a great fortune. I am sorry you did not insist on going home with her. I dare say she would not have refused your company, for she seems to be a good-humoured soul." "There's a time for all things," said I. "You must know, Strap, I was in company with her till 1 o'clock this morning." I had no sooner pronounced these words than he began to caper about the room and snap his fingers, crying in a transport, "The day's our own! The day's our own!" I gave him to understand that his triumph was a little premature, and that I had more difficulties to surmount than he was aware of. Then I recounted to him the intelligence I had received from Banter, at which he changed colour, shook his head, and observed there was no faith in a woman. I told him I was resolved to make a bold push notwithstanding, although I foresaw it would lead me into a great expense, and bade him guess the sum I had lost last night at cards. He scratched his chin, and protested his abhorrence of cards, the very name of which being mentioned made him sweat with vexation, as it recalled the money dropper to his remembrance. "But, however," said he, "you have to do with other guess people now. Why, I suppose, if you had a bad run last night, you would scarce come off for less than 10 or 12 shilling." I was mortified at this piece of simplicity, which I imagined at the time was all affected by way of reprimand for my folly, and asked with some heat if he thought I had spent the evening in a cellar with chairmen and bunters, giving him to know, at the same time, that my expense had amounted to 18 guineas. It would require the pencil of Hogarth to express the astonishment and concern of Strap on hearing this piece of news. The basin in which he was preparing the lather for my chin dropped out of his hands, and he remained some time immovable in that ludicrous attitude, with his mouth open, and his eyes thrust forward considerably beyond their station. But remembering my disposition, which was touchy, and impatient of control, he smothered his chagrin, and attempted to recollect himself. With this view he endeavoured to laugh, but, in spite of his teeth, broke out in a whimper, took up his wash-ball and pewter pot, scrubbed my beard with the one, and discharged the other upon my face. I took no notice of this confusion, but after he had fully recovered himself, put him in mind of his right, and assured him of my readiness to surrender my effects whenever he should think proper to demand them. He was nettled at my insinuation, which he thought proceeded from my distrust of his friendship, and begged I would never talk to him in that strain again, unless I had a mind to break his heart. This good creature's unalterable friendship for me affected me with the most grateful sentiments, and acted as a spur to my resolution of acquiring a fortune, that I might have it in my power to manifest my generosity in turn. For this purpose, I determined to bring matters to a speedy conclusion with Melinda, well knowing that a few such nights as the last would effectually incapacitate me from prosecuting that or any other advantageous amour. While my meditation was busied in planning out my future conduct, Mr. Banter favoured me with a visit, and after breakfast asked how I had passed the preceding evening. I answered I was very agreeably entertained at a private house. "Yes," said he, with a sarcastic smile, "you deserve something extraordinary for the price you paid." I was surprised at this remark, and pretended ignorance of his meaning. "Come, come, Mr. Random," continued he, "you need not make a mystery of it to me. The whole town has it. I wish that foolish affair between you and Bragwell at Hampstead had been less public. It has set all the busybodies at work to find out your real character and situation, and you cannot imagine what conjectures have already circulated at your expense. One suspects you to be a Jesuit in disguise, another thinks you are an agent from the Pretender, a third believes you to be an upstart gamester, because nobody knows anything of your family or fortune. A fourth is of opinion that you are an Irish fortune hunter." This last hypothesis touched me so nearly, that to conceal my confusion I was fain to interrupt his detail, and damn the world for an envious meddling community that would not suffer a gentleman to live without molestation. He took no notice of this apostrophe, but went on: "For my own part, I neither know nor desire to know who or what you are. This I am certain of, that few people make a mystery of their origin or situation, who can boast of anything advantageous in either; and my own opinion of the matter is that you have raised yourself by your industry from nothing to the appearance you now maintain, and which you endeavour to support by some matrimonial scheme." Here he fixed his eyes steadfastly upon me, and perceiving my face covered with blushes, told me how he was confirmed in his opinion. "Look ye, Random," said he, "I have divined your plan, and I am confident it will never succeed. You are too honest and too ignorant of the town to practise the necessary cheats of your profession, and detect the conspiracies that will be formed against you. Besides, you are downright bashful. What the devil! Set up for a fortune hunter before you have conquered the sense of shame? Perhaps you are entitled by your merit, and I believe you are, to a richer and better wife than Melinda; but take my word for it, she is not to be won at that rate; or if you are so lucky as to carry her, between you and me, you may say as Teague said, by my soul, I have gained a loss. She would take care to spend her fortune in a twinkling, and soon make you sick of her extravagance." I was alarmed by his discourse, while I resented the freedom of it, and expressed my disgust by telling him he was mistaken in my intentions, and desiring he would give me leave to regulate my conduct according to the dictates of my own reason. He made no apology for the liberty he had taken, and ascribed it to the warmth of his friendship for me, as an uncommon instance of which he borrowed 5 guineas, assuring me there were very few people in the world whom he could so far favour with his confidence. I gave him the money, and professed myself so well convinced of his sincerity, that he had no occasion to put it to such extraordinary proofs for the future. "I thought," said he, "to have asked 5 pieces more, but hearing you were bubbled of 18 last night, I presumed you might be out of cash, and resolved to mortal my demand accordingly." I could not help admiring the cavalier behaviour of this spark, of whom I desired to know his reason for saying I was bubbled. He then gave me to understand that before he came to my lodgings, he had beat up Tom Tossle, who, being present, informed him of the particulars, rehearsed all the fine things I said to Melinda, with which he proposed to entertain the town, and among other circumstances, assured him my mistress cheated with so little art, that nobody but a mere novice could be imposed upon. The thoughts of becoming a subject of raillery for coxcombs, and losing my money to boot, stung me to the quick, but I made a virtue of my indignation, and swore that no man should with impunity either asperse the character of Melinda, or turn my behaviour into ridicule. He replied in a dry manner, that I would find it a Herculean task to chastise everybody who should laugh at my expense; and, as for the character of Melinda, he did not see how it could suffer by what was laid to her charge, for that cheating at cards, far from being reckoned a blemish among people of fashion, was looked upon as an honourable indication of superior genius and address.
But let us waive this subject," said he, "and go to the coffee-house, in order to make a party for dinner."
End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of The Adventures of Roderick Random by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We repair to the coffee house, where we overhear a curious dispute between Wagtail and Medlar, which is referred to our decision. The doctor gives an account of his experiment. Medlar is roasted by Banter at the ordinary. The old gentleman's advice to me. Being as willing to drop the theme as he was to propose it, I accompanied him thither, where we found Mr. Medlar and Dr. Wagtail disputing upon the word custard, which the physician affirmed should be spelt with a G, observing that it was derived from the Latin verb gustare, to taste; but Medlar pleaded custom in behalf of C, observing, that by the doctor's rule we ought to change pudding into budding, because it is derived from the French word boudin; and in that case why not retain the original orthography and pronunciation of all the foreign words we have adopted, by which means our language would become a dissonant jargon without standard or propriety? The controversy was referred to us, and Banter, notwithstanding his real opinion to the contrary, decided it in favour of Wagtail, upon which the peevish annuitant arose, and uttering the monosyllable pish with great emphasis, removed to another table. We then inquired of the doctor what progress he had made in the experiment of distilling tinder water, and he told us he had been at all the glass houses about town, but could find nobody who would undertake to blow a retort large enough to hold the third part of the quantity prescribed; but he intended to try the process on as much as would produce 5 drops, which would be sufficient to prove the specific, and then he would make it a parliamentary affair. That he had already purchased a considerable weight of rags, in reducing which to tinder, he had met with a misfortune which had obliged him to change his lodgings; for he had gathered them in a heap on the floor, and set fire to them with a candle, on the supposition that the boards would sustain no damage, because it is the nature of flame to ascend. But by some very extraordinary accident the wood was invaded, and began to blaze with great violence, which disordered him so much, that he had not the presence of mind enough to call for assistance, and the whole house must have been consumed with him in the midst of it, had not the smoke that rolled out of the window in clouds alarmed the neighbourhood, and brought people to his succour, that he had lost a pair of black velvet breeches and a tie-wig in the hurry, besides the expense of the rags, which were rendered useless by the water used to quench the flame, and the damage of the floor, which he was compelled to repair; that his landlord, believing him distracted, had insisted on his quitting his apartment at a minute's warning, and he was put to incredible inconvenience. But now he was settled in a very comfortable house, and had the use of a large paved yard for preparing his tinder, so that he hoped in a very short time to reap the fruits of his labour. After having congratulated the doctor on his prospect, and read the papers, we repaired to an auction of pictures, where we entertained ourselves an hour or two. From thence we adjourned to the Mall, and after 2 or 3 turns went back to dinner, Banter assuring us that he intended to roast Medlar at the ordinary; and indeed we were no sooner set than this cynic began to execute his purpose, by telling the old gentleman that he looked extremely well, considering the little sleep he had enjoyed last night. To this compliment Medlar made no reply but by a stare, accompanied with a significant grin; and Banter went on thus: "I don't know whether to admire most the charity of your mind, or the vigour of your body. Upon my soul, Mr. Medlar, you do generous things with the best taste of any man I know. You extend your compassion to real objects, and exact only such returns as they are capable of making. You must know, gentlemen," said he, turning to the company, "I had been up most part of the night with a friend who was ill of a fever, and on my return home this morning chanced to pass by a gin shop still open, whence issued a confused sound of mirth and jollity, upon which I popped in my head, and perceived Mr. Medlar dancing bareheaded in the midst of 10 or 20 ragged bunters, who rejoiced at his expense. But indeed, Mr. Medlar, you should not sacrifice your constitution to your benevolence. Consider, you grow old apace, and therefore have a reverent care of your health, which must certainly be very much impaired by these nocturnal expeditions." The testy senior could no longer contain himself, but cried hastily,
"'Tis well known that your tongue is no slanderer."
"I think," said the other, "you might spare that observation, as you are very sensible that my tongue has done you signal service on many occasions. You may remember that, when you made your addresses to the fat widow who kept a public house at Islington, there was a report spread very much to the prejudice of your manhood, which, coming to the ears of your mistress, you were discarded immediately; and I brought matters to a reconciliation, by assuring her you had 3 bastards at nurse in the country. How you ruined your own affair afterwards is neither my business nor inclination to relate." This anecdote, which had no other foundation than in Banter's own invention, afforded a good deal of mirth to everybody present, and provoked Mr. Medlar beyond all sufferance, so that he started up in a mighty passion, and, forgetting that his mouth was full, bespattered those who sat next to him, while he discharged his indignation in a volley of oaths, and called Banter insignificant puppy, impertinent jackanapes, and 100 such appellations, telling the company he had invented these false and malicious aspersions, because he would not lend him money to squander away upon rooks and whores. "A very likely story," said Banter, "that I should attempt to borrow money of a man who is obliged to practise 1,000 shifts to make his weekly allowance hold out till Saturday night. Sometimes he sleeps 24 hours at a stretch, by which means he saves 3 meals, besides coffee-house expense. Sometimes he is fain to put up with bread and cheese and small beer for dinner, and sometimes he regales on 2 pennyworth of ox-cheek in a cellar."
"You are a lying miscreant,"
cried Medlar in an ecstasy of rage.
"I can always command money enough to pay your tailor's bill, which I am sure is no trifle, and I have a good mind to give you a convincing proof of my circumstances, by prosecuting you for defamation, sirrah."
By this time the violence of his wrath had deprived him of his appetite, and he sat silent, unable to swallow 1 mouthful, while his tormentor enjoyed his mortification, and increased his chagrin, by advising him to lay in plentifully for his next day's fast. Dinner being ended, we came downstairs to the coffee room, and Banter went away to keep an appointment, saying he supposed he should see Wagtail and me in the evening at the Bedford coffee house. He was no sooner gone than the old gentleman took me aside, and said he was sorry to see me so intimate with that fellow, who was one of the most graceless rakes about town, and had already wasted a good estate and constitution upon harlots; that he had been the ruin of many a young man, by introducing them into debauched company, and setting a lewd example of all manner of wickedness; and that, unless I were on my guard, he would strip me in a short time of both my money and reputation. I thanked him for his information, and promised to conduct myself accordingly, wishing, however, his caution had been a few hours more early, by which means I might have saved 5 guineas. Notwithstanding this intelligence, I was inclinable to impute some part of the charge to Medlar's revenge for the liberties taken with him at dinner, and therefore, as soon as I could disengage myself, applied to Wagtail for his opinion of the character in question, resolved to compare their accounts, allowing for the prejudice of each, and to form my judgment upon both, without adhering strictly to either. The doctor assured me that he was a very pretty gentleman of family and fortune, a scholar, a wit, a critic, and perfectly well acquainted with the town; that his honour and courage were unquestionable, though some extravagances he had been guilty of, and his talents for satire had procured him enemies, and made some people shy of his acquaintance. From these different sketches, I concluded that Banter was a young fellow of some parts, who had spent his fortune, but retained his appetites, and fallen out with the world, because he could not enjoy it to his wish. I went to the Bedford coffee house in the evening, where I met my friends, from thence proceeding to the play, and afterwards carried them home to my lodgings, where we supped in great good humour. End of Chapter 48. Chapter 49 of The Adventures of Roderick Random by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I receive a challenge, the consequence of it, the quarrel being made up and put in arrest by the care and affection of Strap, but immediately released upon explaining my affair, the behaviour of Mr. Oregon and his 2 friends. I visit Melinda, whom I divert with an account of the duel. Propose marriage. She refers the matter to her mother, of whom I make a solemn demand of her daughter. The old lady's behaviour. I am discarded. Resent their disdain. When I was ready to go abroad next day, Strap brought me a letter to Mr. Random, Esquire. These, which, upon opening, I found contained a challenge conceived in these very extraordinary terms.
Sir, whereas I am informed that you make love to Miss Melinda Goosetrap, this is to let you know that she is under promise of marriage to me, and that I am at this present waiting at the back of Montague House with a pair of good pistols in my hand, and if you will keep your appointment, I will make your tongue confess, after the breath is out of your body, that you do not deserve her, so well as yours, etc., Rourke, Oregon.
I guessed from the style and superscription of this billet, that my rival was a true Milesian, and was not a little uneasy at the contents, especially that part in which he asserted his right to my mistress by promise, a circumstance I did not know how to reconcile to her good sense and penetration. However, this was no time for me to decline the defiance, because the success of my address in a great measure depended upon my behaviour in that affair. I therefore immediately loaded my pistols, and betook myself in a hackney coach to the place appointed, where I found a tall raw-boned man, with a hard-featured countenance, and black bushy beard, walking by himself, wrapped up in a shabby green coat, over which his own hair descended in a leathern queue from his head, that was covered with a greasy hat, trimmed with a tarnished point d'Espagne. He had no sooner perceived me advancing, than he pulled a pistol from his bosom, and, presenting it at me, snapped it without the least preamble. Alarmed at this rude salutation, I made a stand, and before he could adjust his other piece, fired one of mine at him, without doing any damage. By this time he was ready with his second, that flashed in the pan without going off, upon which he called with a true Tipperary cadence, "Fire away, honey," and began to hammer his flint with great deliberation. But I was resolved to make use of the advantage fortune had given me, and therefore stepped up without throwing away my fire, desiring him to ask his life, or prepare for another world. But this stout Hibernian refused to condescend, and complained bitterly of my having quitted my ground before he could return my shot, saying I ought to go back to my station, and let him have an equal chance with me. I endeavoured to persuade him that I had given him a double chance already, and it was my business to prevent him from enjoying a third. But now, since I had an opportunity, I demanded a parley, and desired to know his condition and reason for calling me to the field, who, to the best of my remembrance, far from having done him any injury, had never before seen him. He told me that he was a gentleman of fortune, who had spent all he had, and, hearing that Melinda had got £10,000, he intended to make himself master of that sum by espousing her, and he was determined, in an honourable way, to cut the throats of all those who stood between him and his hopes. I then demanded to know the foundation of his hopes, and now that I had seen him, being more and more astonished at the circumstance of the promise, desired that he would explain that mystery. He gave me to understand that he trusted entirely to his birth and personal merit, that he had frequently written to Melinda, setting forth his claim and pretensions, but she was never kind enough to send an answer, or even to admit him into her presence; and that the promise he mentioned in his letter was made by his friend Mr. Gahagan, who assured him that no woman could resist a man of his appearance. I could not forbear laughing to excess at the simplicity of my rival, who did not seem to relish my mirth, but began to be very serious; upon which I endeavoured to appease him by giving him my word and honour that, far from prejudicing his addresses to the lady, I would represent him to her in the most favourable light I could with any regard to truth; but he must not be surprised if she should remain blind to his deserts, for nothing was more capricious than a woman's mind, and the affection of that sex was seldom purchased with virtue alone. That my declaration might have the better effect, I took notice of his dishabille, and professing sorrow at seeing a gentleman reduced, slipped 2 guineas into his hand, at sight of which he threw away his pistols, and hugging me in his arms, cried, "Arrah, by Jesus, now, you are the best friend I have met with these 7 long years." When I had suffered some minutes in his embrace, he quitted me, and picking up his rusty arms, wished the devil might burn him if ever he should give me any further trouble about womankind. The quarrel being thus amicably composed, I begged leave to look at his pistols, which I found so crazy and so foul, that I believe it was happy for him neither of them was discharged, for one of them would certainly have split in the going off, and he would, in all probability, have lost his hand in the explosion. But what gave me a lively idea of the man's character was, to find, upon examination, that one of them had been loaded without being primed, and the other primed without a charge. While we walked home together, I expressed a desire of knowing my new friend's history, and he informed me of his having served in the German army as a volunteer against the Turks; that for his behaviour at the siege of Belgrade had been honoured with an ensign's commission, and afterwards promoted to the rank of lieutenant, in which station it was his misfortune to affront his captain, who challenged him to the field, and was killed in the duel, upon which he was obliged to retreat; that he had been in England some years soliciting his friends for provision in the British army, but, being hitherto unsuccessful, was desired by Mr. Gahan to turn his thoughts to matrimony, and make his fortune by an advantageous match. In consequence of which advice he had made up to Melinda, and, having heard by means of an Irish footman in the family that I was her chief favourite, had called me out in hopes of removing by my death the greatest obstruction to his desires. But now he was convinced of my honour and generosity, he swore by the blessed Virgin he would think of her no more, if there were not another woman in the world. As a further proof of his veracity, which I did not at all doubt, he opened an old iron snuff box, and pulled out his commission in the imperial army, and his captain's challenge, which he preserved as testimonials of his character. I was so well convinced of this poor man's honesty and courage, that I determined to speak in his behalf to some of my acquaintance, who might recommend his case to the consideration of those who could provide for him; and in the meantime to accommodate him with a few clothes, by which his appearance would be much mended, and himself enabled to renew his solicitations in person. As we walked along conversing socially together, we were met by a file of musketeers, and Strap at their head, who no sooner approached than with a frantic look he cried, "Seize them! In the name of God, seize them!" We were accordingly surrounded, and I put in arrest by the corporal, who was commanding officer; but Captain Oregon disengaged himself, and ran with such speed towards Tottenham Court Road, that he was out of sight in a moment. When my arms were delivered up, and myself secured, Strap became a little more composed, and asked pardon for the liberty he had taken, which he hoped I would excuse, as it proceeded from his affection. He then told me, that suspecting the letter, which by the bye was brought by the author himself, contained something extraordinary, he had peeped through the keyhole, and seen me load my pistols; upon which he ran down to Whitehall, and applied to the officer on guard for a party to put me in arrest. But before he returned, I was gone in a coach, that he had inquired which way I went, and having heard that duels were commonly fought at the back of Montague House, he conducted the guard to this place, where he thanked God for having found me safe and sound. I gave him to understand that I forgave his officious concern for once, but cautioned him in pretty severe terms for making me the subject of idle conversation for the future. Then, turning to the corporal, thanked him for his care, and gave him a crown to drink with his men, assuring him that the rencontre was over long before he came up, and everything compromised, as he might have observed by our behaviour. As a farther proof of which, he would find upon examination that one of my pistols had been discharged. But this civil person, without giving himself or me any farther trouble, received the bounty with 1,000 bows and acknowledgments, and, returning the pistols, released me immediately. He was not gone 100 yards, when my friend Oregon came up in order to rescue me with 2 tatterdemalions, whom he had engaged for that purpose about the purlieus of St. Giles's. One of them was armed with a musket that wanted a lock, and another with a rusty broadsword; but their dress surpassed all description. When he understood I was already free, he made an apology for his abrupt departure, and introduced me to his 2 companions, first to Counsellor Fitzclabber, who, he told me, was then employed in compiling a history of the kings of Minster from Irish manuscripts; and then to his friend Mr. Gahan, who was a profound philosopher and politician, and had projected many excellent schemes for the good of his country. But it seems these literati had been very ill rewarded for their ingenious labours, for between them both there was but 1 shirt and half a pair of breeches. I thanked them very kindly for their readiness to assist me, and, having offered my service in turn, bade them good morrow, desiring Oregon to accompany me to my lodgings, where he was fitted with decent clothes from my wardrobe, so much to his satisfaction, that he swore eternal gratitude and friendship to me, and, at my request, recounted all the adventures of his life. In the afternoon I waited on Melinda, who received me with great kindness and familiarity, and laughed excessively at my adventure with the Irishman, to whose wishes she was no stranger, having more than a dozen letters in her possession, which he had written to her on the subject of love, and which, for my entertainment, she submitted to my perusal. Having made ourselves merry at the expense of this poor admirer, I seized the opportunity of her mother's going out of the room, and introduced my own passion, which I recommended to her with all the ardour and eloquence I was master of. I flattered, sighed, swore, entreated, and acted 1,000 extravagancies, in hopes of making some impression on her heart; but she heard everything I said without discovering the least emotion, and other company would come in before she would vouchsafe one serious reply. After tea, the cards were brought in according to custom, and it was my good fortune to have Melinda for my partner, by which means, instead of losing, I came off with 5 guineas clear gain. I soon became acquainted with a good many people of fashion, and spent my time in the modish diversions of the town, such as plays, operas, masquerades, drums, assemblies, and muppet shows; chiefly in company with Melinda, whom I cultivated with all the eagerness and address that my prospect could desire, and my education afford. I spared neither my person nor my purse to gratify her vanity and pride. My rivals were intimidated, and indeed outshone; and, after all, I began to fear that the dear creature had not a heart to lose. At last, finding myself unable to support the expense of this amour much longer, I was determined to bring the matter to a crisis, and one evening, while we were together by ourselves, complained of her indifference, described the tortures of suspense to a love-sick mind, and pressed her to disclose her sentiments of matrimony and me with such earnestness, that she could not, with all her art, shift the subject, but was obliged to come to an éclaircissement. She told me with a careless air that she had no objection to my person, and if I could satisfy her mother in other particulars, I should not find her averse to the match; but she was resolved to do nothing in such a momentous concern without the advice and consent of her parent. This was no very agreeable declaration to me, whose aim had been to win her inclination first, and then secure my conquest by a private marriage, to which I flattered myself she would express no reluctance. That I might not, however, desert my cause before it was desperate, I waited on her mother, and, with great formality, demanded the daughter in marriage. The good lady, who was a very notable woman, behaved with great state and civility, thanked me for the honour I intended her family, and said she did not doubt that I was in all respects qualified to make a woman happy, but it concerned her as a parent anxious about the welfare of her child, to inquire into the particulars of my fortune, and know what settlement I proposed to make. To this intimation, which would have utterly disconcerted me if I had not expected it, I replied without hesitation that, though my fortune was very small, I was a gentleman by birth and education, would maintain her daughter in the sphere of a gentlewoman, and settle her own dowry on her and her heirs for ever. This careful matron did not seem to relish my proposal, but observed, with a demure countenance, that there was no necessity for settling that upon her child, which was her own already. However, if I pleased, her lawyer should confer with mine upon the matter, and, in the meantime, she desired I would favour her with a perusal of my rent roll. Notwithstanding the vexation I was under, I could scarce forbear laughing in her face at the mention of my rent roll, which was indeed a severe piece of satire upon my pretensions. I frankly owned I had no landed estate, and told her that I could not exactly specify the sum I was master of, until I had regulated my affairs, which were at present in some disorder, but that I would take an opportunity of satisfying her on that head very soon. It was not long before I took my leave, and returned to my lodgings in a very melancholy mood, persuaded that I had nothing more to expect from that quarter. I was confirmed in this opinion next day, when I went back with a view of explaining myself more fully to the old gentlewoman, and was told by the footman that his ladies were not at home, although I had seen Melinda through the blinds at a parlour window, as I went up to the door. Incensed at this affront, I quitted the door without saying one word, and, as I repassed the parlour, bowed to Miss, who still remained in the same situation, securely screened, as she thought, from my view. This disappointment gave me more uneasiness on Strap's account than on my own, for I was in no danger of dying for love of Melinda. On the contrary, the remembrance of my charming Narcissa was a continual check upon my conscience during the whole course of my addresses, and perhaps contributed to the bad success of my scheme, by controlling my raptures and condemning my design. There was a necessity for informing my companion of everything that happened to me, and I performed this piece of duty in an affected passion, swearing I would be his pack horse no longer, and desiring him to take the management of his affairs into his own hands. This finesse had the desired effect, for, instead of grumbling over my miscarriage, Strap was frightened at the passion I feigned, and begged me, for the love of God, to be appeased, observing that although we had suffered a great loss, it was not irreparable, and if fortune frowned to-day, she might perhaps smile to-morrow. I pretended to acquiesce in his remarks, praise his equanimity, and promised to improve my misfortune. He, on the other hand, pretended to be perfectly well satisfied with my conduct, and conjured me to follow the dictates of my own reflection; but, in spite of all his affectation, I could perceive his inward affliction, and his visage sensibly increased in longitude from that day. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of The Adventures of Roderick Random by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I long to be revenged on Melinda. Apply to Banter for his assistance. He contrives a scheme for that purpose, which is put in execution with great success. I make an attempt upon the heart of Miss Gripewell, but am disappointed. Grow melancholy at my disappointment, and have recourse to the bottle. Receive a billet doux, am ravished with the contents, find myself involved in intrigue, which I imagined would make my fortune, am confounded at my mistake, which banishes all thoughts of matrimony. In the meantime, my attention was wholly engrossed in search of another mistress, and the desire of being revenged on Melinda, in both which schemes I was very much assisted by Billy Chatter, who was such a necessary creature among the ladies, that in all private dances he engaged the men. To him therefore I applied, desiring he would introduce me to a partner of some figure at the next private assembly, for the sake of a frolic, the intention of which I would afterwards communicate. Billy, who had heard something of a difference between Melinda and me, immediately smoked part of my design, and thinking I only wanted to alarm her jealousy a little, promised to gratify my desire by matching me with a partner worth £30,000, whom the ladies of this end of the town had lately taken under their management and protection. Upon further inquiry, I found this person's name was Miss Biddy Gripewell, that her father, who had been a pawnbroker, died intestate, by which means all his substance descended to his daughter, who was so little a favourite, that, could the old man have prevailed with his own rapacious disposition to part with as much money as would have paid the expense of a will, she would not have inherited the sixth part of his fortune. That during his life, far from being educated in a way suitable to such great expectations, she was obliged to live like a servant wench, and do the most menial offices in the family. But his funeral was no sooner performed than she assumed the fine lady, and found so many people of both sexes to flatter, caress, and instruct her, that, for want of discretion and experience, she was grown insufferably vain and arrogant, and pretended to no less than a duke or earl at least for her husband. That she had the misfortune to be neglected by the English quality, but a certain poor Scottish lord was then making interest to be introduced to her acquaintance. In the meantime, she was fallen into the hands of a notable lady, who had already disposed of her to a lieutenant of foot, a distant relation of her ladyship's, though Miss as yet knew nothing of the affair; and lastly, that if I proposed to dance with her, I must give him leave to represent me as a knight, or foreign count at least. I was ravished at this piece of information, and consented for one night to personate a French marquis, that I might the easier fulfil my revenge. Having made the appointment with Chatter, I went to Banter's lodgings, as I had by this time conceived a great opinion of his penetration and knowledge; and after I had enjoined secrecy, told him every circumstance of my disgrace with Melinda, and imparted the plan I had projected to mortify that proud coquette, desiring his advice in proving, and assistance in executing the scheme. Nothing could be more agreeable to his misanthropical temper than an account of her behaviour and my resentment. He applauded my resolution, and proposed that I should not only provide myself with a proper partner, but also procure such a one for Miss Goosetrap as should infallibly entail upon her the ridicule of all her acquaintance. For this purpose he mentioned his barber, who, he said, was an exceeding coxcomb lately come from Paris, whose absurd affectation and grimace would easily pass upon her for the sprightly politesse of a gentleman improved by travel. I hugged him for this hint, and he assured me it would be no difficult matter to make him believe, that Melinda, having seen him by accident, was captivated by his appearance, and begged for his acquaintance. He actually engaged him on this pretence, and painted his good fortune in such colours, that the poor shaver was quite beside himself with joy. He was immediately fitted with a tawdry suit of clothes belonging to Banter, and by him recommended to Chatter as a very pretty fellow just returned from his travels. Master Billy, who acted as a gentleman usher to a great many of the fair sex in and about town, undertook at once to bespeak Melinda in his behalf, and everything happened according to my wish. At the time appointed, I appeared dressed to the best advantage, and in the character of a marquis, had the honour of opening the ball with the rich heiress, who attracted the eyes of the whole company by the prodigious number of jewels with which she was adorned. Among others, I perceived Melinda, who could not more conceal her envy than astonishment at my success. Her curiosity was still more flagrant and tormenting, for she had never seen Miss Gripewell before; and Chatter, who alone could give her any satisfaction on that head, was engaged in conversation at the other end of the room. I observed her impatience, and exulted in her chagrin, and after my partner was set, took the opportunity of passing by her to make a slight bow without stopping, which completed my triumph and her indignation. She changed colour, bridled up, assumed an air of disdain, and flirted with her fan with such a fury that it went to pieces in a moment, to the no small entertainment of those who sat near and observed her. At length the metamorphosed barber took her out, and acted his part with such ridiculous extravagance, that the mirth of the whole company was excited at his expense; and his partner was so much ashamed, that, before the country dances began, she retired in great confusion, under pretence of being taken suddenly ill, and was followed by her gallant, who no doubt imagined her indisposition was nothing but love, and laid hold of the occasion of conducting her home, to comfort her, with an assurance of his entertaining a reciprocal passion. They were no sooner gone, than an inquisitive whisper of "Who is he?" ran round the room, and Chatter could give them no other intelligence about him than he was a man of fortune, just returned from his travels. I, who alone was acquainted with his real quality, affected ignorance, well knowing that female curiosity would not rest satisfied with such a general account, and that the discovery would proceed with a better grace from anybody than me. Meanwhile, I was tempted by the richness of the prize to practise upon Miss Gripewell's heart, but soon found it too well fortified with pride and indifference to yield to any efforts in my own character, and I neither would nor could preserve the title I had borrowed longer than that night. As I expected, everything came to light next day. The barber, in pure simplicity of heart, detected himself to Melinda, and discovered the foundation of his hopes. She sickened at the affront, and was ashamed to show her face in public for many weeks after this accident. Poor Chatter found it impossible to justify himself to her satisfaction, was in utter disgrace with Miss Gripewell, for having imposed me upon her as a nobleman, and suffered very much in his character and influence among the ladies in general. Finding my finances diminished more than one half, and my project as little advanced as on the first day of my arrival in town, I began to despair of my success, and grew melancholy at the prospect of approaching want. To dispel the horrors of this fiend, I had recourse to the bottle, and kept more company than ever. I became particularly attached to the playhouse, conversed with the actors behind the scenes, grew acquainted with the body of Templars, and in a short time commenced a professed wit and critic. Indeed, I may say, without vanity, that I was much better qualified than any one of my companions, who were, generally speaking, of all the creatures I ever conversed with, the most ignorant and assuming. By means of these avocations, I got the better of care, and learned to separate my ideas in such a manner, that whenever I was attacked by a gloomy reflection, I could shove it aside, and call in some agreeable reverie to my assistance. This was not the case with Strap, who practised 1,000 shifts to conceal the sorrow that preyed upon his carcass, and reduced him to the resemblance of a mere skeleton. While I thus posted, in a thoughtless manner, towards poverty, I one day received, by the penny post, a letter written in a woman's hand, containing a great many high-flown compliments, warm protestations of love, couched in a very poetical style, an earnest desire of knowing whether or not my heart was engaged, by leaving an answer at a certain place directed to R.B., and the whole subscribed "Your Incognita." I was transported with joy on reading the contents of this billet doux, which I admired as a masterpiece of tenderness and elegance, and was already up to my ears in love with the author, whom my imagination represented as a lady of fortune, in the bloom of youth and beauty. Elevated with this conjecture, I went to work, and exhausted my invention in composing an answer suitable to the sublimity of her style and the ardour of her sentiments. I expressed my admiration of her wit in terms the most hyperbolical, and while I acknowledged myself unworthy of her regard, declared myself enamoured of her understanding, and in the most pathetic manner implored the honour of an interview. Having finished this performance, and communicated it to Strap, who skipped about for joy, I dispatched him with it to the place appointed, which was the house of a milliner not far from Bond Street, and desired him to keep watch near the door for some time, that he might discover the person who should call for it. In less than an hour he returned with a joyful countenance, and told me that soon after he had delivered the letter, a chairman was called, to whom it was given, with directions to carry it to the house of a rich gentleman in the neighbourhood, whither he, Strap, followed him, and saw him put it into the hands of a waiting woman, who paid the messenger, and shut the door; that, upon inquiry at an alehouse hard by, where he called for a pint of beer, he understood the gentleman to whom the house belonged had an only daughter, very handsome, who would inherit his whole estate, and who certainly was the author of the billet I had received. I was of the same opinion, and hugging myself in the happy prospect, dressed immediately, and passed in great state the house that contained my unknown admirer. Nor was my vanity disappointed, for I perceived a beautiful young creature standing at one of the windows of the dining room, who, I imagined, observed me with more than common curiosity. That I might indulge her view, and at the same time feast my own, I affected to stop, and gave orders to Strap in the street just opposite to her station, by which means I had opportunity of seeing her more distinctly, and of congratulating myself on having made a conquest of so much perfection. In a few moments she retired, and I betook myself to the ordinary in a rapture of hope, which deprived me of my appetite for that meal, and sent me home in the evening to indulge my contemplation. Early next day I was favoured with another epistle from my unknown admirer, signifying her unutterable joy at the receipt of mine, which, while it made a tender of my heart, convinced her of the value of it. Above all things, she professed her extreme pleasure in finding me so much attached to her understanding, a circumstance that not only flattered her in the most sensible part, but at the same time argued my own sagacity. As for the interview I desired, she assured me that I could not be more eager for such an occasion than she, but she must not only sacrifice a little more to decorum, but be satisfied of my honourable intentions, before she could grant that request. Meanwhile, she gave me to understand that, although she might owe some deference to the opinion of certain persons, she was resolved in an affair that so nearly concerned her happiness to consult her own inclination, preferable to the advice of the whole world; especially as she was urged to such condescension by no consideration of fortune, what she depended upon being her own without restriction or control. Struck with admiration at the philosophy and self-denial of my mistress, who seemed insensible of the beauty she possessed, and in particular ravished with that piece of intelligence by which I learned her fortune was independent, I resumed the pen, launched out into encomiums on the dignity of her sentiments, affected to undervalue the charms of external beauty, pretended to ground my passion on the qualities of her mind, complained of her rigour in sacrificing my repose to an over-scrupulous regard to decorum, and declared the purity of my designs in the most solemn and pathetic vows. This performance being sealed and directed, was sent to the place appointed by Strap, who, that we might be still the more confirmed in our belief, renewed his watch, and in a little time brought back the same information as before, with this addition, that Miss Sparkle, the name of my correspondent, looking out at the window, no sooner saw the messenger arrive than she shut the casement in a sort of beautiful confusion, and disappeared, eager, no doubt, to hear from the dear object of her love. My doubts now vanished, the long-expected port appeared, and I looked upon myself as perfectly secure of that happiness I had been in quest of so long. After dinner, I sauntered in company with Dr. Wagtail to that part of the town in which my inamorata lived, and, as he was a mere register, inquired of him into the name, character, and fortune of everybody who possessed a good house in the streets through which we passed. When it came to his turn to mention Sir John Sparkle, he represented him as a man of immense estate and narrow disposition, who mewed up his only child, a fine young lady, from the conversation of mankind, under the strict watch and inspection of an old governante, who was either so honest, envious, or insatiable, that nobody had been as yet able to make her a friend, or get access to her charge, though numbers attempted it every day, not so much on account of her expectations from her father, who, being a widower, might marry again and have sons, as for a fortune of £12,000 left her by an uncle, of which she could not be deprived. This piece of news, exactly tallying with the last part of the letter I had been honoured with in the morning, had such an effect on me, that any man except Wagtail might have observed my emotion; but his attention was too much engrossed by the contemplation of his own importance to suffer him to be affected with the deportment of any other body, unless it happened to be so particular that he could not help taking notice of it. When I had disengaged myself from him, whose conversation grew insipid to me, I went home, and made Strap acquainted with the fruit of my researches. This faithful squire was almost choked with transport, and even wept with joy, but whether on account of himself or me I shall not pretend to determine. Next day a third billet doux was brought to me, containing many expressions of tenderness, mingled with some affecting doubts about the artifice of man, the inconstancy of youth, and the jealous often attending the most sincere passion; withal desiring I would excuse her if she should try me a little longer before she declared herself beyond the power of retracting. These interesting scruples added fuel to my flame, and impatience to my hope. I redoubled my complaints of her indifference, and pressed her to an assignation with such fervent entreaties, that in a few days she consented to meet me at the house of that milliner who had forwarded all my letters. During the interval between the date of her promise and the hour of appointment, my pride soared beyond all reason and description. I lost all remembrance of the gentle Narcissa, and my thoughts were wholly employed in planning triumphs over the malice and contempt of the world. At length the happy hour arrived. I flew to the place of rendezvous, and was conducted into an apartment, where I had not waited 10 minutes, when I heard the rustling of silk, and the sound of feet ascending the stairs. My heart took the alarm, and beat quick. My cheeks glowed, my nerves thrilled, and my knees shook with ecstasy. I perceived the door opening, saw a gold brocade petticoat advance, and sprang forward to embrace my charmer. Heaven and earth! How shall I paint my situation, when I found Miss Sparkle converted into a wrinkled hag turned of 70? I was struck dumb with amazement, and petrified with horror. This ancient Urganda perceived my disorder, and approaching with a languishing air, seized my hand, asking in a squeaking tone if I was indisposed. Her monstrous affectation completed the disgust I had conceived for her at her first appearance, and it was a long time before I could command myself so much as to behave with common civility. At length, however, I recollected myself, and pronounced an apology for my behaviour, which I said proceeded from a dizziness that seized me all of a sudden. My hoary Dulcinea, who, no doubt, had been alarmed at my confusion, no sooner learned the cause to which I now ascribed it, than she discovered her joy in 1,000 amorous coquetries, and assumed the sprightly airs of a girl of 16. One, while she ogled me with her dim eyes, quenched in rheum. Then, as if she was ashamed of that freedom, she affected to look down, blush, and play with her fan, then toss her head that I might not perceive a palsy that shook it, ask some childish questions with a lisping accent, giggle and grin with her mouth shut to conceal the ravage of time upon her teeth, leer upon me again, sigh piteously, fling herself about in her chair to show her agility, and act a great many more absurdities that youth and beauty can alone excuse. Shocked as I was at my disappointment, my disposition was incapable of affronting any person who loved me. I therefore endeavoured to put a good face to the matter for the present, resolved to drop the whole affair as soon as I should get clear of her company. With this view, I uttered some civil things, and in particular desired to know the name and condition of the lady who had honoured me so much. She told me her name was Withers, that she lived with Sir John Sparkle in quality of governess to his only daughter, in which situation she had picked up a comfortable sufficiency to make her easy for life, that she had the pleasure of seeing me at church, where my appearance and deportment made such an impression upon her heart, that she could enjoy no ease until she had inquired into my character, which she found so amiable in all respects, that she yielded to the violence of her inclination, and ventured to declare her passion with too little regard perhaps to the decorum of her sex. But she hoped I would forgive a trespass of which I myself was in some measure the cause, and impute her intrusion to the irresistible dictates of love. No decayed rake ever swallowed a bolus with more reluctance than I felt in making a reply suitable to this compliment, when, instead of the jewel, I found the crazy casket only in my power. And yet my hopes began to revive a little, when I considered that by carrying on the appearance of an intrigue with the duenna, I might possibly obtain access to her charge. Encouraged by this suggestion, my temper grew more serene, my reserve wore off, I talked en cavalier, and even made love to this antiquated coquette, who seemed extremely happy in her adorer, and spread all her allurements to make her imagined conquest more secure. The good woman of the house treated us with tea and sweetmeats, and afterwards withdrew, like a civil, experienced matron as she was. Left thus to our mutual endearments, Miss Withers, for she was still a maiden, began to talk of matrimony, and expressed so much impatience in all her behaviour, that had she been 50 years younger, I might possibly have gratified her longing without having recourse to the church. But this step my virtue as well as my interest forbade. When the inclinations of an old maid settle upon a young fellow, he is persecuted with her addresses, but, should he once grant her the favour, he will never be able to disentangle himself from her importunities and reproaches. It was my business to defer the ceremony as long as possible under the most specious pretences, with a view of becoming acquainted with Miss Sparkle in the meantime; and I did not despair of success, when I considered that in the course of our correspondence I should, in all probability, be invited to visit my mistress in her own apartment, and by these means have an opportunity of conversing with her charming ward. Pleased with this prospect, my heart dilated with joy. I talked in raptures to the state governante, and kissed her shrivelled hand with great devotion. She was so much transported with her good fortune, that she could not contain her ecstasy, but flew upon me like a tigress, and pressed her skinny lips to mine, when, as it was no doubt concerted by her evil genius, a dose of garlic she had swallowed that morning, to dispel wind I suppose, began to operate with such a sudden explosion, that human nature, circumstanced as I was, could not endure the shock with any degree of temper. I lost all patience and reflection, flung away from her in an instant, snatched my hat and cane, and ran downstairs as if the devil had me in pursuit, and could scarcely retain the convulsion of my bowels, which were grievously offended by the perfume that assaulted me. Strap, who waited my return with impatience, seeing me arrive in the utmost disorder, stood motionless with apprehension, and durst not inquire into the cause. After I had washed my mouth more than once, and recruited my spirits with a glass of wine, I recounted to him every particular of what had happened, to which he made no other reply for some time than lifting up his eyes, clasping his hands, and uttering a hollow groan. At length he observed in a melancholy tone, that it was 1,000 pities my organs were so delicate as to be offended with the smell of garlic.
"Ah, God help us!" said he, "'tis not the steams of garlic, no, nor of something else, that would give me the least uneasiness. See what it is to be a cobbler's son."
I replied hastily, "I wish then you would go and retrieve my miscarriage." At this suggestion he started, forced a smile, and left the room, shaking his head.
Whether the old gentlewoman resented my abrupt departure so much that her love changed into disdain, or was ashamed to see me on account of her infirmity, I know not, but I was never troubled again with her passion. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of The Adventures of Roderick Random by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I cultivate an acquaintance with two noblemen, am introduced to Earl Strutwell, his kind promise and invitation, the behaviour of his porter and lackey. He receives me with an appearance of uncommon affection, undertakes to speak in my behalf to the minister, informs me of his success, and wishes me joy, introduces a conversation about Petronius Arbiter, falls in love with my watch, which I press upon him. I make a present of a diamond ring to Lord Straddle, impart my good fortune to Strap and Banter, who disabuses me to my utter mortification. Baffled hitherto in my matrimonial schemes, I began to question my talents for the science of fortune hunting, and to bend my thoughts towards some employment under the government, with the view of procuring which, I cultivated the acquaintance of Lords Straddle and Swillpot, whose fathers were men of interest at court. I found these young noblemen as open to my advances as I could desire. I accompanied them in their midnight rambles, and often dined with them at taverns, where I had the honour of paying the reckoning. I one day took the opportunity, while I was loaded with protestations of friendship, to disclose my desire of being settled in some sinecure, and to solicit their influence in my behalf. Swillpot, squeezing my hand, said, I might depend upon his service, by God. The other swore that no man would be more proud than he to run my errands. Encouraged by these declarations, I ventured to express an inclination to be introduced to their fathers, who were able to do my business at once. Swillpot frankly owned he had not spoken to his father these 3 years, and Straddle assured me, his father having lately disobliged the minister by subscribing his name to a protest in the House of Peers, was thereby rendered incapable of serving his friends at present. But he undertook to make me acquainted with Earl Strutwell, who was hand in glove with a certain person who ruled the roost. This offer I embraced with many acknowledgments, and plied him so closely, in spite of 1,000 evasions, that he found himself under a necessity of keeping his word, and actually carried me to the levee of this great man, where he left me in a crowd of fellow dependents, and was ushered to a particular closet audience, from whence in a few minutes he returned with his lordship, who took me by the hand, assured me he would do me all the service he could, and desired to see me often. I was charmed with my reception, and, although I had heard that a courtier's promise is not to be depended upon, I thought I discovered so much sweetness of temper and candour in this earl's countenance, that I did not doubt of finding my account in his protection. I resolved, therefore, to profit by this permission, and waited on him next audience day, when I was favoured with a particular smile, squeeze of the hand, and a whisper, signifying that he wanted half an hour's conversation with me in private, when he should be disengaged, and for that purpose desired me to come and drink a dish of chocolate with him to-morrow morning. This invitation, which did not a little flatter my vanity and expectation, I took care to observe, and went to his lordship's house at the time appointed. Having rapped at the gate, the porter unbolted and kept it half open, placing himself in the gap, like soldiers in the broach, to dispute my passage. I asked if his lord was stirring? He answered with a surly aspect, No. At what hour does he commonly rise? said I. Sometimes sooner, sometimes later, said he, closing the door upon me by degrees. I then told him I was come by his lordship's own appointment, to which intimation this Cerberus replied, I have received no orders about the matter, and was upon the point of shutting me out, when I recollected myself all of a sudden, and slipping a crown into his hand, begged as a favour that he would inquire and let me know whether or not the earl was up. The grim janitor relented at the touch of my money, which he took with all the indifference of a tax-gatherer, and showed me into a parlour, where, he said, I might amuse myself till such time as his lord should be awake. I had not sat 10 minutes in this place, when a footman entered, and, without speaking, started at me. I interpreted this piece of behaviour into, Pray, sir, what is your business?
and asked the same question I had put to the porter, when I accosted him first. The lacquey made the same reply, and disappeared before I could get any further intelligence. In a little time he returned, on pretence of poking the fire, and looking at me again with great earnestness, upon which I began to perceive his meaning, and, tipping him with half a crown, desired he would be so good as to fall upon some method of letting the Earl know that I was in the house. He made a low bow, and said, "Yes, sir," and vanished. This bounty was not thrown away, for in an instant he came back, and conducted me to a chamber, where I was received with great kindness and familiarity by his lordship, whom I found just risen, in his morning gown and slippers. After breakfast, he entered into a particular conversation with me about my travels, the remarks I had made abroad, and examined me to the full extent of my understanding. My answers seemed to please him very much. He frequently squeezed my hand, and, looking at me with a singular complacency in his countenance, bade me depend upon his good offices with the ministry in my behalf.
"Young men of your qualifications," said he, "ought to be cherished by every administration. For my own part, I see so little merit in the world, that I have laid it down as a maxim, to encourage the least appearance of genius and virtue to the utmost of my power. You have a great deal of both. I will not fail of making a figure one day, if I am not mistaken. But you must lay your account with mounting by gradual steps to the summit of your fortune. Rome was not built in a day. As you understand the languages perfectly well, how would you like to cross the sea as secretary to an embassy?" I assured his lordship with great eagerness that nothing could be more agreeable to my inclination; upon which he bade me make myself easy, my business was done, for he had a place of that kind in his view. This piece of generosity affected me so much, that I was unable for some time to express my gratitude, which at length broke out in acknowledgments of my own unworthiness, and encomiums of his benevolence. I could not even help shedding tears at the goodness of this noble lord, who no sooner perceived them than he caught me in his arms, and hugged and kissed me with a seemingly paternal affection. Confounded at this uncommon instance of fondness for a stranger, I remained a few moments silent and ashamed, then rose and took my leave, after he had assured me that he would speak to the minister in my favour that very day, and desired that I would not for the future give myself the trouble of attending at his levee, but come at the same hour every day, when he should be at leisure, that is, 3 times a week. Though my hopes were now very sanguine, I determined to conceal my prospect from everybody, even from Strap, until I should be more certain of success; and in the meantime give my patron no respite from my solicitations. When I renewed my visit, I found the street door opened to me as if by enchantment, but in my passage toward the presence room, I was met with the valet de chambre, who cast some furious looks at me, by the meaning of which I could not comprehend. The Earl saluted me at entrance with a tender embrace, and wished me joy of his success with the Premier, who, he said, had preferred his recommendation to that of 2 other noblemen very urgent in behalf of their respective friends, and absolutely promised that I should go to a certain foreign court in quality of secretary to an ambassador, and plenipotentiary, who was to set out in a few weeks an affair of vast importance to the nation. I was thunderstruck with my good fortune, and could make no other reply than kneel and attempt to kiss my benefactor's hand, which submission he would not permit, but, raising me up, pressed me to his breast with surprising emotion, and told me he had now taken upon himself the care of making my fortune. What enhanced the value of the benefit still the more, was his making light of the favour, and shifting the conversation to another subject. Among other topics of discourse, that of the belles lettres was introduced, upon which his lordship held forth with great taste and erudition, and discovered an intimate knowledge of the authors of antiquity. "Here's a book," said he,
taking one from his bosom,
"written with great elegance and spirit, and though the subject may give offence to some narrow-minded people, the author will always be held in esteem by every person of wit and learning."
So saying, he put into my hand Petronius Arbiter, and asked my opinion of his wit and manner. I told him that, in my opinion, he wrote with great ease and vivacity, but was withal so lewd and indecent, that he ought to find no quarter or protection among people of morals and taste.
"I own," replied the Earl, "that his taste in love is generally decried, and indeed condemned by our laws; but perhaps that may be more owing to prejudice and misapprehension than to true reason and deliberation. The best man among the ancients is said to have entertained that passion. One of the wisest of their legislators was permitted the indulgence of it in his commonwealth. The most celebrated poets have not scrupled to avow it. At this day it prevails not only all over the East, but in most parts of Europe. In our own country it gains ground apace, and in all probability will become in a short time a more fashionable vice than simple fornication. Indeed, there is something to be said in vindication of it; for, notwithstanding the severity of the law against offenders in this way, it must be confessed that the practice of this passion is unattended with that curse and burthen upon society which proceeds from a race of miserable and deserted bastards, who are either murdered by their parents, deserted to the utmost want and wretchedness, or bred up to prey upon the commonwealth. And it likewise prevents the debauchery of many a young maiden, and the prostitution of honest men's wives, not to mention the consideration of health, which is much less liable to be impaired in the gratification of this appetite, than in the exercise of common venery, which, by ruining the constitutions of our young men, has produced a puny progeny that degenerates from generation to generation. Nay, I have been told that there is another motive, perhaps more powerful than all these, that induces people to cultivate this inclination, namely, the exquisite pleasure attending its success." From this discourse I began to be apprehensive that his lordship, finding I had travelled, was afraid I might have been infected with this spurious and sordid desire abroad, and took this method of sounding my sentiments on the subject. Fired at this supposed suspicion, I argued against it with great warmth, as an appetite unnatural, absurd, and of pernicious consequence, and declared my utter detestation and abhorrence of it in these lines by the satirist: "Eternal infamy the wretch confound, who planted first that vice on British ground; a vice that, spite of nature and sense, reigns, and poisons genial love, and manhood stains." The Earl smiled at my indignation, and told me he was glad to find my opinion of the matter so conformable to his own, and that what he had advanced was only to provoke me to an answer, with which he professed himself perfectly well pleased. After I had enjoyed a long audience, I happened to look at my watch, in order to regulate my motions by it, and his lordship, observing the chased case, desired to see the device, and examined the exception, which he approved with some expressions of admiration. Considering the obligations I lay under to his lordship, I thought there could be not a fitter opportunity than the present to manifest, in some shape, my gratitude. I therefore begged he would do me the honour to accept of the watch as a small testimony of the sense I had of his lordship's generosity; but he refused it in a peremptory manner, and said he was sorry I should entertain such a mercenary opinion of him, observing at the same time that it was the most beautiful piece of workmanship he had ever seen, and desiring to know where he could have such another. I begged 1,000 pardons for the freedom I had taken, which I hoped he would impute to nothing else than the highest veneration for his person; told him that, as it came to my hand by accident in France, I could give him no information about the maker, for there was no name on the inside; and once more humbly entreated that he would indulge me so far as to use it for my sake. He was still positive in refusing it, but was pleased to thank me for my generous offer, saying it was a present that no nobleman need be ashamed of receiving; though he was resolved to show his disinterestedness with regard to me, for whom he had conceived a particular friendship, and insisted, if I were willing to part with the watch, upon knowing what it had cost, that he might at least indemnify me by refunding the money. On the other hand, I assured his lordship that I should look upon it as an uncommon mark of distinction if he would take it without further question; and rather than disoblige me, he was at last persuaded to put it in his pocket, to my no small satisfaction, who took my leave immediately, after having received a kind squeeze and injunction to depend upon his promise.
Buoyed up with this reception, my heart opened. I gave away a guinea among the lacqueys who escorted me to the door, flew to the lodgings of Lord Straddle, upon whom I forced my diamond ring as an acknowledgment for the great service he had done me, and from thence hied me home, with an intent of sharing my happiness with honest Strap. I determined, however, to heighten his pleasure by depressing his spirits at first, and then bringing in good news with double relish. For this purpose I affected the appearance of disappointment and chagrin, and told him in an abrupt manner that I had lost the watch and diamond. Poor Hugh, who had been already harassed into a consumption by intelligence of this sort, no sooner heard these words than, unable to contain himself, he cried with distraction in his looks, "God in heaven forbid!" I could carry on the farce no longer, but, laughing in his face, told him everything that had passed, as above recited. His features were immediately unbended, and the transition was so affecting that he wept with joy, calling my Lord Strutwell by the appellations of Jewel, Phoenix, Rara Avis, and praising God that there was still some virtue left among our nobility. Our mutual congratulations being over, we gave way to our imagination, and anticipated our happiness by prosecuting our success through the different steps of promotion, till I arrived at the rank of a prime minister, and he to that of my first secretary. Intoxicated with these ideas, I went to the ordinary, where, meeting with Banter, I communicated the whole affair in confidence to him, concluding with an assurance that I would do him all the service in my power. He heard me to an end with great patience, then, regarding me a good while with a look of disdain, pronounced, "So, your business is done, do you think?" "As good as done, I believe," said I.
"I'll tell you," replied he, "what will do it still more effectually, a halter. 'Sdeath, if I had been such a gull to two such scoundrels as Strutwell and Straddle, I would without any more ado tuck myself up."
Shocked at this exclamation, I desired him with some confusion to explain himself, upon which he gave me to understand that Straddle was a poor contemptible wretch, who lived by borrowing and pimping for his fellow peers; that in consequence of this last capacity, he had doubtless introduced me to Strutwell, who was so notorious for a passion for his own sex, that he was amazed his character had never reached my ears; and that, far from being able to obtain for me the post he had promised, his interest at court was so low, that he could scarce provide for a superannuated footman once a year in the customs or excise; that it was a common thing for him to amuse strangers, whom his jackals ran down, with such assurances and caresses as he had bestowed on me, until he had stripped them of their cash, and everything valuable about them, very often of their chastity, and then leave them a prey to want and infamy; that he allowed his servants no other wages than that part of the spoil which they could glean by their industry; and the whole of his conduct towards me was so glaring, that nobody who knew anything of mankind could have been imposed upon by his insinuations. I leave the reader to judge how I relished this piece of information, which precipitated me from the most exalted pinnacle of hope to the lowest abyss of despondence, and well nigh determined me to take Banter's advice, and finish my chagrin with a halter. I had no room to suspect the veracity of my friend, because upon recollection I found every circumstance of Strutwell's behaviour exactly tallying with the character he had described. His hugs, embraces, squeezes, and eager looks were now no longer a mystery, no more than his defence of Petronius, and the jealous frown of his valet de chambre, who, it seems, had been the favourite pathic of his lord. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of The Adventures of Roderick Random, by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I attempt to recover my watch and jewel, but to no purpose. Resolved to revenge myself on Strutwell by my importunity. Am reduced to my last guinea. Obliged to inform Strap of my necessity, who is almost distracted with the news, but nevertheless obliged to pawn my best sword for present subsistence. That small supply being exhausted, I am almost stupefied with my misfortunes. Go to the gaming table by the advice of Banter, and come off with unexpected success. Strap's ecstasy. Mrs. Gawky waits upon me, professes remorse for her perfidy, and implores my assistance. I do myself a piece of justice by her means, and afterwards reconcile her to her father. I was so confounded that I could make no reply to Banter, who reproached me with great indignation for having thrown away upon rascals that which, had it been converted into ready money, would have supported the rank of a gentleman for some months, and enabled me, at the same time, to oblige my friends. Stupefied as I was, I could easily divine the source of his concern, but sneaked away in a solitary manner, without yielding the least answer to his expostulations, and began to deliberate within myself in what manner I should attempt to retrieve the movables I had so foolishly lost. I should have thought it no robbery to take them again by force, could I have done it without any danger of being detected; but as I could have no such opportunity, I resolved to work by finesse, and go immediately to the lodgings of Straddle, where I was so fortunate as to find him. "My lord," said I have just now recollected that the diamond I had the honour of presenting to you is loosened a little in the socket, and there is a young fellow just arrived from Paris, who is reckoned the best jeweller in Europe. I knew him in France, and, if your lordship will give me leave, will carry the ring to him to be set rights." His lordship was not to be caught in this snare. He thanked me for my offer, and told me that, having himself observed the defect, he had sent it to his own jeweller to be mended, and indeed by this time I believe it was in the jeweller's hands, though not in order to be mended, for it stood in need of no alteration. Balked in this piece of politics, I cursed my simplicity, but resolved to play a surer game with the Earl, which I thus devised. I did not doubt of being admitted into familiar conversation with him, as before, and hoped by some means to get the watch into my hand. Then, on pretence of winding or playing with it, drop it on the floor, when in all probability the fall would disorder the work so as to stop its motion. This event would furnish me with an opportunity of insisting upon carrying it away in order to be repaired, and then I should be in no hurry to bring it back. What pity it was I could not find an occasion of putting this fine scheme in execution! When I went to renew my visit to his lordship, my access to the parlour was as free as ever; but after I had waited for some time, the valet de chambre came in with his lord's compliments, and a desire to see me to-morrow at his levee, he being at present so much indisposed that he could not see company. I interpreted this message into a bad omen, and came away muttering curses against his lordship's politeness, and ready to go to loggerheads with myself for being so egregiously duped. But, that I might have some satisfaction for the loss I had sustained, I besieged him so closely at his levee, and persecuted him with my solicitations, not without faint hopes indeed of reaping something more for my industry than the bare pleasure of making him uneasy; though I could never obtain another private hearing the whole course of my attendance, neither had I resolution enough to undeceive Strap, whose looks in a little time were so whetted with impatience, that whenever I came home, his eyes devoured me, as it were, with eagerness of attention. At length, however, finding myself reduced to my last guinea, I was compelled to disclose my necessity, though I endeavoured to sweeten the discovery by rehearsing to him the daily assurances I received from my patron. But these promises were not of efficacy sufficient to support the spirits of my friend, who no sooner understood the lowness of my finances, than uttering a dreadful groan, he exclaimed, "In the name of God, what shall we do?" In order to comfort him, I said that many of my acquaintances who were in a worse condition than we, supported, notwithstanding, the character of gentlemen; and, advising him to thank God that as yet we had incurred no debt, proposed that he should pawn my sword of steel, inlaid with gold, and trust my discretion for the rest. This expedient was wormwood and gall to poor Strap, who, in spite of his invincible affection for me, still retained notions of economy and expense suitable to the narrowness of his education. Nevertheless, he complied with my request, and raised 7 pieces on the sword in a twinkling. This supply, inconsiderable as it was, made me as happy for the present as if I had kept £500 in bank. For by this time I was so well skilled in procrastinating every troublesome reflection, that the prospect of want seldom affected me very much, let it be ever so near; and now indeed it was nearer than I imagined. My landlord, having occasion for money, put me in mind of my being indebted to him 5 guineas in lodging, and telling me he had a sum to make up, begged I would excuse his importunity, and discharge the debt. Though I could ill spare so much cash, my pride took the resolution of dispersing it. This I did in a cavalier manner, after he had written a discharge,
Telling him with an air of scorn and resentment, I saw he was resolved that I should not be long in his books; while Strap, who stood by and knew my circumstances, wrung his hands in secret, gnawed his nether lip, and turned yellow with despair. Whatever appearance of indifference my vanity enabled me to put on, I was thunderstruck with this demand, which I had no sooner satisfied than I hastened into company, with a view of beguiling my cares with conversation, or drowning them with wine. After dinner, a party was accordingly made in the coffee house, from whence we adjourned to the tavern, where, instead of sharing the mirth of the company, I was as much chagrined at their good humour as a damned soul in hell would be at a glimpse of heaven. In vain did I swallow bumper after bumper; the wine had lost its effect upon me, and, far from raising my dejected spirits, could not even lay me asleep. Banter, who was the only intimate I had, Strap excepted, perceived my anxiety, and, when we broke up, reproached me with pusillanimity, for being cast down at my disappointment that such a rascal as Strutwell could be the occasion of. I told him I did not at all see how Strutwell's being a rascal alleviated my misfortune, and gave him to understand that my present grief did not so much proceed from that disappointment, as from the low ebb of my fortune, which was sunk to something less than 2 guineas. At this declaration he cried, "Pshaw! Is that all?" and assured me there were 1,000 ways of living in town without a fortune, he himself having subsisted many years entirely by his wit. I expressed an eager desire of being acquainted with some of these methods, and he, without farther expostulation, bade me follow him. He conducted me to a house under the piazzas in Covent Garden, which we entered, and having delivered our swords to a grim fellow who demanded them at the foot of the staircase, ascended to the second story, where I saw multitudes of people standing round 2 gaming tables, loaded, in a manner, with gold and silver. My conductor told me this was the house of a worthy Scotch lord, who, using the privilege of his peerage, had set up public gaming tables, from the profits of which he drew a comfortable livelihood. He then explained the difference between the sitters and the bettors, characterised the first as old rooks, and the last as bubbles, and advised me to try my fortune at the silver table, by betting a crown at a time. Before I would venture anything, I considered the company more particularly, and there appeared such a group of villainous faces that I was struck with horror and astonishment at the sight. I signified my surprise to Banter, who whispered in my ear, that the bulk of those present were sharpers, highwaymen, and apprentices, who, having embezzled their master's cash, made a desperate push in this place to make up their deficiencies. This account did not encourage me to hazard any part of my small pittance; but at length, being teased by the importunities of my friend, who assured me there was no danger of being ill-used, because people were hired by the owner to see justice done to everybody, I began by risking 1 shilling, and in less than an hour my winning amounted to 30. Convinced by this time of the fairness of the game, and animated with success, there was no need of further persuasion to continue the play. I lent Banter, who seldom had any money in his pocket, a guinea, which he carried to the gold table and lost in a moment. He would have borrowed another, but finding me deaf to his arguments, went away in a pet. Meanwhile my gain advanced to 6 pieces, and my desire of more increased in proportion, so that I moved to the higher table, where I laid half a guinea on every throw, and fortune still favouring me, I became a sitter, in which capacity I remained until it was broad day, when I found myself, after many vicissitudes, 150 guineas in pocket. Thinking it now high time to retire with my booty, I asked if anybody would take my place, and made a notion to rise; upon which an old Gascon, who sat opposite to me, of whom I had won a little money, started up with fury in his looks, crying, "Restez, votre, restez! Il faut donner moi mon revanchio." At the same time a Jew, who sat near the other, insinuated that I was more beholden to art than fortune for what I had got; that he had observed me wipe the table very often, and that some of the divisions appeared to be greasy. This intimation produced a great deal of clamour against me, especially among the losers, who threatened with many oaths and imprecations to take me up by a warrant as a sharper, unless I would compromise the affair by refunding the greatest part of my winning. Though I was far from being easy under this accusation, I relied upon my innocence, threatened in my turn to prosecute the Jew for defamation, and boldly offered to submit my cause to the examination of any justice in Westminster. but they knew themselves too well to put their characters on that issue, and finding that I was not to be intimidated into any concession, dropped their plea, and made way for me to withdraw. I would not, however, stir from the table until the Israelite had retracted what he had said to my disadvantage, and asked pardon before the whole assembly. As I marched out with my prize, I happened to tread on the toes of a tall raw-boned fellow, with a hooked nose, fierce eyes, black thick eyebrows, a pigtail wig of the same colour, and a formidable hat pulled over his forehead, who stood gnawing his fingers in the crowd. And he sooner felt the application of my shoe heel than he roared out in a tremendous voice, "Blood and wounds, you son of a whore! What's that for?" I asked pardon with a great deal of submission, and protested I had no intention of hurting him, but the more I humbled myself, the more he stormed, and insisted on gentlemanly satisfaction, at the same time provoking me with scandalous names that I could not put up with, so that I gave loose to my passion, returned his Billingsgate, and challenged him down to the piazzas. His indignation cooling as mine warmed, he refused my invitation, saying he would choose his own time, and returned towards the table muttering threats, which I neither dreaded nor distinctly heard, but, descending with great deliberation, received my sword from the doorkeeper, whom I gratified with a guinea, according to the custom of the place, and went home in a rapture of joy. My faithful valet, who had sat up all night in the utmost uneasiness on my account, let me in with his face beslubbered with tears, and followed me to my chamber, where he stood silent like a condemned criminal, in expectation of hearing that every shilling was spent. I guessed the situation of his thoughts, and assuming a sullen look, bade him fetch me some water to wash. He replied, without lifting his eyes from the ground, "In my simple conjecture, you have more occasion for rest, not having, I suppose, slept these 24 hours." "Bring me some water," said I in a peremptory tone, upon which he sneaked away, shrugging his shoulders. Before he returned, I had spread my whole stock on the table in the most ostentatious manner, so that when it first saluted his view, he stood like one entranced, and, having rubbed his eyes more than once, to assure himself of his being awake, broke out into, "Lord have mercy upon us! What a vast treasure is here!" "'Tis all our own, Strap," said I. "Take what is necessary, and redeem the sword immediately." He advanced towards the table, stopped short by the way, looked at the money and me by turns, and with a wildness in his countenance, produced from a joy checked by distrust, cried, "I dare say it is honestly come by." To remove his scruples, I made him acquainted with the whole story of my success, which, when he heard, he danced about the room in an ecstasy, crying, "God be praised, a white stone! God be praised, a white stone!" So that I was afraid the change of fortune had disordered his intellects, and that he was run mad with joy. Extremely concerned at this event, I attempted to reason him out of his frenzy, but to no purpose; for without regarding what I had said, he continued to frisk up and down and repeat his rhapsody, "Of God be praised, a white stone!" At last I rose in the utmost consternation, and laying violent hands upon him, put a stop to his extravagance by fixing him down to a settee that was in the room. This constraint banished his delirium. He started as if just awoke, and, terrified at my behaviour, cried, "What's the matter?" When he learned the cause of my apprehension, he was ashamed of his transports, and told me, that in mentioning the white stone, he alluded to the dies fasti of the Romans, albo lapide notati. Having no inclination to sleep, I secured my cash, dressed, and was just going abroad, when the servant of the house told me there was a gentlewoman at the door who wanted to speak with me. Surprised at this information, I made Strap show her up, and in less than a minute saw a young woman of a shabby decayed appearance enter my room. After half a dozen curtsies, she began to sob, and told me her name was Gawky; upon which information I immediately recollected the features of Miss Levement, who had been the first occasion of my misfortunes. Though I had all the reason in the world to resent her treacherous behaviour to me, I was moved at her distress, and professing my sorrow at seeing her so reduced, desired her to sit, and inquired into the particulars of her situation. She fell upon her knees, and implored my forgiveness for the injuries she had done me, protesting before God that she was forced, against her inclination, into that hellish conspiracy which had almost deprived me of my life,
by the entreaties of her husband, who, having been afterwards renounced by his father on account of his marriage with her, and unable to support a family on his pay, left his wife at her father's house, and went with the regiment to Germany, where he was broke for misbehaviour at the battle of Dettingen, since which time she had heard no tidings of him. She then gave me to understand, with many symptoms of penitence, that it was her misfortune to bear a child 4 months after marriage, by which event her parents were so incensed that she was turned out of doors with the infant that died soon after, and had hitherto subsisted in a miserable indigent manner on the extorted charity of a few friends, who were now quite tired of giving, that, not knowing where or how to support herself one day longer, she had fled for succour even to me, who, of all mankind, had the least cause to assist her, relying upon the generosity of my disposition, which she hoped would be pleased with this opportunity of avenging itself in the noblest manner on the wretch who had wronged me. I was very much affected with her discourse, and having no cause to suspect the sincerity of her repentance, raised her up, freely pardoned all she had done against me, and promised to befriend her as much as lay in my power. Since my last arrival in London, I had made no advances to the apothecary, imagining it would be impossible for me to make my innocence appear. So unhappily was my accusation circumstanced. Strap indeed had laboured to justify me to the schoolmaster, but far from succeeding in his attempt, Mr. Concordance dropped all correspondence with him, because he refused to quit his connection with me. Things being in this situation, I thought a fairer opportunity of vindicating my character would not offer than that which now presented itself. I therefore stipulated with Mrs. Gawky, that, before I would yield her the least assistance, she should do me the justice to clear my reputation by explaining upon oath before a magistrate the whole of the conspiracy, as it had been executed against me. When she had given me this satisfaction, I presented her with 5 guineas, a sum so much above her expectation, that she could scarce believe the evidence of her senses, and was ready to worship me for my benevolence. The declaration signed with her own hand, I sent to her father, who, upon recollecting and comparing the circumstances of my charge, was convinced of my integrity, and waited on me next day, in company with his friend the schoolmaster, to whom he had communicated my vindication. After mutual salutation, Monsieur Lavement began a long apology for the unjust treatment I had received, but I saved him a good deal of breath by interrupting his harangue, and assuring him that, far from entertaining a resentment against him, I thought myself obliged to his lenity, which allowed me to escape, after such strong assumptions of guilt appeared against me. Mr. Concordance, thinking it now his turn to speak, observed that Mr. Random had too much candour and sagacity to be disobliged at their conduct, which, all things considered, could not have been otherwise with any honesty of intention.
"Indeed," said he, "if the plot had been unravelled to us by any supernatural intelligence, if it had been whispered by a genius, communicated by a dream, or revealed by an angel from on high, we should have been to blame in crediting ocular demonstration. But, as we were left in the midst of mortality, it cannot be expected we should be incapable of imposition. I must assure you, Mr. Random, no man on earth is more pleased than I am at this triumph of your character, and as the news of your misfortune panged me to the very entrails, this manifestation of your innocence makes my midriff quiver with joy."
I thanked him for this concern, desired them to undeceive those of their acquaintance who judged harshly of me, and having treated them with a glass of wine, represented to Lavement the deplorable condition of his daughter, and pleaded her cause so effectually that he consented to settle a small annuity on her for life, but could not be persuaded to take her home, because her mother was so much incensed that she would never see her. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of The Adventures of Roderick Random, by Tobias SMOLLETT. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I purchase new clothes, reprimand Strutwell and Straddle, Banter proposes another matrimonial scheme, I accept of his terms, set out to Bath in the stage coach with the young lady and her mother, the behaviour of an officer and lawyer,
Our fellow travellers described. A smart dialogue between my mistress and the captain. Having finished this affair to my satisfaction, I found myself perfectly at ease, and, looking upon the gaming table as a certain resource for a gentleman in want, became more gay than ever. Although my clothes were almost as good as new, I grew ashamed of wearing them, because I thought everybody by this time had got an inventory of my wardrobe, for which reason I disposed of a good part of my apparel to a salesman in Monmouth Street for half the value, and bought 2 new suits with the money. I likewise purchased a plain gold watch, despairing of recovering that which I had so foolishly given to Strutwell, whom, notwithstanding, I still continued to visit at his levee, until the ambassador he had mentioned set out with a secretary of his own choosing. I thought myself then at liberty to expostulate with his lordship, whom I treated with great freedom in a letter, for amusing me with vain hopes, when he neither had the power nor the inclination to provide for me. Nor was I less reserved with Straddle, whom I in person reproached for misrepresenting to me the character of Strutwell, which I did not scruple to aver was infamous in every respect. He seemed very much enraged at my freedom, talked a great deal about his quality and honour, and began to make some comparisons which I thought so injurious to mine, that I demanded an explanation with great warmth, and he was mean enough to equivocate, and condescend in such a manner that I left him with a hearty contempt of his behaviour. About this time, Banter, who had observed a surprising and sudden alteration in my appearance and disposition, began to inquire very minutely into the cause, and, as I did not think fit to let him know the true state of the affair, lest he might make free with my purse, on the strength of having proposed the scheme that filled it, I told him that I had received a small supply from a relative in the country, who, at the same time, had proffered to use all his interest, which was not small, in soliciting some post for me that should make me easy for life.
"If that be the case," said Banter, "perhaps you won't care to mortify yourself a little in making your fortune another way. I have a relation who is set out for Bath next week, with an only daughter, who, being sickly and decrepit, intends to drink the waters for the recovery of her health. Her father, who was a rich Turkey merchant, died about a year ago, and left her with a fortune of £20,000, under the sole management of her mother, who is my kinswoman. I would have put in for the plate myself, but there is a breach at present between the old woman and me. You must know, I some time ago borrowed a small sum of her, and promised, it seems, to pay it before a certain time; but being disappointed in my expectation of money from the country, the day elapsed without my being able to take up my note, upon which she wrote a peremptory letter, threatened to arrest me if I did not pay the debt immediately. Nettled at this precise behaviour, I sent a damned severe answer, which enraged her so much that she actually took out a writ against me; whereupon, finding the thing grow serious, I got a friend to advance the money for me, discharged the debt, went to her house, and abused her for unfriendly dealing. She was provoked by my reproaches, and scolded in her turn. The little deformed urchin joined her mother with such virulence and volubility of tongue, that I was fain to make a retreat, after having been honoured with great many scandalous epithets, which gave me plainly to understand that I had nothing to hope from the esteem of the one, or of the affection of the other. As they are both utter strangers to life, it is 1,000 to 1 that the girl will be picked up by some scoundrel or other at Bath, if I don't provide for her otherwise. You are a well-looking fellow, Random, and can behave as demurely as a Quaker. If you will give me an obligation of £500, to be paid 6 months after your marriage, I will put you in a method of carrying her in spite of all opposition." This proposal was too advantageous for me to be refused. The writing was immediately drawn up and executed, and Banter, giving me notice of the time when, and the stage coach in which they were to set out, I bespoke a place in the same convenience, and having hired a horse for Strap, who was chagrined with the prospect, set forward accordingly. As we embarked before day, I had not the pleasure for some time of seeing Miss Snapper, that was the name of my mistress, nor even of perceiving the number and sex of my fellow travellers, although I guessed that the coach was full, by the difficulty I found in seating myself. The first 5 minutes passed in a general silence, when all of a sudden, the coach heeling to one side, a boisterous voice pronounced, "To the right and to the left, cover your flanks, d—me whiz." I easily discovered by the tone and manner of this exclamation, that it was uttered by a son of Mars,
neither was it hard to conceive the profession of another person who sat opposite to me, and observed that we ought to have been well satisfied of her security before we entered upon the premises. These two sallies had not the desired effect. We continued a good while as mute as before, till at length the gentleman of the sword, impatient of longer silence, made a second effort, by swearing he had got into a meeting of Quakers.
"I believe so too," said a shrill female voice at my left hand, "for the spirit of folly begins to move."
"Out with it then, madam," replied the soldier.
"You seem to have no occasion for a midwife," cried the lady.
"Damn my blood!" exclaimed the other. "A man can't talk to a woman but she immediately thinks of a midwife."
"True, sir," said she, "I long to be delivered."
"What, of a mouse, madam?" said he.
"No, sir," said she, "of a fool."
"Are you far gone with a fool?" said he.
"Little more than 2 miles," said she.
"By gad, you're a wit, madam," cried the officer.
"I wish I could with any justice return the compliment," said the lady.
"Zounds, I have done," said he.
"Your bolt is soon shot, according to the old proverb," said she.
The warrior's powder was quite spent. The lawyer advised him to drop the prosecution, and a grave matron, who sat on the left hand of the victorious wit, told her she must not let her tongue run so fast among strangers. This reprimand, softened with the appellation of child, convinced me that the satirical lady was no other than Miss Snapper, and I resolved to regulate my conduct accordingly. The champion, finding himself so smartly handled, changed his battery, and began to expatiate on his own exploits.
"You talk of shot, madam," said he. "Damme, I have both given and received some shot in my time. I was wounded in the shoulder by a pistol ball at Dettingen, where I say nothing, but by God, if it had not been for me, all's one for that. I despise boasting, damme. Whiz!"
So saying, he whistled one part and hummed another of the black joke. Then, addressing himself to the lawyer, went on thus:
"Wouldn't you think it damned hard, after having at the risk of your life recovered the standard of a regiment that had been lost, to receive no preferment for your pains? I don't choose to name no names, sink me; but howsomever, this I will refer, by God, and that is this: a musketeer of the French guards, having a standard from a certain cornet of a certain regiment, damme, was retreating with his prize as fast as a horse's heels could carry him, sink me; upon which I snatched up firelock that belonged to a dead man, damn me, whiz, and shot his horse under him, damn my blood. The fellow got upon his feet, and began to repose me, upon which I charged my bayonet breast high, and ran him through the body, by God. One of his comrades, coming to his assistance, shot me in the shoulder, as I told you before, and another gave me a contusion on the head with the butt end of his carbine, but damme, that did not signify. I killed one, put the other to flight, and taking up the standard, carried it off very deliberately. But the best joke of all was the son of a bitch of a cornet, who had surrendered in a cowardly manner, seeing it in my possession, demanded it from me in the front of the line. "Damn my blood," says he, "where did you find my standard?" says he. "Damn my blood," said I, "where," said I, "did you lose it?" said I. "That's nothing to you," says he. "'Tis my standard," says he, "and by God I'll have it," says he. "Damnation seize me," says I, "if you shall," says I, "till I have first delivered it to the general," says I; and accordingly I went to the headquarters after the battle, and delivered it to my Lord Stair, who promised to do for me. But I am no more than a poor lieutenant still. Damn my blood."
Having vented this repetition of expletives, the lawyer owned he had not been requited according to his deserts, observed that the labourer is always worthy of his hire, and asked if the promise was made before witnesses, because in that case the law would compel the general to perform it; but, understanding that the promise was made over a bottle, without being restricted to time or terms, he pronounced it not valid in law, proceeded to inquire into the particulars of the battle, and affirmed that, although the English had drawn themselves into a premunire at first,
the French managed their cause so lamely in the course of the dispute, that they would have been utterly nonsuited, had they not obtained a nolle prosequi. In spite of these enlivening touches, the conversation was like to suffer another long interruption, when the lieutenant, unwilling to conceal any of his accomplishments that could be displayed in his present situation, offered to regale the company with a song, and interpreting our silence into a desire of hearing, began to warble a fashionable air, the first stanza of which he pronounced thus:
Would you task the moontide air, to yon flagrant bow repair, where waving with the poplin vow, the bantling fine will shelter you, etc.
The sense of the rest he perverted as he went on with such surprising facility, that I could not help thinking he had been at some pains to burlesque the performance. Miss Snapper ascribed it to the true cause, namely ignorance, and, when he asked her how she relished his music, answered that, in her opinion, the music and the words were much of a piece.
"Oh, damn my blood!" said he, "I take that as a high compliment, for everybody allows the words are damnable fine."
"They may be so," replied the lady, "for aught I know, but they are above my comprehension."
"I ain't obliged to find you comprehension, madam, curse me," cried he.
"No, nor to speak sense neither," said she.
"Damn my heart," said he, "I'll speak what I please."
Here the lawyer interposed, by telling him there were some things he must not speak, and upon being defied to give an instance, mentioned treason and defamation.
"As for the king," cried the soldier, "God bless him! I eat his bread, and have lost blood in his cause, therefore I have nothing to say to him, but, by God, I dare say anything to any other man."
"No," said the lawyer, "you dare not call me rogue."
"Damn me, for what?"
said the other. "Because," replied the counsellor, "I should have it good action against you, and recover."
"Well, well," cried the officer, "if I dare not call you rogue, I dare think you one, damn."
This stroke of wit he accompanied with a loud laugh of self-approbation, which unluckily did not affect the audience, but effectually silenced his antagonist, who did not open his mouth for the space of an hour, except to clear his pipe with 3 hems, which, however, produced nothing. Chapter 53.